On the Revolutionary Movement and Mass Work. Foreword. Julieta de Lima. Editor. Foreword. Revolutionary Mass Movement and Mass Work contains the writings of José María Sison on the subject over a span of 52 years, the RST being the social investigation he made of the northern Luzon region in 1970 in preparation for building the party organization in the region. It details how social investigation is done and how it is important. Equally important is the next article, Organizational Guide, an outline of reports written in April 1971. It explains how CPP cadres, including those in the New People's Army, integrate and supervise the work at the basic levels and the need for building the basic party organizations and the responsibility of the party for building the mass organizations, the local organs of political power from the Barrio Organizing Committee to the Barrio Revolutionary Committee. These are followed by articles and reports on the growth and advance of the revolutionary forces under the leadership of the Proletarian Party. Among the most important is the critical and creative tasks of the Recti Catayan movement of the CPP with its 10 calls written for the 25th anniversary of the party's re-establishment. On the task of arousing, organizing, and mobilizing the masses provides a comprehensive guide on how mass organizations should conduct the task of arousing, organizing, and mobilizing the masses. The Angbayan interview, 40 Years of Philippine Society and Revolution, reveals how this book has served in the ideological building of the revolutionary forces since it was RST published in October 1969. The key contributions of PSR are its characterization of Philippine society as semi-colonial and semi-feudal and the corresponding line of national and democratic revolution under working-class leadership. It deems the RST stage of the Philippine Revolution as people's democracy, which upon completion goes on to the next stage of socialism. Internationally, strengthen communist parties in the worsening global capitalist crisis describes the deleterious effect of neoliberal globalization on the world economy, and this has brought about favorable conditions for communist parties to strengthen themselves ideologically, politically, and organizationally to be able to lead the struggles for national liberation, democracy, and socialism in their own countries while practicing international solidarity and proletarian internationalism. Finally, the Filipino people's democratic revolution is invincible gives an optimistic revolutionary vision of undefeatable forces, the toiling masses and the rest of the people who GHT for national liberation, democracy, and socialism against imperialism and all reaction that gives us hope for a bright future of world peace and common prosperity. August 8, 1970. Northern Luzon can be divided into 3 areas, the Ilocos at the western side, the mountain provinces at the center, and the Cagayan Valley at the eastern side. The Ilocos includes the province of La Union, Abra, Ilocos Sur and Ilocos Norte. The mountain provinces include Benguet, Mountain Province, Ifugeo, and Calanga, Apayao. The Cagayan Valley includes Nueva Vizcaya, Isabela, Cagayan, and Batanes. Batanes is a group of small lands at the northernmost tip of the region. Northern Luzon is the most mountainous region in the whole country. It is more than 90% mountains and valleys. The Cordillera mountain ranges occupy close to 2/3 of the whole region. Hills roll into the elongated Ilocos provinces and into the China Sea. The Cagayan Valley is enclosed from the north to the south through the west by the Cordilleras and blocked from the Pacific Ocean by the Sierra Madre. Excluding Batanes, the most distant points of northern Luzon lengthwise extend from Claveria, Cagayan to Santa Fe, Nueva Vizcaya by 280 kilometers and crosswise from Sta. Lucia, Ilocos Sur to Palanan, Isabela by 220 kilometers. These distances can be traversed in a number of days on foot trails and the highways and main roads. Based on the 1960 census, 9.25% of the national population is in northern Luzon. In 1970, the population should be already 3.5 million. According to the 1966 population projections, the population density of the Ilocos and Mountain Provinces is 70.3 per square kilometer and Cagayan Valley is 47.9 per square kilometer. According to the Diokno report, Northern Luzon has the lowest average income and rate of growth of average income. While the 1965 national average income is 2,541 Cuban pesos, the average income of Cagayan Valley and Batanes is 1,322 Cuban pesos and the Ilocos and Mountain Provinces is 1,633 Cuban pesos. While the national growth rate of average family income from 1957 to 1965 was 72.7%, Cagayan Valley and Batanes registered the extremely low rate of increase of 3.8% and the Ilocos and Mountain Provinces, 26.4%. These figures on average income from the reactionary government lumped together the income of all classes. So, had the income of the US-owned and US-controlled mining companies, the tobacco and rice landlords, the logging companies and other exploiters been set aside, the average family income of the proletariat and the semi-proletariat would amount to much less than those stated above. But the above figures clearly show that northern Luzon is the most poverty-stricken region in the whole country. The dominant ethnic group in the region is the Ilocano people and their language is the lingua franca of the entire region, including the mountain provinces and the foothills occupied mainly by non-Ilocano minorities. During the last 7 decades, the Ilocano people have continuously spread out wave upon wave northward into the Cagayan Valley and southward into central Luzon. They have even leaped over to Mindanao in big waves. Directly from Ilocos, they have also thrusted sidewards into the mountain provinces. Outside of northern Luzon, the Ilocano people have become numerically superior in such provinces as Pangasinan, Nueva Ecija, Tarlac, and Zambales, and in many extensive areas in Mindanao. Because of such conditions as severe exploitation of the people, a well-populated and well-vegetated mountainous and hilly terrain and a common language, all the areas of northern Luzon are extremely favorable for guerrilla warfare. U.S. imperialism, feudalism, and bureaucrat capitalism are at their worst in northern Luzon. One can easily cite the extreme poverty and the constant migration of the people, the depression of tobacco price by U.S. tobacco imports, the superprofits of the U.S. mines, the low crop share of the tenants and the usurious rates of interest in the land-scarce Ilocos and mountain provinces or in the haciendas of Cagayan Valley and the ruthlessness of armed gangs under the local warlords. All reactionary parties never fail to consider the enormous Ilocano vote that exists both in northern Luzon and in other regions. A notable fact under the present puppet republic is that 3 of the 6 presidents have been Ilocano. But these puppet chieftains and their political system have not at all raised the Ilocano people from grinding poverty. In fact, all the people of northern Luzon have unceasingly become more impoverished as the semi-colonial and semi-feudal conditions in the whole country remain unchanged and worsen. The contradiction between the local production of Virginia tobacco and the importation of the same type of tobacco from the United States has taken a turn extremely aggravating the oppression and exploitation of the peasantry in Ilocos. In the exercise of its imperialist power, the United States has dictated to the local puppet government to import more U.S. tobacco and cigarettes and to remove the subsidy for the local production of Virginia tobacco. The main advocate for the removal of this subsidy for more than a decade now is Raul Manglapus of the Christian social movement, who claims himself to be an Ilocano but who obviously wants to put the interests of the U.S. tobacco monopolies above those of the people of Ilocos. The implementer of the policy to kill the local production of tobacco is another Ilocano, Ferdinand E. Marcos, who as a congressman grew fat on the tobacco business with the collusion of Harry Stonehill, but who has now shifted his interest to the more lucrative business of importing Virginia tobacco and holding investments in sugar production and trading, favored more than ever by U.S. imperialism. The tobacco subsidy is a paltry amount in comparison with the enormous financial support that has always been extended to the sugar landlords. But a puppet government like the present has no alternative but to follow the dictation of its foreign master. Thus, it has come to pass that the local Virginia tobacco is suddenly unwanted and subject to the low price dictation of the Philasia Trading Corp., the redrying plants and their Facoma and Procoma and other merchant entities financed by Manila cigarette manufacturers. U.S. imperialism has always been antagonistic to the local production of Virginia tobacco in the Ilocos. That is why it has always prevented the railroad from reaching farther north than San Fernando, La Union. It is not only in depressing what was once a tobacco boom that U.S. imperialism oppresses and exploits the Ilocos. By imposing semi-colonial and semi-feudal conditions on the Ilocos, U.S. imperialism perpetuates a general state of backwardness and poverty. U.S. manufactured commodities dominate the local market, and Japanese goods have also invaded it. As a result of the repeated devaluation of the peso plus the depression of tobacco prices, the people of Ilocos have great difficulties purchasing basic commodities. The people of Ilocos produce hardly enough rice for their own needs, and tobacco production has restricted crop diversification. Though the Ilocos is strung along the China Sea, the fishing grounds are far from shore. Fish come from Pangasinan or as far as the SH market of Navotas, Rizal. Handicrafts, especially weaving, have been smashed a long time ago by imported U.S. commodities. About 2 decades ago, a textile factory was established in Narvacan, Ilocos Sur by the National Development Corporation, but it served only as an excuse for bureaucrat capitalists to steal government funds and was promptly crushed by the high cost of imported cotton and yarn and the continued inouw of niched fabrics from the United States. There is no manufacturing in Ilocos, with the exception of cement making in Bacnatan, La Union. The extraction of magnetite ore and other minerals from the seashores of the Ilocos is being undertaken by the Japanese. In the Ilocos, U.S. imperialism maintains several military installations. In San Fernando, La Union, it has the Poro Point Naval Station, the Wheeler Air Base, and the powerful radio transmitter of the Voice of America. The port of San Fernando, La Union is the outlet for the mineral raw materials from Benguet which are destined for the United States and Japan. In Pasaquin, Ilocos Norte, U.S. imperialism has a major air base which is secretly equipped with nuclear, chemical, and bacteriological weapons and is posed against neighboring peoples. It also has radar stations at a number of strategic points. In addition to these, it has military reservations. A number of Ilocos ports has been categorized as international ports. It is widely held that Ilocos has no big landlords. This is not true. Abra has 21 landlords owning 51 to 252 hectares of agricultural land. Ilocos Norte has 32 landlords owning 50.9 to 758 hectares. Ilocos Sur has 13 land lords owning 51 to 783 hectares. La Union has 29 landlords owning 52 to 630 hectares. There are also landlords who own less than 50 hectares. The magnitude of land in the hands of each landlords is not the sole determinant of feudalism. More importantly, it is the relations of production obtaining between the non-tilling landowners and their tenants. The exploitation of the peasantry in land-scarce areas is even more severe than in land-extensive areas. A concrete investigation of the sharecropping arrangements, usury practice, System of tribute and the high value of land will easily bear this out. A non-tilling landowner with 20 hectares is no less a landlord when he exploits his tenants. What is 50-50 sharecropping in Ilocos is actually 60 to 40 to 70 to 30 in favor of the landlord. Tenants enjoying 70 to 30 sharecropping in their favor are rare. Usury is at the rate of 20% to 100% a month. Tribute in the form of menial service, unpaid labor, or commodities such as chicken, vegetables or fruits is generally required by landlords. A hectare of land that could be bought for 4,000 Cuban pesos in central Luzon can hardly be bought for 12,000 Cuban pesos in Ilocos. The poor peasants can never hope to get their own piece of land in Ilocos. Land is so scarce here that there is actually stiff competition among the poor peasants just to become a tenant on a piece of land. The right to tenant. A piece of land is usually sold by one poor peasant to another at a high price whenever the former chooses to migrate. In many cases, feudal and semi-feudal exploitation is obscured by some familial kinship, no matter how actually distant between the landlord and the tenant and between the money lender and the debtor. In areas along the Ilocos Range, land grabbing has been perpetrated by provincial and municipal bureaucrats, especially in the course of making land surveys and determining territorial boundaries. The relative scarcity of land and the harshness of exploitation in Ilocos explain why the Ilocano people are to be found in areas beyond their ancestral homes. The landless peasants have for decades owed out of the Ilocos to the Cagayan Valley, Central Luzon, and Mindanao either to become farm workers, tenants or homesteaders. They also join the proletariat in the mines of Benguet, the cement plants of Bacnatan, the port of San Fernando, and elsewhere in the whole archipelago. U.S. imperialism has for decades hired cheap Ilocano labor for its plantations, docks and fisheries in Hawaii, the West Coast or in U.S. military bases and aboard U.S. naval vessels. The poor Ilocano peasants have been prey to recruitment into the reactionary armed forces. That is why 60% of the rank and lee in the reactionary armed forces today is Ilocano. It is ironical that these poor Ilocano peasants are pitted by U.S. imperialism and the local exploiting classes against the peasants of other provinces who have learned to GHT oppression. It is worthwhile in waging revolutionary propaganda within the counter-revolutionary armed forces to recall to the reactionary troops their miserable peasant background in the Ilocos and elsewhere. The members of the Ilocano petty bourgeoisie are acutely conscious that to maintain their status, they have to acquire formal education and acquire some government or private oaths or sink into the penury of the jobless and the landless. They have been actually the main support and at the same time the protégés of the bureaucrat capitalist factions that are the Nacionalista Party and the Liberal Party in the region. Since the emergence of warlordism in the Ilocos area, there has been an increasing awareness among them that democracy does not really exist in their provinces and hometowns. They privately condemn the abuses of bureaucrat capitalists irrespective of parties. This is especially true among the student youth, public school teachers, and lower government employees. The principal problem in the Ilocos area today takes the form of warlordism. It is bureaucrat capitalism operating on a provincial or interprovincial scale and using every fascist means to keep itself in power. Such warlords as the Crisolagos, the Ablans, and the Barberos are already bywords in the national scene because their frequent and ignorant use of armed power to abuse the people has at certain times found publicity in the Manila press. They maintain their own private armed gangs which strut about with the police and constabulary men. The reactionary armed forces and the goons combine in making a farce of the reactionary elections and in making daily extortions from the people. The Marcos fascist clique keeps these uniformed and non-uniformed criminals as its closest armed cohorts. This clique depends on them for the large-scale commission of fraud and terrorism in elections. As a matter of fact, the fascist puppet chieftain Marcos himself still directly maintains his own private armed gangs in Ilocos Norte. Under the Marcos fascist regime, warlordism has been given further blessings with the organization of the so-called provincial strike forces for counterinsurgency purposes. The warlords have been given license to commit murder, arson, rape, looting and extortion, and have been given new facilities to tighten their control over districts and provinces. They are now directly manipulated by the CIA through the first PC zone and the POLCOM, and are poised to attack the best sons and daughters of the Ilocos who have emerged to bring about revolution in their own home provinces. The booty of the warlords or bureaucrat capitalists in the Ilocos includes control and manipulation of public lands, monopoly over the tobacco trade, and the nefarious practice of tobacco misgrading, private levies on merchants, and control of coastlines for smuggling purposes. Crisolago has become most notorious in establishing the so-called tobacco blockade and in robbing the Philippine Virginia Tobacco Administration of its funds. The stakes are big enough to compel bureaucrat capitalists to commit all kinds of crimes to keep themselves in power. Warlord chieftains like Crisolago, Valdez, and Barbero have put up tobacco redrying plants in Ilocos Sur, Ilocos Norte and Abra, respectively. These serve as their economic and armed bases. With so much LTHY capital getting into their hands, they are expanding their land holdings by buying lands from coerced and bankrupt peasants and even from the decadent gentry. Security guards in their plants double up as their political goons. Warlord oppression and exploitation in the Ilocos from town to town have become so unbearable that the PLE, especially the peasant masses, are willing to GHT the landlords tit for tat. They can no longer bear the misgrading, arbitrary confiscation or non-payment of their tobacco. They can no longer bear goons and constabulary men voting on their behalf during elections. It has become utterly clear to every patriot in Ilocos that only by using guns and bolos can they free themselves of well-armed bureaucrat capitalists and their armed minions. The warlords have so excessively exposed with their unbridled abuses the anti-people and anti-democratic character of their power. To settle their own differences, they characteristically make use of armed force. The atrocity committed in Bantay, Ilocos Sur is but one instance of so many criminal abuses sworn by the people under the heels of the Philippine Constabulary and its goon partners. The courts have long become useless. Religious organizations have bared their impotency before the warlords. They could only beg Marcos, the biggest fascist puppet, to send more troops to suppress the people further. There is no more alternative for the people of Ilocos but to develop a strong underground movement and organize secret armed groups to free themselves from their powerful tormentors. To start an armed mass movement in the Ilocos, strong bases can be developed among the peasant masses and Tinggians in remote barrios on hilly and mountainous areas and also along the national highway in coordination with a strong underground in the towns. The people can easily be mobilized because the abuses of the warlords and their henchmen have become too widespread and severe. A united front against warlordism can be made with a broad range of people, including aggrieved political personalities, civic leaders so-called, and merchants. The warlords may have the illusion that they can easily control the national highway that runs through the length of Ilocos. But they certainly can never control movement on rice paddies and the mountains and hills. The revolutionary mass movement in any Ilocos province can easily coordinate with that in adjoining provinces. At any point in the Ilocos provinces, one has simply to walk 20 kilometers eastward to be in another province. Revolutionary rebels have traditionally crossed the distance between the Ilocos and Cagayan Valley through the Cordilleras. The people of the Ilocos are not bereft of revolutionary tradition. Their ancestors fought the Spanish conquistadors Tater Salcedo. In the 17th century, they joined and supported the revolts led by Almazan and Malong. The revolt of Diego Silang and his wife Gabriela after the RST half of the 18th century was the biggest and widest resistance to Spanish colonialism in Luzon before the outbreak of the Philippine Revolution in 1896. In the early part of the 19th century, the people of Ilocos repeatedly raised their arms against the wine monopoly and landlord exploitation. In the revolution against Spanish colonialism, and then against U.S. imperialism from 1896 to 1902, the people of Ilocos rose unanimously and formed large Ding contingents. The best sons and daughters of the Ilocos were in both the revolutionary leadership and rank and li. Even when the main detachments of the Philippine Revolutionary Army had been defeated, new Katipunan associations emerged in the Ilocos provinces to wage guerrilla war against the U.S. aggressor troops and the puppet constabulary. Again, when the Japanese fascists invaded the country during the last World War, the people formed guerrilla contingents which wiped out a great portion of the total Japanese soldiery and puppet forces. The unfortunate thing about this resistance was that the Yosef of North Luzon leadership was principally interested in welcoming the return of U.S. imperialism and the reimposition of imperialist and feudal rule in the Philippines. The mountain provinces. The principal problem affecting the mountain provinces is direct U.S. imperialist oppression and exploitation. Since the beginning of this century, U.S. mining interests have robbed the people of their mineral wealth and lands. In this area, huge mining camps are like independent regimes with their own armed guards and checkpoints. 2. Extract mineral wealth, the local proletariat has been subjected to wage slavery. There are now even more vigorous attempts by U.S. and Japanese mining interests to open new mines not only in Benguet but also in the three other mountain provinces, Calangayapayao, Ifugao, and Mountain Province. Th. It is shamelessly boasted by the U.S. imperialists that they brought progress and light to the mountain provinces. Their local running dogs echo the boast. But the widespread poverty of the mountain people is a clear testimony to the stagnation and backwardness imposed on them by their foreign exploiters. It is educational to repeat the story. In the beginning, the foreign exploiters had the Bible and the mountain people had gold. In the end, the mountain people have only the Bible and the foreign exploiters have all the gold. The U.S. mining companies came to Benguet practically without investing a single cent of their own. The U.S. colonial government subsidized these companies from the very beginning with taxes collected from the Filipino people. Even after the proclamation of the present puppet republic, these companies still managed to have their gold subsidy law passed. Of the gold subsidy ranging from $50 to $65 per ounce, only a measly 7.5% has been formally consigned to the workers, and yet the subsidy has always been misrepresented as a boon to the workers. The people are cheated several times over. First, huge profits are drawn from the labor of the workers, but the workers are not paid decently on the basis of the value that they create. Second, the subsidy is extended with the idea of benefiting the workers, but it is gobbled up by the company which arbitrarily determines the costs of production and always concludes that it needs the subsidy more than the workers do. Third, the cost of mining equipment, spare parts, mining chemicals, and other materials which are imported from the United States or Japan is manipulated in company accounts. Fourth, the ores or concentrates produced are destined for U.S. and Japanese companies abroad, and their actual value is understated or obscured before they leave Philippine ports. Fifth, the mining companies bring profits out of the country to U.S. investors. Sixth, if there is a yellow trade union or labor contractor around, union dues are drawn from the workers essentially for the benefit of the crooks and, therefore, of the company. A local running dog of U.S. imperialism, the Chairman General Manager of the Pampas Mountain Province Development Authority, stated in an official report and, therefore, in a serious vein the old sick joke that Benguet has a favorable international balance of trade with mineral exports outbalancing the consumption of U.S. commodities in the area. There are 10 producing mines in Benguet today. They are the Acupan and Antamok mines of Benguet Consol. Dated Inc., the Atok Big Wedge Mining Co., Benguet Exploration Incorporated, Baguio Gold Mining Co., Black Mountain Inc., Lepanto Consolidated Mining Co., Philex Mining Corp., and Sangalo and Suyak Mines of Itagon Suyak Mines Incorporated. These mines represent 36% of the total producing mines of the whole country, responsible for 90% of national gold production and 31% of national copper production. Benguet Consolidated Incorporated is the biggest gold producer and Lepanto Consolidated Mining Co. is the biggest copper producer. At least one half of Philippine copper production shall be in the mountain provinces upon the completion of the Boninge Copper Project of the Itagon Suyak Mines Incorporated, the Botilao Copper Project of the Lepanto Consol Dated Mining Co., the Copper Belt in the Mountain Province, the Batong Boe Mines in Calangayapayao, and the Amicos Macaywili Copper Project, and also upon the expansion of Black Mountain Incorporated and Philex Mining Corp. At the moment, copper concentrates with various other components are mainly exported to Japan, and only the Japanese monopoly capitalists know how much gold, silver, nickel, and other byproducts are contained. The frenzied efforts of U.S. imperialism and Japanese militarism to open new mines all over the mountain provinces have aroused the mountain people to resist. The opening of new mines entails the confiscation of communal and private lands, the depletion of the woods and destruction of watersheds, the drying up of rice fields, and the pollution of rivers by copper wastes and mining chemicals which adversely affect even those lands not directly taken over by the mining companies. The mountain people have seen the adverse effects of mining on farming in Benguet, where wide fields have been laid waste and the poor peasants have become more destitute. In several instances, the mountain people have risen up to oppose the mining companies and destroy their quarters and implements. They say that it is more honorable to die in battle than to die a slow death when their fields are laid waste. The most outstanding examples of people's resistance have been made in Balbalasang and in Tinglayan, Calangayapayao. In the former place, the people have repeatedly held demonstrations against the opening of new mines, and in the latter place the people once took up their spears and guns, surrounded the Botilao mining camp of the Lepanto Consolidated Mines Incorporated, confiscated the mining implements, sent the land grabbers and river polluters scampering away for their lives, and burned the entire camp. In this glorious instance, the struggle against U.S. imperialism, the struggle for land, and the struggle against puppetry became joined. It is fast becoming clear who are the enemies of the Igorot national minorities. They are the U.S. imperialists and their local running dogs. With its strange land and mining laws, the reactionary government insists that it has the privilege of disposing public lands and public wealth in favor of foreigners. It uses corrupt provincial and municipal officials to deceive the people. It uses the courts and the Philippine constabulary to have the people arrested, jailed, and coerced. It uses the Mountain Province Development Authority to make false and vague promises about royalties, scholarships, and barrio funds from the mining companies. It uses so-called mining associations to coerce and slander the people and grab lands in order to get a few crumbs from imperialism. While all-out violence, including a large-scale military operation, is threatened against the people, the local agents of U.S. imperialism and Japanese militarism talk of developing tourist spots in the mountain provinces as a pretext for demanding hospitality to foreign exploiters and destroyers of the people's livelihood. They talk of progress being brought to the mountain people, but they only mean outsiders enslaving the people, hiring only a few to dig the wealth from the land and putting away more people from their livelihood. The mountain provinces have a strategic value to U.S. imperialism not only because of its mineral wealth but also because political and military control of it means control of northern Luzon. That is why, in addition to operating mining camps like independent armed regimes, the U.S. imperialists maintain John Hay Air Base at Baguio City ostensibly as a rest and recreation center. This camp occupies 5.5 million square meters of highly valued urban real estate in a city abounding with the landless who are derisively called squatters in their own country. The area of the camp far exceeds the land owned by the puppet city government. U.S. imperialism also maintains the powerful transmitter of the Voice of America at Mount Sto. Tomas. It controls radar stations all over the mountain provinces. Several airstrips ostensibly under the private ownership of the Summer Institute of Linguistics, the Lutheran Church Mission and the mining companies are found in various parts of the mountain provinces and are clearly heralds for military purposes. There is not only a system of U.S. military protection for the U.S. mining companies but there is also a cultural and educational system which supports them ideologically. American and other foreign missionaries beholden to U.S. imperialism for mission funds and commodity aid run 82 private educational institutions which are well distributed all over the mountain provinces and which conduct elementary schooling to college education. 60% of the religious-run schools are run by the priests and nuns of the Congregation of the Immaculate Order, and 40% by various Protestant sects. Despite the fact that these religious institutions invoke the name of the poor heathen in soliciting contributions from various sources, they charge the highest fees and rake in the biggest prots in their schools, hospitals, printing presses, dormitories, houses and land for rent, fake cooperatives favoring farm capitalists and merchants, and other business enterprises. On top of that, they are even exempted from paying taxes. Other subversive foreign organizations which make it a point to reach the barrio level are the U.S. Peace Corps and the Japanese Overseas Cooperation Volunteers. The former specializes in meddling in the public schools and the latter in pretending to be agricultural experts. These lately are the most aggressive agencies of U.S. imperialism and Japanese militarism in aggravating the economic and political subservience and colonial mentality in the area. They have already become notorious for conducting political and economic espionage. In the Bengay mines, the proletariat can be mobilized to wage a struggle against their daily exploitation and can become conscious of their revolutionary role and the need to nationalize foreign enterprises. They can also smash the maneuvers of the Marcos puppet clique to use its dummy corporation, the Hercules Mineral and Oils, Inc., in putting up a false facade that the U.S. mining companies are already going national under the neocolonial legislation, the Investment Incentives Law. There is no liberation from imperialism so long as the foreign investors can resort to stocks manipulation and so long as mineral ores in the mountain provinces are brought to the United States or Japan under the pretext of paying for loans and interest. At the moment, U.S. and Japanese plunder of the mineral resources of the mountain people is even being intensified. There is no hope for the nationalization of the mines except by revolutionary action of the mine workers. Based on 1968 employment records, there are supposed to be around 12,000 mining workers in Bengay. Obviously, this GUR does not include temporary or probationary workers who are categorized as such for the capitalist purpose of depriving them of the basic rights of workers and extracting more prots from their exploitation. But this GUR shows immediately that it is in Bengay where the proletariat is most concentrated in northern Luzon. Though the mining camps today are armed enclaves of U.S. imperialism in northern Luzon, the proletariat can become conscious and revolutionary and can ultimately transform the mining camps into proletarian command posts. About 35% of the mining workers come from all the mountain provinces, about 33% from Pen, Gasinan and about 25% from the Ilocos and Cagayan Valley. The rest come from various parts of the country. Farm workers are also concentrated in the Benguet vegetable farms from La Trinidad to Abaton. They come from all over the mountain provinces, Pangasinan, Ilocos, and Cagayan Valley. Either they cannot be accommodated in the mines or have preferred farming to mining. They are also subjected to extreme wage slavery. They receive a monthly farm wage of 40 Cuban pesos to 70 Cuban pesos with no overtime pay for a 12-hour workday from Monday to Sunday, are put into unsanitary quarters and are subject to usury. Additional workers in Benguet are to be found in transportation, in the 2 hydroelectric plants, logging and sawmills, public works, reforestation, and construction. With the exception of the hydroelectric workers, all of these workers have their counterparts in the other mountain provinces. There is no significant manufacturing, only marginal handicrafts like basket weaving and wood carving, notwithstanding the proximity of the hydroelectric plants. Darkness reigns where the source of light is, and stagnation weighs heavily on the people where the source of power is. The biggest logging RM in Benguet is us-owned Herald Lumber Company, which supplies the wood requirements of the mines. This company is notorious for denuding the watershed of Benguet, especially that surrounding the hydroelectric plants. In all other mountain provinces, especially Calangayapayao, there is more extensive logging, but it is conducted by logging companies based in Cagayan Valley. The vast majority of the mountain people are peasants. Most of them till lands which are categorized as public lands by the puppet reactionary government. Thus, the mountain people, like all other national minorities of the whole country, are subject to the evil of land grabbing, which is perpetrated more easily in areas adjoining Cagayan Valley than in the interior, where land grabbers have to reckon with the strong tribal and intertribal unity of the people. There is extreme land scarcity in Benguet, Bontoc, and Ifugao, where the people are limited to developing agriculture in small valleys and mountain slopes. Clans resort to communal farming from generation to generation because there is not much land to divide. But still the evils of feudalism operate as in the Ilocos provinces, even on lands of less than 50 hectares which are owned by non-tillers. In Calangayapayao, there are 12 big landlords owning 50 to 1,543 hectares. In Benguet, there are 56 big landlords owning 50 hectares to 1,643 hectares. There are also 26 private mineral lands ranging in size from 52 to 703 hectares. In Ifugao, there are 8 big landlords owning 50 to 311.7 hectares. In Mountain Province, there are 15 big landlords owning 50 to 1,000 hectares. In dealing with these GERs, one should bear in mind that there are more extensive valleys suitable for agriculture in Calangayapayao than in the 3 other mountain provinces where the topography is more rugged. 70% of the rice crop of all the mountain provinces is produced in the wider elds of Calangayapayao. Though this province is considered the rice granary of the highlands, rice merchants indeed it more profitable to carry away the local rice produce to Cagayan, where wholesale transportation is more accessible. The roads linking the mountain provinces beyond the Benguet roads used by the mining companies are utterly neglected by the reactionary government. Bureaucrat oppression comes from the reactionary government center in Manila and also from the local puppet officials. Previously, the old mountain province was centered in Bontoc, and the idea was to use throughout the highlands the provincial share of the taxes paid by the mines concentrated in Benguet. Even at that time, the mountain people were already terribly deprived of these taxes from the mines by the reactionary government center in Manila. So little a share was conceded to the provincial puppet government. Now bureaucrat oppression is worse. Because the bureaucrats of Bengay are allowed to monopolize these concessions directly granted by the U.S. mining companies, and because there are now 4 sets of corrupt bureaucrats where before there was only 1 set sucking up and misappropriating public funds drawn from local taxation or congressional appropriation. Thus, the uneven development of the mountain provinces has become even worse. The old mountain province was divided into 4 provinces ostensibly for the purpose of gerrymandering, specifically for satisfying the bureaucratic aspirations of the local Igorot petty bourgeoisie. But the actual purpose was decided by U.S. imperialism and its running dogs in Manila, who thought that it was a bright idea to deprive mineral-rich Bontoc, Ifugao, and Kalangayapayao of government appropriation so that the people would be compelled to allow the opening of new mines. In other words, the sinister idea has been to make the people jump from the frying pan to the re. The bureaucratic oppressors of the mountain people are experts in manipulating public funds and public bids, and in land speculation. But they are not satisfied with the old sources of graft and corruption. They look up to the nefarious example of Bengay bureaucrats who receive sizable retainers fees from the U.S. mining companies. As a matter of fact, the bureaucrats of all the mountain provinces have already started to receive retainers fees and other concessions in payment for their efforts to maneuver the opening of new mines against the wishes and interests of the people. Ostensibly to help develop the mountain provinces, the puppet government in Manila has put up the Mountain Province Development Authority and the Greater Manila Terminal Food Market. The MPDA is nothing but a milking cow of do-nothing bureaucrats who openly suck up 80% of MPDA funds in the form of salaries and allowances and dispose 20% in dubious ways, such American Samoa honoraria, printing expenses, purchases of OS equipment and transportation expenses. The MPDA, like its counterparts in other regions of the country, is mainly a device to bribe local opinion makers into supporting the Marcos puppet clique. Thus, its head is the publisher and editor of the largest non-religious publication in northern Luzon. The MPDA has been trying to deceive the people to accept such things as the opening of new mines and the economic espionage and propaganda work of the Japanese overseas cooperation volunteers who take the guise of experts in mushroom culture and sericulture. The GMTFM, on the other hand, has only increased the costs of handling the vegetable and fruit produce of Bengay and made the cost of these commodities in Manila and other places prohibitive. The bureaucrat oppressors of the mountain people are no different from their counterparts in other parts of northern Luzon. Armed force is employed to keep them in power. The ambush of Governor Lumaug of Ifugao is nothing but a part of a struggle in which the Lumaugs themselves have employed their own armed gang. Whereas previously they merely took orders from Crisologo in committing fraud and terrorism during national elections, the top bureaucrats in the mountain provinces are now taking full initiative in organizing and directing their own armed gangs. The local bureaucratic tyrants are also involved in gambling and cattle rustling operations. The most notorious cattle rustling and robbery gang based in Bontoc and operating even in adjoining provinces is under the protection of Congressman Alfredo Saman. Despite the oppressive rule of the Christian chauvinist government, the Council of Elders at the village level is still a powerful force. The relations of villages, or rather tribes, are still governed by the Badong, a peace pact resulting from tribal conflicts. Lately, the foreign mining companies and their local running dogs are trying to divide the tribes against each other in order to pave the way for grabbing lands and establishing mines. What is needed in the mountain provinces is an anti-imperialist, anti-land grabber and anti-bureaucrat Badong to unite the entire people and assert self-determination. The mountain people have a rich revolutionary tradition. They resisted the Spanish colonizers as tenaciously as the native people of Mindanao did. That is why their ancient customs are still very distinct. It was only at the beginning of the century that a foreign power, U.S. imperialism, succeeded in controlling the mountain provinces. With the instrumentality of defeated troops in the Philippine Revolution and of religious missionaries. The U.S. imperialists used the trick of giving small gifts only to grab the huge wealth of the people. General Antonio Luna was the RST Filipino military strategist to recognize the strategic value of the mountain provinces. He had already started to take steps to convert the area into a resistance base when he was assassinated by the capitulationists in the Philippine Revolution. Aguinaldo himself in his retreat to Palanan was forced to pass through the fastnesses of the Cordilleras. It was during the anti-Japanese War of Resistance that the mountain provinces proved to be a strategic and decisive base for the Filipino people. U.S. military officers were able to impose their command on the Josefa Penel, and were able to coordinate the anti-Japanese struggle in the whole region of northern Luzon by maintaining their headquarters at varying points in the mountain provinces. By employing the mountain provinces as their rear, the people of Ilocos and Cagayan Valley resisted the Japanese. 80 to 90,000 Japanese troops, excluding puppet troops, garrisoned the whole northern Luzon. Yet the people, the guerrillas, and the Bolo men were able to kill 52,033 of them. General Yamashita himself chose to make his last stand in the mountain provinces during the last months of World War II. But the mountain people had long made their stand against the Japanese. Despite the fact that he concentrated in the mountain provinces some 120,00 to 150,00 men, including those withdrawn from other areas in Luzon, Yamashita could not hold out against the Filipino guerrillas and the mountain people who ambushed them at every turn in a terrain extremely favorable for guerrilla war. At the time of his surrender, Yamashita had only 33,000 troops left with him. The rest had been annihilated or had ed helter-skelter to Cagayan Valley. Without making active use of the Cordilleras, revolutionary bases in other parts of northern Luzon can hold out only with great difficulty. Even if the lowlands of both Ilocos and Cagayan Valley and even the Sierra Madre are put into active use, revolutionary bases therein will still have to reckon with U.S. and puppet troops that could be concentrated on the mountain provinces for vantage in the whole northern Luzon and with marine landings from the China Sea and Pacific Ocean. The revolutionary support of the mountain people, the strategic position of the mountain provinces and the extremely favorable terrain and rich vegetation of the Cordilleras are of great significance in the Philippine Revolution. There can be no secure interior line for the enemy here. Roads and countless foot trails also lead from the mountain provinces to the entire Cagayan Valley, all Ilocos provinces, Pangasinan, and Nueva Ecija, Cagayan Valley and Batanes. As in all other areas of northern Luzon and the whole country, U.S. imperialism oppresses and exploits the people of Cagayan Valley and Batanes by maintaining semi-colonial and semi-feudal conditions. The people are subjected to a cash economy where the price of manufactured commodities, especially those imported from the United States and other capitalist countries, is fast rising. At the same time, the price of rice and tobacco, which are the main products of the people, does not rise as much as that of manufactured commodities. It is only when the poor peasants have consumed their crop share and are compelled to buy from the market that the price is high. Any increase in the agriculture produce of the people is appropriated by the big compradors and landlords, the reactionary allies of U.S. imperialism. In this period of mounting ination and repeated devaluation, it has become easier to expose to the people how they are squeezed by U.S. imperialism and by the local tyrants. In the whole of northern Luzon, Cagayan Valley has the widest agricultural belts. As a matter of fact, it has long been known as the rice granary of northern Luzon. It produces a rice surplus that more than covers the grain districts of the Ilocos and mountain provinces. At the same time, it produces corn which is locally consumed mainly by the working people, especially the original inhabitants of the valley, the Ibanag, Gatang, Itas, Ilan, Gat and Yogan minorities. Tobacco for the Manila cigar and cigarette factories has also been produced since the 18th century. Despite the rice surplus and the production of tobacco, the people have not raised themselves from the morass of poverty. Neither have the exploiting classes seen it to establish any significant manufacturing industry in the area. Neither U.S. imperialism nor the present puppet government has found it necessary to extend the railways or improve the road network of Cagayan Valley. It is only lately that an effort is being made to put up the so-called Japanese Friendship Highway in conjunction with joint US-Japanese efforts to dig up the mineral riches of the area, and also in conjunction with the U.S. imperialist scheme to allow Japanese militarism to participate more speedily in counter-revolution. In World War II, the Japanese fascists made a major thrust through Apari while they kept the USAF busy in Bataan. Now with U.S. collaboration, the Japanese are making another thrust using the same route. What is obviously the present principal problem of the people of Cagayan Valley is feudalism. This fact is highly borne out by the presence of 437 big landlords, owners of at least 50 hectares, in Cagayan province. There are 263 landlords owning 50 to 99 hectares, 90 owning 100 to 199 hectares, 56 owning 200 to 499 hectares, 13 owning 500. 999 hectares, and 15 owning 1,150 to 7,037 hectares. Those who have the common notion that big haciendas exist only in central Luzon, Negros, and Mindanao should take note of the 15 biggest Cagayan landlords and their respective land holdings below. Th. 1 Melquiades Bautista 7,037. 2 Fernandez Sisters 5,000. 3 Raimundo Villaseat 3,503. 4 Benino Limshahan 3,482. 5 Susana Realty Incorporated 2,658. 6 Hawkey's Family 2,604. 7 Cornelio Bunagan 2,494. 8 Caridad Villar 2015. 9 Leonora Quequigan 2004. 10 Lope G. Rivas 2000. 11 CVAC 1923. 12 Benino Lim 1917. 13 Pablo Gavino 1402. 14 Antonio E. Lee 1368. 15 Luis Aquino 1150. Cagayan ranks 6th in the whole country in the number of landlords owning more than 50 hectares of agricultural land. It follows only such notorious bastions of landlordism as Iloilo, Negros Occidental, Quezon, Ca. Marine Sur and Nueva Ecija. It beats all the provinces of central Luzon, with the exception of Nueva Ecija. In the absence of a strong armed peasant movement or any history of land seizure by the peasants, Cagayan certainly suffers worse feudal conditions than the provinces of central Luzon. It is the province in the entire northern Luzon where an agrarian revolution can be most easily ignited. The cruelest forms of feudal exploitation are at work here. Lands are concentrated in the hands of the land lords. Usury is at the rate of 50% to 150% a month. Physical cruelty and other despotic practices are commonly enacted on the people. It is a common practice of the big landlords to maintain armed gangs on their lands. So many murders have been committed against the peasantry by the landlords with impunity. The processes by which land has become concentrated in the hands of the landlords are similar to those that have operated in Mindanao and everywhere else. Landlords from other regions, usually from the Ilocos and Sen. Trao Luzon come to buy lands cheaply from the destitute peasants. Merchants join the landlords in practicing usury and they acquire lands. Bureaucrats who are originally landlords or not at all arbitrarily title to themselves public lands, especially when they are already logged over and poor peasants have already cultivated them. In the process, they even grab lands already tilled for several generations by poor peasants. The late reactionary chieftain Quirino grabbed 1,923 hectares of Cagayan land and placed it under the name of his son-in-law, Luis Gonzalez. The history and present conditions of Cagayan province hold true for the other provinces of Cagayan Valley. However, the available figures on landlords in Isabela and Nueva Vizcaya are unreliable. In Isabela there are supposed to be 45 landlords owning 50 to 7,572.7 hectares. In Nueva Vizcaya, there are supposed to be only 11 land lords owning 63 to 3,330 hectares. In Batanes, there are 11 landlords owning 53 to 129 hectares. By implication, the credible figures for Batanes, a small group of islands, make the figures for Isabela and Nueva Vizcaya, which are provinces several times bigger, extremely incredible. For instance, the land of at least 20,000 hectares grabbed by the reactionary chieftain Marcos and falsely titled to the brother-in-law of his wife does not appear in the available list of landlords. The many ranches of large areas in these two provinces are also not listed. In the Cagayan Valley, settlers now outnumber the original inhabitants. Most of them are Ilocano, coming either directly from the Ilocos provinces or from Pangasinan or the northern districts of Nueva Ecija and Tarlac. It can be safely estimated that Cagayan Valley is now 80% Ilocano. The other settlers accounting for 10% come from the Pampango and Tagalog districts of central Luzon. The Ilocanos are all over Cagayan Valley. And there are many towns which are completely Ilocano, especially in northern Cagayan. Settlers from central Luzon are concentrated in logging areas and in such Othiel resettlement areas as the Edgar, Nara, and Laiztico. In the Othiel resettlement areas previously reserved for surrenderies from the People's Army in central Luzon, there are now more Ilocano settlers who come directly from the Ilocos and other areas of Cagayan Valley and who take the initiative of breaking new land beyond boundaries set by the puppet government for resettlement. Practically all of the poor settlers who break new lands from the public domain are open prey to land grabbers and all other kinds of exploiters. The poor settlers justly divide lands among themselves. But the reactionary government is blind to their situation and refuses to grant them titles to the land that they have developed. They can keep their lands only by uniting against the land grabbers and other exploiters who are allowed and encouraged by the reactionary government to prey on them. The reactionary government opens such resettlement areas as the Laiztico, Nara, and Edgar only to deceive the entire peasantry and to cover up for the landlord's own program of resettlement, that is to say, their own program of titling vast tracts of lands to their names without pending a single drop of sweat. Bureaucratic oppression in the entire Cagayan Valley is as cruel as in the Ilocos. Warlordism has become a well-entrenched fact in the area. It bears its teeth not only during election time but every day. The warlords command constabulary men, policemen, and their private goons to grab lands from poor settlers or protect their old holdings, to keep their logging concessions or to extort from logging companies, to extract private levies from merchants, to allow the passage of logs being smuggled out to Japan or of goods being smuggled in through the Cagayan coastline or maintain their cattle rustling syndicates. The nefarious activities of the provincial and municipal bureaucrats are too many to be detailed here. Criminality against the people is rampant in Cagayan Valley. Taking after the example of their masters and also enjoying political protection, goons, policemen, and constabulary men engage widely in robbery, rape, cattle rustling and extortion in the barrios. These are extensions of the bureaucratic tyranny sworn by the people. The Cagayan Valley has long been known as a cool-down area for the worst criminals in Ilocos. These stay with their relatives or friends who have settled here. In no time, they hire themselves out to the local bureaucrats and at the same time engage in their own criminal ventures. But criminality is not only something imported from the Ilocos or Nueva Ecija. It is bred by the kind of political system that has long reigned in Cagayan Valley as elsewhere in the whole country. There are criminal strangers, but there are more criminal natives now under the protection of the local warlords in Cagayan Valley. Put against the masses, they are only a handful. They can be struck down and be deprived of their guns to arm the masses. The vast majority of the people in Cagayan Valley, as in all other parts of northern Luzon, are peasants. There is also the proletariat, which is very distinctly in logging and sawmilling areas, ranches, tobacco warehouses and transportation lines. They suffer the worst forms of wage slavery. They are deprived of the minimum concessions long given in Manila. One distinct advantage of Cagayan Valley over the Ilocos and mountain provinces insofar as initiating revolutionary work is concerned is that cadres can easily be dispatched from central Luzon. The settlers from central Luzon are an important tactical bridge towards reaching the great Ilocano masses. What is most basic, of course, is that the land problem in Cagayan Valley is sharp enough to arouse the peasant masses to take up the revolutionary cause. The public school teachers and the student youth of Cagayan Valley are also a considerable force, as in the Ilocos and the mountain provinces. They can serve as an important channel for revolutionary ideas all over the valley, and up to the small island province of Batanes. The exploiting classes have their own severe differences. Their factional and individual differences have often led to violent incidents. These intra-class contradictions can be utilized to favor the revolutionary movement. Resort to armed force among the contending politicians and loggers is common in the Cagayan Valley. However, there is no substitute to revolutionary work among the broad masses of the people. The terrain of Cagayan Valley is extremely favorable for waging a people's war. The Cordilleras and the Sierra Madre can serve as limitless rears. Even in the midsections of the valley are smaller but well-vegetated mountains and rolling hills. So long as the people are aroused and mobilized, tactical variations for guerrilla war are limitless. In this kind of terrain, there may be the new strategic highway, the Japanese Friendship Highway, practically cutting up the huge valley into two, but there are too many points along its course that can make it a deadly highway for the enemy from several directions. The Cagayan Valley can easily compete with the mountain provinces as the death trap for the enemy in a big way. But to establish stable revolutionary bases in Cagayan Valley, there has to be an active employment of both the Cordilleras and the Sierra Madre. The active employment of these two massive mountain ranges by the PLE will mean the defeat of the enemy in northern Luzon and will determine the emergence of regular mobile units all over the plains of central Luzon, where the enemy at present has concentrated his forces and where he can most easily dispose them in a mechanized way by land or by air. On the grand scale of northern Luzon, the enemy can never be sure of a secure interior line even if he applies the militarist theory of acreage and deploys as many as 200,000 men here. In the mountainous areas, U.S. air and naval power can be rendered futile. Being able to employ a large manpower on the ground is a political question. Even at the present stage, U.S. imperialism is already greatly weakened by revolutionary wars all over the world, and the Philippine puppet government could hardly maintain 50,000 men to impose its tyranny over the entire archipelago. The people of Cagayan Valley have a revolutionary tradition. In 1596, Magalat led a powerful revolt against Spanish colonialism. The people of Nueva Vizcaya and then the people of Cagayan raised the banner of revolt in 1621 and 1625-27, respectively. In 1660, Malang was able to extend his revolt from Pampanga and Ilocos to Cagayan. Since the middle part of the 18th century, the people of Cagayan Valley repeatedly rose up against the tobacco monopoly. The people of Cagayan Valley vigorously joined the Philippine Revolution of 1896. They annihilated the Spanish tyrants and drove away the friars and tobacco companies exploiting them. In the Filipino-American War, the PEO-PLE continued to GHT heroically. The revolutionary forces in the area were so strong that the Aguinaldo government made a retreat to it. In the war against U.S. imperialism, the people of Isabela were among the last to be quelled in northern Luzon by the U.S. aggressor troops and their puppet constabulary men. During World War II, the guerrilla leaders of Cagayan Valley coordinated directly with other guerrilla forces all over northern Luzon, including Pangasinan. The guerrilla leaders of Cagayan Valley launched the most successful raids on Japanese military installations. The Japanese were always kept busy on a wide front. The guerrilla detachments in northern Luzon that remained intact and grew strong from the beginning to the end of the war operated between the Cordilleras and the Sierra Madre. The old Communist Party committed a major mistake by failing to dispatch even only a small number of cadres to Cagayan Valley during the war. Lack of a correct orientation on northern Luzon prevented the old party from doing so. The Josefa Panel guerrilla leaders were only a few at the beginning. Cadres of the Hukbala Hop could have easily based themselves among the settlers from central Luzon at the beginning. The mistake during the anti-Japanese war was repeated during the period of 1946 to 1950. When it was tardily decided in 1950 that the People's Army developed People's War in Cagayan Valley, the few hundreds of Red Deers dispatched here were not correctly guided and were immediately broken up into squad-size units without any reliable base. They were spread out thinly to distant points to fend for themselves without any RM orientation that the People's War was protracted and that there was no substitute for taking the mass line. As roving rebel bands, some small units penetrated the mountain provinces without any understanding of the local people. The traitor Luis Tarek, who was assigned to Cagayan Valley in 1951, completely underestimated its strategic value and chose to from the struggle and surrender. Conclusion. This report is an initial attempt towards the integration of the universal truth of Marxism-Leninism Mao Zedong thought with the concrete conditions of northern Luzon. On the basis of this general study, we may start to consider a program of action for the entire region or a local adaptation of the program for a people's democratic revolution of the Communist Party of the Philippines. Closer investigation by cadres who go into more particular areas will certainly see conditions more sharply. But the party must have an overall view of northern Luzon in order to be able to dispose a limited number of cadres and resources most wisely at this early stage. Our knowledge of northern Luzon will certainly be further enriched by further practical work. This report is, therefore, essentially an initial guideline for further study and work in the region. This report was drawn not by simply poring over books. The reporter made a survey of northern Luzon and stayed in particular areas to make a concrete investigation. The projection is made in this report that the People's Army can and will annihilate the enemy in a big way in northern Luzon. The projection is further made that the annihilation of the enemy in this region will determine the emergence of regular mobile warfare in the wide plains of central Luzon. These projections are not mere conjectures drawn from sheer imagination. They are drawn from past history and a comprehension of present problems, such as the concentration of enemy forces in central Luzon from Fort Magsaysay to Subic Bay. It was in northern Luzon that the biggest number of Japanese fascist troops in the whole country was annihilated during World War II. The number of casualties inflicted on the Japanese Imperial Army by the guerrillas of this area was several times more than that inflicted by the guerrillas of central Luzon. The rapid advance of the Hukbalahap in central Luzon from early October 1944 to the conclusion of the war depended to a great extent on the withdrawal of Japanese troops from central Luzon to the mountain provinces during that period and the subsequent defeats inflicted on these invaders here. It is necessary to know the past and present circumstances in order to draw correctly an outline of future developments. Chairman Mao teaches us, you can't solve a problem. Well, get down and investigate the present facts and its past history. When you have investigated the problem thoroughly, you will know how to solve it. Cadres assigned to regional work should have an overall view of their respective regions. They should make overall as well as specific reports to leading organs. After a reasonable period of time of making specific reports, they should strive to draw an overall picture of their regional sphere to help the Central Committee in its strategic thinking. There is the illusion among some cadres that conducting revolutionary work is only to be constantly on the move in local work without pausing to sum up and study their practical work. They even fail to make the appropriate specific reports on their work to leading organs. The result is that there is lack of direction in their work and the leading organs themselves become deprived of substantial knowledge to guide general work. All work without study is as bad as all study without work. According to Chairman Mao, for those charged with directing work, the basic method of knowing conditions is to concentrate on a few cities and villages according to a plan and, using the fundamental viewpoint of Marxism, i.e., the method of class analysis, make a number of thorough investigations. Organizational Guide. An outline of reports. April 1971. Forward. The Organizational Guide and Outline of Reports shows members of the Communist Party of the Philippines how to integrate and supervise the work on basic levels. It lays stress on the need for basic organizations and their leadership to submit reports to higher party organs. The Central Committee prepared this guide for implementation by the National Operations Command of the New People's Army and the regional party committees. This guide should be discussed by all party branches and groups, squads, and platoons of the New People's Army, and cadres in the organs of political power and mass organizations. It is necessary for those taking the primary course to study the subject of basic organizational work and report based on the text of the Organizational Guide and Outline of Reports. Party cadres and members are expected to give their opinions and suggestions on how to improve this guide on the basis of their own revolutionary practice. The principle of democratic centralism should be studied and implemented in our organizational life. In this regard, let us refer to Article 4 of our party constitution. Section 1. The structure of the party shall be based on the principle of democratic centralism, meaning to say, centralism based on democracy and democracy under centralized leadership. The basic condition shall be as follows. Leading organs of the party at all levels shall be elected and shall be responsible to the party organization or conference that elected them. After free and thorough discussion, decisions taken by the party shall be implemented without exception. Leading organs of the party shall always pay close attention to the reports and views of lower party organizations and of the masses of party members, and they shall constantly study concrete experiences and render prompt assistance in solving problems. Lower party organizations shall give regular and special reports about their work to the organization above them and shall request instructions promptly concerning problems which require the decision of a higher party organization. All party organizations shall follow the principle of collective leadership and all important questions shall be decided collectively. Guide to self-analysis for candidate members. A. Life history and personality. 1. State the date of your birth, place of birth, the places where you have stayed for at least 6 months during the last VE years, the languages or dialects you can speak, schools attended, occupation for the last VE years, and special knowledge, skills, or training. 2. State the occupation and political orientation of your close relatives by blood as well as relatives by marriage, and at least 10 of your closest friends during the last VE years. Cite those who are particularly counter-revolutionary and those who are revolutionary or those you can help develop to become revolutionaries. 3. Relate your class origin and the development of your ideology and political consciousness. 4. State what you can do for the party at present and in the future regarding party building, armed struggle and the National United Front. B. Political record. 1. State all the organizations you have joined for the last VE years and give back ground information on these and the work you have undertaken therein. 2. State your reason for desiring to join the party and the concrete circumstances that made you decide to join. 3. Give a full account of your involvement in the mass revolutionary movement. 4. State your present personal condition in relation to the political work you have done for the mass revolutionary movement. See ideology. 1. Answer the basic questions regarding materialist philosophy, dialectical materialism, historical materialism, political economy, imperialism, international communist movement, Philippine history, basic problems of the Filipino people, new democratic revolution in the Philippines, history of the Communist Party of the Philippines and the New People's Army, program and constitution of the party, rules of the New People's Army and the organs of political power. 2. State frankly the points you want to be clarified regarding Marxism-Leninism, Mao Zedong thought, Philippine society and revolution, and the strategy and tactics of the Communist Party of the Philippines. 3. Explain the present balance of forces in the world and in the Philippines. 4. Give practical suggestions on how the party in general and the organization or unit to which you belong can be strengthened ideologically, politically, and organizationally based on your present understanding of the mass revolutionary movement. Required readings for candidate members. 1. 5 golden rays. 2. Quotations from Chairman Mao Zedong. 3. Philippine Society and Revolution. 4. Guide for cadres and members of the Communist Party of the Philippines. 5. Current major decisions of the Central Committee. 6. Organizational guide and outline of reports. 7. On People's War. NB. This guide to self-analysis shall serve as an outline for any set of questions that may be asked by the party member assigned to evaluate the candidate member. The 2 party members who recommend the candidate member shall be responsible for his/her education and actions. Pertinent provisions of the Constitution of the Communist Party of the Philippines. A. Article 2, Membership. B. Article 3, Rights and Duties of Members. C. Article 4, Structure and Principles of Party Organization. D. Article 7, Basic Organization of the Party. E. Article 8, Party Groups in Mass Organizations. F. Article 9, The Party's Relationship with the New People's Army. G. Article X, Party Finances. Clarification of the tasks of the party branch leadership. A. The Executive Committee shall 1. Carry out and propagate the political line, the policies and directives of higher party organs. 2. Discuss and decide the policies, plans and work of the party branch between meetings of the entire branch. 3. Evaluate candidate members of the party branch and approve their full membership. 4. Create positions or other committees under the Executive Committee or Secretariat in order to implement specific tasks. B. The Secretariat shall supervise the daily activities of the party branch. 1. The Secretary shall act as political officer, chief representative, and spokesman of the branch. Call the general meetings of the branch, the Executive Committee and the Secretariat, and Set an example to the party members and the people. 2. The Deputy Secretary for Organization shall supervise the groups of the branch and the party groups in the organs of political power and in local mass organizations. Take over as secretary if the latter is unable to carry out his duties, and see to it that all members attend the meetings of the branch. 3. The Deputy Secretary for Education shall supervise the continuous study of Marxism-Leninism, Mao Zedong thought and the Philippine Revolution by candidate members and full party members of the branch, and see to it that publications and other reading materials are available to all the sections in the branch. The members in the Executive Committee shall be from VE to 11 based on the total number of members in the branch. If only 3 members constitute a branch, it is desirable that they form a provisional secretariat until the number of members in the branch reaches 7 and they can elect the Executive Committee and Secretariat. Guide for building organs of political power. In the present People's War, it is important to underscore the building of organs of political power by the masses in the countryside. This is because the conditions in the countryside allow us to annihilate the forces of the enemy and establish organs of political power, thus paving the way for the seizure of power in the whole country and the complete establishment of the system of people's democracy in the countryside. As an answer to the democratic demands of the present stage of the revolution, the organs of the people's political power in the countryside are by nature a government of the united front against feudalism. In establishing organs of political power in the countryside, it is important to emphasize the class policy of relying mainly on the poor peasants and the farm workers, striving to win over the middle peasants and neutralizing the rich peasants. Also take into account the workers and teachers and other democratic elements residing in the barrio. First step. Establish the barrio organizing committee after social investigation. A. Organizing the barrio organizing committee. 1. Choose from the ranks of the people the most advanced elements who are capable of leading and uniting with the majority. 2. After having been thoroughly evaluated and given tasks, VE to 10 of them shall be elected to compose the committee which shall in turn elect the leadership. 3. The VE officers are the chairman, vice chairman, secretary, treasurer, and defense chief. The chairman shall be directly responsible for the implementation of the necessary tasks and the mobilization of the committee members. The vice chairman shall take the place of the chairman in times of necessity and shall perform other functions assigned to him by the chairman. The secretary shall make the records and keep the records of the committee. The treasurer shall take charge of the finances of the committee. The defense chief shall take charge of the security of the barrio and the propaganda unit and, at the start, shall be the only one who will have direct contact with defense members. All the committee members shall have the equal right to request for a meeting and to bring up or discuss problems. 4. Choose the prospective candidate members and full members of the party. B. Duties of the barrio organizing committee. 1. Arouse the masses on the need for unity in order to solve their problems. 2. Prepare the components for the organization of the BOC. Mass organizations of peasants, workers, youth, women, and children, and those being developed to become members of the BOC. 3. Prepare the masses for armed struggle. 4. Explain to the masses the vital role they play in the people's democratic revolution. By supporting and assisting the party and the new People's Army, and by joining the armed struggle. 5. Keep watch on the enemy's movements and give timely information to the comrades and the masses. See methods of mobilization. 1. Hold indignation meetings against the enemies of the people. 2. Hold study meetings on the problems of the masses. 3. Solve day-to-day problems. 4. Watch, eliminate, and suppress the enemies of the people such as abusive landlords and officials, cattle rustlers, extortionists, bandits, and troublemakers. 2. Advanced step. Establish the Barrio Revolutionary Committee based on the following conditions. 1. On the mobilization of the masses. The barrio has been consolidated and the enemies of the people eliminated or suppressed. Land rent and loan interest have at least been reduced. Mass organizations of peasants, workers, youth, women, and children, or at least a majority of these have been established. The VE committees under the BRC, namely the Committees on Organization, Education, Defense, Economy, and Health, have been prepared. 2. On the party, a branch of the party has already been formed in the barrio which can function within the BRC itself. The existence of the party group in the BRC and in the New People's Army is an armation of the proletarian leadership. The party leadership is proven by good deeds for the benefit of the people. It is desirable that 1/3 of the BRC are party members. A. Methods of organizing the BRC. 1. Hold an election to be attended by heads of families and leaders of mass organizations under the supervision of the party branch. 2. Let the whole barrio elect the overall committee of the BRC of 15 members. 3. Let the overall committee elect the overall chairman and the chairman of the VE committees. 4. The elected chairman of the VE committees shall recommend to the BRC those who will compose their committees. The members are drawn from the masses. 5. Anyone may be removed from his position any time in accordance with the desire of the majority of the PEO, PLE and the decision of the BRC. B. Duties of the BRC. 1. Serve as the organ of political power in the barrio. 2. Take charge of the organization, education, defense, economy, and health of the barrio. 3. Administer the people's court. 4. Keep watch on the activities of the enemy and furnish the comrades and the masses with timely information. See duties of the leaders and committees. 1. Leaders. The overall chairman shall act as the head of the BRC and the coordinator of the VE committees. The chairman of the organization committee shall be the overall deputy chairman. He shall coordinate the mass organizations and shall perform other functions assigned him by the chairman. The chairman of the education committee shall act as secretary of the BRC. The chairman of the committee on economy shall act as treasurer of the BRC. Each chairman of the VE BRC committees shall take charge of his committee. 2. Committees. The organization committee shall take charge of establishing and coordinating various mass organizations, like those of the peasants, farm workers, youth, women, and others. The education committee shall take charge of raising the class and revolutionary consciousness of the masses and the administration of schools. The defense committee shall take charge of internal order and of suppressing the enemies of the people. It shall also take charge of the militia or self-defense units as a pillar of the local political power and as reserve force and reinforcement for the people's army. The Committee on Economy shall take charge of advancing production and cooperation, and of supporting the revolutionary armed force and government. The Health Committee shall take charge of medical work and public hygiene in the barrio. In the factories, mines, logging concessions, and transportation lines. At present, less than 1/10 of the entire workers in the Philippines is unionized. As such, 3 posse milities will confront the cadre in the places of work. First, the workers have no union. Second, there is a yellow union. Third, there is a sympathetic union. In each case, the genuine and revolutionary leadership of the proletariat should eventually prevail on the basis of conscientious work. First step. Establish the workers' organizing committee in the place or line of work after a social investigation. A. Organizing the WOC. 1. Choose from the ranks of workers the most advanced elements who are capable of leading and uniting with the majority. 2. After having thoroughly evaluated them and, at the same time that they are politicized and given tasks, at least VE of them shall be elected to compose the committee which will in turn elect the leadership. 3. The VE officers are the chairman, vice chairman, secretary, treasurer, and defense chief. The chairman shall be directly responsible for the implementation of the necessary tasks and the mobilization of the committee members. The vice chairman shall take the place of the chairman in times of necessity and shall perform other functions assigned him by the chairman. The secretary shall make the records and keep the records. The treasurer shall take charge of the finances of the whole committee. The defense chief shall take charge of the security of the workers. All the committee members shall have the equal right to request for a meeting and bring up or discuss problems. 4. Select the prospective candidate members and full members of the party. B. Duties of the WOC. 1. Arouse the workers on the need for unity and for a genuine union. 2. Explain to the workers their leadership in the People's National Democratic Revolution. 3. Prepare the workers for self-defense and for uniting with the democratic classes, especially the peasant class. 4. Keep watch on the enemy's movements and give timely information to the comrades and the masses. See methods of mobilization. 1. Hold study meetings on the problems of the workers and on the listing of demands. 2. Hold indignation meetings against the enemies of the people. 3. Prepare for the organization of a genuine union. 4. Solve day-to-day problems. 2. The advanced step. Organize a genuine workers' union based on the following conditions. 1. On the mobilization of the masses. The union can already carry out a strike supported by the majority or can secure the demands of the workers. The proper leadership and committees within the union have been formed. The workers are ready to join general mass actions. 2. On the party, a party branch has been formed within the union and have party groups under the branch. The party leadership is proven by deeds for the benefit of the workers. A. Methods of building a genuine union. The method of building a genuine union is based on the needs of the workers in each specific place of work. The workers shall GHT for their rights and use these to thwart the reactionary schemes against the workers. B. Duties of the genuine union. Instill the revolutionary idea and leadership of the working class and GHT for the economic rights of the work. ERS. C. Duties of the party branch. 1. Provide secret leadership to the activities of the union. 2. Send to the countryside workers who are ready to join or should join the new People's Army. 3. Broaden the overall mass actions of the workers in coordination with those of the other democratic classes. In high schools, colleges, and universities. The student, youth and teachers in the high school, colleges, and universities play a very decisive role in propagating the national democratic revolution throughout the country. From their ranks, cadres may be drawn for the party and the new People's Army for tasks in the countryside and other places. First step. Establish the school organizing committee after an investigation. A. Organizing the SOC. 1. Select from the ranks of teachers, student, and workers in the school the most advanced elements who are capable of leading and uniting with the majority. 2. After having thoroughly evaluated them and, at the same time that they are politicized and given tasks, v. of them shall be elected to compose the SOC, which will in turn elect the leadership. 3. The VEOCers are the chairman, vice chairman, secretary, treasurer, and defense chief. 4. All the committee members have the equal right to request for a meeting and bring up or discuss problems. 5. Select the prospective candidate members and full members of the party. B. Duties of the SOC. 1. Arouse the masses on the need for unity in order to solve their problems. 2. Prepare the masses for armed struggle through propaganda. 3. Make known to the masses of students and teachers the important role they play in the revolution, giving assistance to the party and the new People's Army, and joining the armed struggle. 4. Keep watch on the activities of the enemy and give to comrades and the masses timely information. See methods of mobilization. 1. Hold secret meetings to study the problems of the students and teachers and the people in general. 2. Solve day-to-day problems. 3. Monitor enemy activities and anti-people propaganda of the enemy and submit reports of these to the concerned unit or person. 4. Gather support from the people. 5. Foil the attempt to utilize ROTC and PMT as reserve forces of the enemy. 6. Establish a branch of a legal national democratic organization, build a new local organization with similar objectives, or join an existing school organization and develop its objectives. The advanced step. Organize a party branch when there are already 3 party members in the school. In barrios in the city and town. The difference between the barrios in the city and in the town on one hand, and the majority of the barrios, on the other, is this: different classes live in the former, while in the latter it is certain that the most numerous dense are peasants. The first step. Form the community organizing committee after an investigation. A. Organize the COC. 1. Elect from the ranks of the people the most advanced elements who are capable of leading and uniting with the majority. 2. After having thoroughly evaluated them and, at the same time that they are politicized and given tasks, v. of them shall be elected to compose the COC, which will in turn elect the leadership. 3. The VEOsers are the chairman, vice chairman, secretary, treasurer, and defense chief. 4. All the committee members have the equal right to request for a meeting and bring up or discuss problems. 5. Select the prospective candidate members and full members of the party. B. Duties of the COC. 1. Arouse the masses on the need for unity in order to solve their problems. 2. Prepare the masses for armed struggle through propaganda. 3. Explain to the masses the role they play for the revolution, giving assistance to the party and the new People's Army, and joining the armed struggle. 4. Keep watch on the activities of the enemy and give timely information to the comrades and the masses. See methods of mobilization. 1. Hold secret meetings to study the problems of the masses. 2. Solve day-to-day problems. 3. Watch, eliminate, and suppress the enemies of the people. 4. Enlist the aid of the people in the city and town. 5. Form a branch of a legal national democratic organization, build a new local organization with similar objectives, or join an existing community organization and develop its objectives. 2. The advanced step. Organize a party branch when there are already 3 party members in the community. Guide for the revolutionary mass organizations. Mass organizations of 1. Workers, 2. Peasants, 3. Youth, 4. Women, and 5. Children that are devoted to the revolutionary cause may be formed in the localities by party cadres of a local party branch, a party group in a squad of the People's Army, or a national, regional, or provincial mass organization. Local organizations that had been formed by the masses may also be made into organizations devoted to the revolutionary cause instead of forming a new organization. The real names of the mass revolutionary organizations are the following. 1. Association of Patriotic Workers, 2. Association of Patriotic Youth, 4. Association of Patriotic Women, and 5. Association of Patriotic Children. In order to conceal the illegal nature of these mass organizations while engaging in legal activities, other names may be used. To ensure the revolutionary nature of these local mass organizations, the party cadres should form party groups in these mass organizations. These party groups are expected to provide correct leadership to these mass organizations. To discharge effectively their revolutionary duties, these local mass organizations should wholeheartedly help in the creation, strengthening and mobilization of the local organs of political power, especially in the countryside. The leading activists in the local mass organizations should be included in the local organs of political power. The leadership of each mass organization is usually composed of the chairman, vice chairman, secretary, treasurer, and others, or their equivalent. Inasmuch as the existing organizations can be used, there should be flexibility in the position and the form of leadership. 1. Association of Patriotic Workers. A. The members are composed of those who receive wages as industrial workers, farm workers, and others. They may be working in diarrhea factories or may belong to diarrhea unions but live in the same community. B. The duties of the Association of Patriotic Workers are: 1. Unite all the workers in a locality under the banner of the People's Democratic Revolution. 2. Develop cadres and party members among the workers in order to build genuine workers' unions and party branches in their respective places of work. 3. Undertake revolutionary studies. 4. Propagate the idea of a general workers' strike. 5. Recruit reddites from the ranks of the workers, and 6. Seek reasonable financial, technical and other forms of aid from the workers for the revolution. 2. Association of Patriotic Peasants. A. Most of its members are poor peasants and lower middle peasants and leading activists from the middle peasants. Sometimes, the cadres may end illegal peasant associations formed by national reformist associations. These may be turned into revolutionary peasant associations. B. The duties of the Association of Patriotic Peasants are: 1. Unite all the poor peasants, win over the middle peasants and neutralize the rich peasants in the struggle for national liberation and agrarian revolution. 2. Recruit cadres and party members from the poor and middle peasants who will be pillars of the Barrio Revolutionary committees. 3. Help in organizing struggle meetings against the exploiters and GHT for rent and interest reduction, and if possible the confiscation of land or the non-payment of land rent to the landlords. 4. Undertake revolutionary studies. 5. Recruit red fighters from the peasant class, and 6. Increase and develop production and farm cooperatives in order to help the revolutionary struggle. 3. Association of Patriotic Youth. A. The members are composed of young men and women from 14 to 25 years. Sometimes, party cadres may end youth associations that had been organized by the youth for various reasons. These should all be converted into revolutionary youth organizations. B. The duties of the Association of Patriotic Youth are: 1. Unite all the young men and women under the banner of the People's Democratic Revolution. 2. Prepare or develop cadres and party members from the ranks of the youth. 3. Create among the youth a powerful reserve force for the new People's Army. 4. Undertake revolutionary studies, and 5. Tap funds from cultural presentations and productive work of the youth. 4. Association of Patriotic Women. A. The members are composed of all the women in the community. In reality, they constitute half of the population and therefore play a very important role. They are usually neglected in our revolutionary work. B. The duties of the Association of Patriotic Women are: 1. Unite all the women under the banner of the People's Democratic Revolution. 2. Turn them into active participants in the revolution. 3. Develop cadres and party members among the ranks of the women. 4. Encourage the women to help each other solve their day-to-day problems. 5. Undertake revolutionary studies, and 6. Mobilize the women to support the revolutionary movement in the task suited to women. 5. Association of Patriotic Children. A. The members are composed of children from 7 to 13 years. They should be guided by party members or activists in the youth and women associations. B. The duties of the Association of Patriotic Children are: 1. Unite the children under the People's Democratic Revolution. 2. Undertake simple tasks for the revolution. 3. Import revolutionary knowledge to the primary and intermediate education, and 4. Popularize revolutionary slogans, stories, and songs. Preliminary report of the party group in a squad of the New People's Army for the Secretariat of the Party and Political Department of the New People's Army. 1. Date of the establishment of the party group. 2. Areas of operation. 3. Full members. Nom de guerre. Date of induction as candidate member. Date of induction as full member. Date of induction into the New People's Army. Class origin and previous occupation. Previous work in the revolutionary movement. Combat readiness and discipline. Previous studies about the revolution. Special knowledge, skills, and abilities. 4 candidate members. Struggle names. Date of induction as candidate member. Date of induction into the New People's Army. Class origin and previous occupation. Previous work in the revolutionary movement. Combat readiness and discipline. Previous studies about the revolution. Special knowledge, skills, and abilities. 5 deputy secretaries for organization and education. 6 past, present, and future studies of the squad. Topics. Document used. Dates of schooling. 7 meetings for the implementation of political, military, and economic democracy. Topics. Dates of meetings. Decisions. 8 meetings on criticism and self-criticism. Main problems of the squad, give details if necessary. Dates of meetings. 9 plans of the party group in the squad. 4. The study of Marxism-Leninism, Mao Zedong thought and the Philippine Revolution. Training in various kinds of work. The various kinds of meetings in the squad. Arranging the daily life of the squad. Propaganda work among the masses. The establishment of organs of political power. The establishment of party branches in the localities and party groups in the barrio organizing committees. And the barrio revolutionary committees. The establishment of party branches groups in mass organizations of peasants, workers, youth, women, etc. Arranging the organization, education, livelihood, defense, and health of the masses. The annihilation of the enemy, reactionary troops, oppressive big landlords and overseers, evil authorities. 6. Sias robbers and other bad elements. 10 party branches in the localities where the squad operates. Secretary of the party group. Or secretary of the platoon. Date of the report. The party group in the squad of the New People's Army shall have an acting secretariat. The political officer shall act as secretary of the group. When the squad reaches the level of a platoon or when 3 adjacent squads concentrate, the party branch may be temporarily based on the platoon. The leaders who are party members shall elect the executive committee, and this committee shall elect the secretary, deputy secretary for organization and deputy secretary for education to form the secretariat. If there is a party branch on a level higher than a squad, the political officer of the squad shall be considered as head of the party group. Preliminary report of the local party branch. 1. Date of the establishment of the branch. 2. Place. 3. The group or cadre in charge of the establishment. 4. Full members. Nom de guerre. Date of induction as candidate member. Date of induction as full member. Class origin and present occupation. Tasks in the revolutionary movement. Combat readiness and discipline. Previous studies about the revolution. Special knowledge, training, or abilities. 5 candidate members. Nom de guerre. Date of induction as candidate member. Class origin and present occupation. Tasks in the revolutionary movement. Combat readiness and discipline. Previous studies about the revolution. Special knowledge, training, and abilities. 6 members of the executive committee. 7 secretariat. Secretary. Deputy secretary for organization. Deputy secretary for education. 8 past, present, and future studies of the branch. Topics. Documents used. Dates of schooling. 9 criticism and self-criticism meetings. Main problems of the party branch, give details if necessary. Dates of meetings. 10 plans of the party branch. 4. Studying Marxism-Leninism, Mao Zedong thought and the Philippine Revolution. Increasing the members and candidate members of the party. Giving aid and information to the New People's Army. Training new recruits of the New People's Army. Leading the organs of political power. Leading the mass organizations of peasants, workers, youth, and women. Arranging the organization, education, defense, and health of the masses. Establishing party groups among mass organizations. Establishing local party branches in adjacent barrios. Cadre in charge of organizing branch. Secretary. Date of report. Preliminary report of the party group in the mass organization to the party secretariat. 1. Date of the establishment of the party group. 2. Nature and scope of the work of the mass organization. 3. Full members. Nom de guerre. Date of induction as candidate member. Date of induction as full member. Class origin and present occupation. Tasks in the revolutionary movement. Combat readiness and discipline. Previous studies about the revolution. Special knowledge, training, or abilities. 4 candidate members. Nom de guerre. Date of induction as candidate member. Class origin and present occupation. Tasks in the revolutionary movement. Combat readiness and discipline. Previous studies about the revolution. Special knowledge, training, and abilities. 5. The Secretariat. Secretary. Deputy Secretary for Organization. Deputy Secretary for Education. 6. Past, present, and future studies of the party group. Topics. Documents used. Dates of schooling. 7. Criticism and self-criticism meetings. Main problems of the party branch group, give details if necessary. Dates of meetings. 8. Plans of the party branch group. 4. Studying Marxism-Leninism, Mao Zedong thought and the Philippine Revolution. Increasing the members and candidate members of the party. Giving aid and information to the New People's Army. Training new recruits of the New People's Army. Cooperating with the local organs of political power. Establishing party groups in different departments and levels of mass organizations. Secretary. Date of report. Clarification of the tasks of the squad and leadership of the squad of the New People's Army. It is important for the squad of the New People's Army to know its tasks in general as well as the tasks of every member in its leadership, so as to determine the responsibility of everyone in order that the general tasks of the squad should not be overlooked. A. Tasks of the whole squad. 1. Based on the concrete investigation of the areas of operation, explain to the masses the aim of the national revolution in order to arouse, mobilize, and organize them against U.S. imperialism, feudalism and bureaucrat capitalism. 2. Build the organs of political power of the people. 3. Wipe out and punish enemy troops, oppressive landlords, informers, local goons, outright bandits and gangsters, and other bad elements. 4. Build and consolidate guerrilla bases and guerrilla zones. 5. Based on the concrete condition, implement the agrarian revolution. 6. Recruit newcomers for the New People's Army and give them primary political and military training. 7. Lead in organizing and training militia and self-defense units under the Defense Committee. 8. Help the masses solve their day-to-day problems. 9. Join in production to sustain itself and to lighten the burden of the people. 10. Hold study, summing up, criticism and self-criticism meetings in the squad. B. Duties of members of the leadership. The leadership of the squad is composed of 1. The commander, 2. Deputy commander, 3. Political officer, 4. Logistic officer and 5. Health officer. 1. Duties of the commander. Act as overall leader of the squad and as such be directly responsible for the implementation of the tasks as assigned to the squad by the higher command. Take charge of the military operations of the squad and decide on military problems. Lead in mass work and in building organs of political power. Lead in looking after the members of the squad in economy, equipment, health, security, and solving internal problems. Strengthen party leadership in the army, democratic actions, and conscious discipline. Call study, summing up, criticism and self-criticism meetings to raise the ideological and political level of the squad and to improve its revolutionary work. Lead in heightening revolutionary heroism, sincerity, tirelessness, and courage in successive battles. Prepare the necessary reports to the higher level. 2. Duties of the Deputy Commander. Assume the duties of the commander when the occasion so demands or in circumstances where the commander is not in a position to discharge his duties. Assist the commander in accomplishing the tasks assigned to the squad by the higher command. Assist the commander in looking after the welfare of the squad members. Perform other tasks as may be assigned to him. 3. Duties of the political officer. Organize and lead the party group in the squad and ensure that there is collective decision in solving problems. Ensure the implementation of policies and directives of higher party organs. Lead in organizing local party branches in accordance with the building of local organs of political power. Lead the party group in holding study meetings and receive educational materials from higher political departments. Ensure that there is political, military, and economic democracy within the People's Army, and prepare reports for the political department of the National Operational Command. 4. Duties of the logistic officer. Take care of the equipment and funds of the squad. Prepare and keep records and accounts of the overall expenses of the squad and submit a report to the commander as scheduled. Collect and inventory arms and other things confiscated from the enemy. Attend to possible sources of equipment and funds for the squad. 5. Duties of the health officer. Attend to the health of comrades and the masses. Collect and store the proper medicines, especially for emergency use. Answer RST aid calls from comrades and the masses. Take charge of calling the doctor or sending a sick comrade to the doctor. NB. It will be noted that the RST2 leaders of the squad are called Commander and Deputy Commander, although it is not yet of company size. This is to keep in mind the development of the present squads to company level. Guide for preparing the report of the Armed Propaganda Unit. Kinds of reports to be prepared. I report on investigation. 2 monthly reports. 3 various special reports. 4 special battle report. Report on investigation. The report on investigation is prepared immediately after a thorough investigation of the conditions in the area of operation, and the report shall continue as the area expands. It is also necessary to prepare these reports on the areas which have not yet been reported. Barrio, town, and province. 1. Population and number of houses. 2. Barrio captain and members of the barrio council and their social classes, size of the land they till or own, and their party affiliation. 3. Big landlords, overseers, and landlords owning 10 or more hectares. 4. Number of poor peasants, middle peasants, and rich peasants. 5. Number of barrio teachers, ages, and grades they are teaching. 6. Non-peasants living in the barrio who are working within or outside the barrio. 7. System of land sharing or rent. 8. System of usury. 9. Other forms of feudal and semi-feudal exploitation. 10. Hated big landlords, land grabbers, usurers, overseers, and persons in authority residing within or outside the barrio, and their urgences and activities against the people. 11. Bad elements like cattle rustlers, extortionists, robbers, rapists and other criminals. 12. Owners of rearms and their status and political activities. 13. Former and present residents of the barrio connected with the reactionary armed forces or police. 14. Agents of the reactionary government or foreign governments operating in the barrio and their particular activities. 15. Religious sects, membership, and their activities. 16. Mass organizations, membership, and their activities. 17. Revolutionary experience or history of the people. 18. Terrain, condition of roads and distance from the national highway, town proper, or Philippine Constab. Or detachment. 19. Tactical value of the barrio. 20. Most common and special problems confronting the barrio people. Commander. Date. Monthly report of the squad. A. Political situation. 1. Attitude of the masses toward the revolutionary movement. 2 main problems of the people. 3 attitude toward the reactionary government and its imperialist and landlord masters. 4 conics within the ruling class and in the bureaucracy of the reactionary government. B. Working conditions. 1. On organization. In what barrios have people's committees and organs of political power in the countryside been established? What is the organizational status of the committees on organization, education, economy, defense and health? In which barrios have these been formed and when? How many mass organizations of peasants, workers, youth, women, and children were formed? How many are their members? Has the organizational committee coordinated these organizations? How big would be the mass base of the revolutionary movement? How many party members and candidate members are there in the squad and in the localities? Mention the organizations formed by the enemy, the religious and other organizations formed not on our initiative. 2. On education. How many struggle or study meetings under the Barrio Organizing Committee or Barrio Revolutionary Committee have been held? What was the discussion about and how many attended? How many study meetings of each mass organization have been held? What was the discussion about and how many attended? Are the committees on education already functioning? What are they doing? How many teachers in the public school can grasp the revolution and can help in educational work based on the primary course? Is the local party branch or its members prepared to do educational and propaganda work? What did the squad take up in its internal study, summing up of experience and criticism and self-criticism meetings? Mention any propaganda and educational drive being waged by the enemy and by the tyrant sects and or organizations which have no connection with us. 3. On economy. What are the conditions and problems of the tyrant classes and strata to which the masses belong? What steps have we taken to help them? Has production been undertaken for the party and the army? Has material assistance been secured from the people or allies? Is the Committee on Economy already functioning? What is the economic condition of the squad? Mention those who are exploiting the people and the forms of exploitation. 4. On health. What is the most widespread disease among the masses? Is there a doctor who is at least an ally? What are the local medicine and traditional treatment availed of by the masses? Is the health committee now ready and able to treat, take care or bring to a doctor our wounded or sick GHTERS? How is the health of the squad members? 5. On military. How is the enemy condition? What countermoves have we taken against the enemy? What were the results? What have we done to eliminate the enemy? How many casualties have been inflicted on these enemies? What type of weapons and ammunition, and how many more were confiscated from the enemy? What is the condition of the squad? What is the condition of the committees on defense and the militia units and self-defense units it is leading? Have these been trained and how are they armed? Are the squad and the local armed groups now cooperating with each other in undertaking operation and other military work? See requests, opinion, and proposals. 1. Regarding work on organization, education, economy, health, and military. 2. Regarding the squad and new recruits. Commander. Date. Different kinds of special reports. The special report is immediately prepared and submitted due to urgency. There is no need to include it in the monthly report. Guidelines. 1. Problems which should be reported immediately and which need the assistance of the higher organ or command or by other comrades for solution. 2. Big incidents involving the masses, and/or the squad, and which occurred within the area of operation. 3. Movement of the enemy which have to be reported immediately to other units. 4. Results of major military operations and others. 5. Causes of failure to carry out an immediate or major order special battle report. A. Account of the event. 1. Date and place of operation. 2. Type of operation. 3. What is the condition of our side? Number and type of our formation. Number and type of weapons used. Assistance or participation of the masses or militia. Casualties on our side. Weapons, ammunition, and equipment taken or destroyed by the enemy. Ammunition spent. 4. What is the condition of the enemy? Number and type of formation of the enemy. Kinds of weapon and other military equipment used. Casualties we enacted on the enemy: dead, 2, wounded, serious or not serious. Us, is exact or approximate. Weapons, ammunition, and other equipment destroyed or confiscated from the enemy. Additional information about the enemy gathered from the masses. Information taken from captives, if there are any. 5. Description of the operation. Disposition of our men and the enemies. Terrain and other features of the place. Movement of our men and the enemies: 1, in the beginning, 2, in the middle, and 3, in the end. How long did the whole operation last? B. Summing up of the operation. 1. Whose was the initiative? Did we win or not? 2. What is the basis of our victory or failure? 3. What should be done by the squad to improve our actions and initiative? 4. What is being done to pinpoint the root cause of and correct the errors and weaknesses that arose during the operation? 5. What was the effect of the operation on the masses? 6. What should be done to completely win over the masses to our side and mobilize them against the enemy? Date. Commander. Persevere in legal mass struggle. Accumulate strength in the underground. Angbayan, Volume 4, Number 1, January 15, 1972. The general outcome of mass protest actions last year demonstrates more clearly than ever that the revolutionary determination of the broad masses of the people can render ineffectual all the evil machinations of the Marcos regime to extend its tentacles of oppression and exploitation. Chairman Mao teaches us, all reactionaries are paper tigers. In appearance, the reactionaries are terrifying, but in reality they are not so powerful. From a long-term point of view, it is not the reactionaries but the people who are really powerful. An examination of the counter-revolutionary tactics of the Marcos clique establishes the truth of this state. Meant. Using patently dual tactics, the Marcos fascist puppet clique, with the full blessings of U.S. imperialism, commits the blackest counter-revolutionary deeds and at the same time attempts to sweet-talk the people into complacency with false promises of reform. In the eld of counter-revolutionary propaganda, meanwhile, it strains to advance the laborious argument that the crimes and massacres it commits are the doing either of genuine revolutionaries or its political enemies. All these steps are taken in the vain hope that they will prevent the irrepressible advance of the national democratic movement and the revolutionary upsurge of the broad masses of the people. Thus, early this year, reactionary hacks in the pay of the Marcos regime sought to mislead the masses by blaming the exploited jeepney drivers for the general strike that lasted from January 5 to 13, deliberately ignoring the fact that the rise in oil prices was dictated by the U.S. imperialist oil cartel and slavishly implemented by the Marcos fascist puppet clique. Malacanang itself even went so far as to tag pressure groups, particularly the Lopez Business Group, as responsible for financing the strikers and inciting them to violence. What was obvious even at that time, however, was that the reactionary state led by the fascist puppet Marcos and controlled by U.S. imperialism had already been oiled to suppress the strike by means of counter-revolutionary violence. In a vain effort to sabotage the rightful dissent of the masses, fully armed reactionary soldiers and army trucks were unleashed for transportation purposes. And in the January 13th worker-student march and rally that capped the strike, UIOG forces under the minor puppet Roquito Ablan, under directions from Marcos, tried to break up the demonstrators with the use of high-powered guns, in the process killing persons and injuring hundreds of others. The revolutionary upsurge of the masses continued despite the combined use of reactionary propaganda and Counter-revolutionary violence, despite the willful murder of VE people. Contrary to the divide and rule tactics of the fascist puppet Marcos, the jeepney drivers hand in hand with the militant youth consolidated their ranks. By February they had consolidated ideologically, politically, and organizationally, thereby girding themselves for more confrontations with the exploitative U.S. imperialist oil cartel and the oppressive Marcos fascist clique. Shortly before, the workers, also hand in hand with the militant youth, had also done the same. The murderous hand of the fascist puppet Marcos struck once again when, on May Day 1971, one woman, worker and two students were felled by the bullets of fascist troops. The fact that the battle-geared troops were positioned on the grounds, OCs, and rooftops of Congress, and were in addition backed up by a machine gun rattling helicopter, speaks for itself. The martyrdom of the three May Day patriots, however, only inspired broader and more intense mass actions. On June 11, youth, workers, intellectuals and professionals rallied to demand the release of a patriotic youth lead. Nilo Tayeg. In Mindanao and throughout the country, demonstrations were held to protest the continued massacre of Muslims. Since August 24, pocket-sized demonstrations as well as rallies commanding as many as 50,000 participants have been held throughout the country. The People's Long March Against Poverty and Fascism, the second to start from a point in the countryside and the RST to converge in the city from 2 points in Luzon, took place October 20 to 24, ending up before a crowd of 30,000 in Plaza Miranda. The ever-increasing frequency of mass actions throughout the country is one concrete manifestation of the futility of all schemes of the Marcos fascist puppet clique to perpetuate itself in power and to protect the interests of U.S. imperialism. As the U.S. imperialist race after superparts becomes more and more hectic due to its balance of payments problem, the need to suppress revolutionary mass movements becomes more and more urgent on the part of the reactionaries. However, as the Manila Rizal Regional Council of the Communist Party of the Philippines correctly assessed after the Caloocan massacre, the seriously aggravating economic conditions only serve to demonstrate the bankruptcy of the system, while the escalation of fascist terrorism in the urban areas provides more active and sharper weapons in waging the national democratic cultural revolution among the mass. Yes. Paper tigers do not vanish of themselves, they have to be torn up and set to The events of the past year show that without determined implementation of the correct political line, economic hardships and acts of fascist terrorism will not entirely result in the advance of the national democratic cultural revolution. As the party accurately concluded as early as January of 1971, legal mass struggle in the city must persist even as the underground is strengthened to provide a powerful support to mass activities and to counteract enemy schemes in the most appropriate ways. The correctness of these measures was proven when, in the latter part of the year, the US Marcos clique, hectically running the reactionary race toward military dictatorship, reached a new mark characterized by Hitlerite terrorist schemes that up to now the enemy has not managed to take a single patch of the underground only goes to show that the underground has succeeded in concealing itself from the enemy and is now counteracting enemy schemes in the most appropriate ways, thereby making possible the persistence of legal mass struggle in the city. The critical and creative tasks of the rectification movement in the Communist Party of the Philippines. Speech on the 25th anniversary of the CPP re-establishment. December 26, 1993. Comrades and friends, 20 years ago, on December 26, 1968, the Communist Party of the Philippines was re-established under the theoretical guidance of Marxism-Leninism Mao Zedong thought. Since then, the party has won great ideological, political, and organizational victories through the integration of the revolutionary theory of the proletariat with the concrete practice of the Philippine Revolution. In the entire history of the Filipino people, the party has stood as the most formidable revolutionary force, deeply rooted among the masses of the working people and the most developed on a nationwide scale. As one of those who founded the party, I am exceedingly happy that it has proven itself as the advanced detachment of the working class and as the leading force of the entire Filipino people in their revolutionary struggle for national liberation and democracy against foreign monopoly capitalism, domestic feudalism, and bureaucrat capitalism. The great victories of the party would not be possible without the hard work, struggle, and sacrifices of the party cadres and members and all the people who have joined and supported them in the course of the revolutionary struggle. We owe the most to the revolutionary martyrs. Amidst this celebration, we pause for a moment to pay our highest and deepest respect to them. We celebrate today not only the accumulation of the victories of the party in general but also in particular the resounding victory of the current rectification movement within the party. We owe all these victories to the memory of Comrade Mao Zedong, the great communist thinker, leader, and dictator whose 100th birth anniversary coincides with the 25th anniversary of the party. I propose to discuss with you today the critical and creative tasks of the rectification movement. This is in accordance with the theme of this meeting of celebration and, of course, with the common recognition that the rectification movement is of crucial importance to the party and the entire revolutionary movement in the motherland. Historical and current context of the rectification movement. First, let me present the historical and current context in which this rectification movement has arisen and has developed. It would be one-sided for us only to celebrate the great victories against the blatant enemy and not to consider the errors and shortcomings which have lessened the victories and which have even caused a big setback, especially in the period from 1984 to 1989. The point is to rectify those errors and shortcomings in order to unite the party and the people along the correct revolutionary line and raise higher their will and capabilities against the enemy, the Us Ramos clique. This clique currently represents the ruling system of the comprador big bourgeoisie and the landlord class, the exploiting classes servile to the foreign monopoly capitalists. The rectification movement is an important method for strengthening a revolutionary party, for combating and overcoming errors and shortcomings that weaken it, especially those of a major character that have accumulated for some time. If not for the Great Rectification movement which preceded and coincided with the re-establishment of the party would not have laid a solid foundation for its development and would not have successfully developed in consequence. We can observe that the current Second Great Rectification movement is yielding excellent results. As you know, the party grew in strength and advanced cumulatively from year to year since its re-establishment. In 1968 up to 1984, registering the most rapid growth from 1981 to 1984. Then in 1985, there was a drastic decline in the rate of growth. And this proceeded to negative growth rates in several respects, especially with respect to mass base, until 1989 when the proletarian revolutionaries started to actively arrest the rapid rate of decline and make partial corrections and adjustments in accordance with the principles and methods clarified as early as 1988. In a review of party history, in 1990 the erroneous line of strategic counteroffensive and regularization was criticized and withdrawn. Notwithstanding the undeniably gross setback from 1984 onward, the party and the revolutionary movement are still so many times far bigger than their small and modest proportions in 1968. The party started with a few scores of members who had studied Marxism-Leninism, Mao Zedong thought and had a mass following of some thousands organized since the onset of the 1960s mainly through the legal democratic movement. Now, the party has a membership of several tens of thousands and leads the new People's Army with thousands of Red-Gers. A mass base of millions under organs of political power and in mass organizations of workers, peasants, sh. Ermine, youth, women, professionals, and other people. What is excellent about the current situation of the party is that a comprehensive and thoroughgoing rectification movement has been carried out since last year and is being vigorously carried out by all of the 17 regional party organizations. The party rank and Li are enthusiastically participating in the rectification movement, which in the RST place an increasing number of them have demanded since the early 1980s, in opposition to the opportunists. At every level, the organs and organizations of the party are summing up revolutionary experience, conducting criticism and self-criticism and carrying out the revolutionary tasks in accordance with the rectification documents and other decisions issued by the 10th Plenum of the Central Committee. The party cadres and members are loyal to the party constitution and program and to the party and its Central Committee and support the rectification movement. They are recruiting several times a greater number of new party members from the revolutionary mass movement than the paltry number of those temporarily or permanently led astray by the long-running and recent spate of slander and intrigues spread by the opportunists. There is no cost but a great benefit to the party in the departure of the opportunists and titious communists from the party. Allowing the incorrigible and the worst opportunists to remain in the party, commit the most destructive errors and crimes and spread degeneration have enacted a heavier cost on the party and the revolutionary movement than their desperate and futile attacks in the course of their recent departure from the party. The expulsion of such opportunists is beneficial to the party and the revolutionary movement. The unity of the party is strong and the Central Committee and its Political Bureau and Executive Committee are RMLY leading the party. There is neither a split nor a mass purge in the party. In nearly 2 years of the rectification movement, from the beginning of 1992 to the end of 1993, only 2 central organs have been reconstituted and another dissolved, and 3 out the 17 regional party committees have been reconstituted in order to deal organizationally with splittist and liquidationist activities. The left opportunist exponents of urban insurrectionism and military adventurism and the right opportunist exponents of liquidationism, reformism, and capitulationism are a measly few. They were basically defeated in the middle of 1991 through the process of democratic centralism in the party. But in late 1991 they started to make loud noises outside the party by publicly circulating gossip and slander articles against the party and the central leadership. They tried but failed to stop the rectification movement by threatening to split the party and by spreading fear about a mass purge worse than Campaigning Ahos, for which some of the chief opportunists were criminally responsible in 1985-86 in Mindanao. They have unwittingly helped the rectification movement by putting themselves out of the party and publicly attacking it, by adopting anti-communist slogans and thereby exposing themselves as blatant counter-revolutionary rightists, by openly going over to the side of the Us Ramos clique and openly collaborating with the intelligence and psy-war agencies of this regime as well as with corrupt trade union leaders, the lava revisionist renegades. Some foreign-funded NGO bureaucrats, the bourgeois populists, the pro-imperialist liberals, the Christian Democrats and the Trotskyists. The counter-revolutionary rightists are hitching a ride on the wagon of the imperialist ideological and political offensive. Their favorite anti-communist line is to hold Comrade Stalin responsible for the very anti-Stalin actor of the modern revisionism that undermined and ultimately destroyed what Stalin had built and defended. By using anti-Stalin slogans, the counter-revolutionary rightists demagogically misrepresent themselves as champions of democracy in the bourgeois press. But among them are the principal criminals in bloody witch hunts like Campaigning Ahos, which trampled on the basic rights of party members, Redgers and allies and murdered hundreds upon hundreds of them on the basis of mere suspicion as deep penetration agents. Any revolutionary party of the proletariat somehow and to some extent wreaks at any given time the contradictions of the society in which it exists. The law of uneven development operates within the party as a whole and in its parts. There is the constant problem of remolding party members of urban petty bourgeois background and current lifestyle. There is always some ground in a communist party for subjectivism and opportunism to arise. Thus, there is always a two-line struggle between the proletarian revolutionaries and the purveyors of the bourgeois unions within a communist party even at its best. From 1968 to 1977, those individuals wittingly or unwittingly carrying and pushing the bourgeois unions were generally spontaneous and disparate. Major errors and shortcomings were promptly criticized. But from 1978, there arose certain individuals in central leading and organs systematically propagating ideological eclecticism and opposing the Marxist-Leninist analysis of Philippine society, spurred by petty bourgeois impetuosity, and by the rapid growth of the revolutionary movement resulting from the implementation of the line set by our urgent tasks. They sought a rationale for a leap in the armed struggle from the early sub-stage to the advanced stage of the strategic defensive without fooling the comprehensive requirements of the People's War. Others, unremolded bourgeois populists and Christian Democrats who had slipped into the party, sought a rationale for liquidating the party or subordinating it to bourgeois politicians opposed to the Marcos regime and falling back on bourgeois reformism. From 1980 onward, certain high-party authiels started to spread systematically a line running counter to undermining and interfering with the correct line and process of developing the revolutionary movement. Opportunism principally took a left form with the line of the strategic counteroffensive and regularization in 1980. And farther on, the line of combining military adventurism and urban insurrectionism in 1982. Secondarily, opportunism took a blatant rightist form with the line of liquidating the party and replacing it with the new Katipunan, a formal United Front organization as the center of the revolution in 1980. Even as the wrong lines overlapped with it, the correct line continued to guide the majority of party cadres and members and to result in the rapid growth of revolutionary forces from 1981 to 1984, especially because of the rapid worsening of the crisis of the ruling system. Such basic and major documents of the party as the Guide for Party Cadres and Members, Philippine Society and Revolution, Specific Characteristics of our PLE's War and Our Urgent Tasks had drawn the correct ideological, political, and organizational line, and would prevent the wrong lines from taking over the party completely. The most devastating eeks of the wrong line of combining military adventurism and urban insurrectionism in Mindanao became indubitably clear in the gross setbacks of the prematurely and rapidly formed companies of the People's Army in 1984 and the anti-informer hysteria and Campaniang Ajos in 1985-86. The wrong line and its results were not properly examined, criticized, and repudiated. Instead, the wrong line was pushed even more vigorously on a nationwide scale. From 1985 onward, militarism grew strong as the NPA General Command started to break out of the absolute leadership of the party and ran ahead in pushing the strategic counteroffensive and regularization through a series of military conferences. The great victories and rapid growth of the revolutionary movement from 1981 to 1984 were never due to the wrong lines but were due to the solid foundation laid by the RST Great Rectification movement, the correct line set by the party at its re-establishment in 1968 and carried out continuously by the proletarian revolutionaries and by the rapid aggravation of the chronic crisis of the ruling system. Thus, notwithstanding the spread of the wrong lines from 1980 to 1989, the proletarian revolutionaries had a strong basis to stand on in asserting themselves. With the support of the people against the wrong lines, arrest the decline of revolutionary strength and carry out the Second Great Rectification Movement. If you wish to know more about the Rectification Movement, I suggest that you read the issues of Revolution, which contain our basic principles and rectify errors, general review of important events and Decisions, 1980-1991, Stand for Socialism Against Modern Revisionism, the Party Anniversary Statements from 1988 to 1993, and the rectification documents formulated by party leading organs at various levels before and after the Central Committee's 10th plenum. The critical and creative tasks of the rectification movement. Let me now provide you with an understanding of the critical and creative tasks of the rectification movement. In doing so, I am guided by the 10 points guiding the rectification movement. 1. Uphold the theory and practice of Marxism-Leninism Maoism. The rectification movement is RST of all a movement of theoretical education in Marxism-Leninism Mao Zedong thought. It stresses the integration of the revolutionary theory of the proletariat with concrete revolutionary practice. It promotes the study and application of the basic Marxist-Leninist principles and raises to the level of Marxist-Leninist theory the rich revolutionary experience of the Communist Party of the Philippines and the revolutionary mass movement. It seeks to develop the Marxist-Leninist stand, viewpoint and method of the revolutionary proletariat. Party cadres and members must learn to grasp the law of contradiction and handle it well in class analysis and revolutionary struggle. The rectification movement criticizes and combats the subjectivism that has given rise to the left and right opportunist errors that have in turn caused great damage to the party and the revolutionary movement. It repudiates the eclecticism, empiricism, and dogmatism that have iked the party for a considerably long period of time. It combats the depreciation of Marxism-Leninism Mao Zedong thought and of the Philippine Revolution, the deviations from the anti-revisionist line through the adoption of Brezhnevite and Gorbakovite revisionism, the depreciation of the two-stage Philippine Revolution through the uncritical adulation of movements without proletarian revolutionary leadership and the dishonest practice of quoting the great Lenin out of context to attack the line of the party. The rectification movement points out that theoretical education within the party is necessary and that political education on the national democratic revolution is not enough. It seeks to revive, improve, and propagate 3 levels of party education: basic, intermediate, and advanced. The study materials include both the works of the great communist thinkers and leaders and the most important documents of the party that pursue the correct revolutionary line. The materials are reproduced and circulated for reading and study in advance of the formal study courses. All party organs and units are urged to undertake social investigation, summings up, criticism and self-criticism and the definition of tasks along the Marxist-Leninist line. To pursue the anti-revisionist line consistently. It is of crucial importance to pursue the anti-revisionist line consistently. Although modern revisionism has been discredited through the collapse of the Soviet Union and the Soviet Revisionist Party and the accomplished disintegration of revisionist ruling parties and regimes in some countries and the continuing degeneration of those in other countries, the exponents of modern revisionism, neo-revisionism and social democracy are still trying to extend their influence by combining with the ideological and political offensive of the imperialists and their retinue of anti-communist petty bourgeois camp followers in misrepresenting modern revisionism of the last more than 3 decades as odd socialism or Stalinism. The rectification movement criticizes and repudiates all the deviations from the anti-revisionist line. The RST major deviations started in the early 1980s and involved the subjectivist expectation that the Soviet Union and its allies would provide military and financial assistance in order to accelerate the victory of the Philippine Revolution. This opportunism took the appearance of being left, but the content was rightist because it led to the party's shift to regard the CPSU and similar parties as no longer revisionists, the Soviet Union as no longer social imperialist, and the satellites as no longer neo-colonies of Soviet social imperialism. The second major deviation infected some key cadres in the late 1980s. They adopted and spread Gorbakovite revisionism in certain parts of the party. Ultimately, the worst of these opportunists would become like Gorbakov, blatant anti-communist, using anti-Stalin slogans to attack the party. In the education movement in Marxism-Leninism, the studies include the critique of modern revisionism and Mao Zedong's theory and practice of continuing revolution under proletarian leadership in order to consolidate socialism, combat modern revisionism and prevent the restoration of capitalism. The party is promoting its comprehensive stand for socialism against modern revisionism and is clarifying the bright future of socialism and communism against monopoly capitalism. 3. Confront the semi-feudal and semi-colonial character of Philippine society. The persistence of the semi-colonial and semi-feudal character of Philippine society is obvious. This is a society ruled by the comprador big bourgeoisie and the landlord class in the service of foreign monopoly capitalism. It has an economy that is agrarian and without basic industries. Its import-dependent low-value-added manufacturing either for domestic consumption or re-export is ailing and breaking down. The rectification movement repudiates and rectifies the line pushed by the left and right opportunists since the late 1970s, crediting the US Marcos regime, the IMF World Bank and the foreign multinational RMS with having industrialized and urbanized the Philippines to the extent, as the opportunists claimed, that the theory and strategic line of protracted people's war had become outdated and needed refinements, adjustments, and innovations. The misrepresentation of Philippine society laid the basis for the left opportunist line of the strategic counteroffensive and regularization combining urban insurrectionism and military adventurism, as well as the right opportunist line of urban-based reformism. Now, both types of opportunists have exposed themselves as counter-revolutionary rightists, endorsing the scheme of the US Ramos ruling clique to suppress the revolutionary movement and to make the Philippines a newly industrializing country before the year 2000. It is now clear that, after all, the US Marcos ruling clique never industrialized the Philippines. The opportunists are now betting on the US Ramos clique to achieve industrialization. It is absolutely necessary to describe correctly the character of Philippine society because it lays the ground for what is the correct general line for the revolutionary movement. The chronic crisis of the semi-colonial and semi-feudal society like that of the Philippines calls for the strategic line of protracted people's war. The rectification movement is promoting the study of the continuous social analysis done by the party from the years 1968, 1970, through 1982, to the present in direct opposition to the false claims of the purveyors of autheal development theory, dependent capitalism, revisionism, and so on. 4. Carry out the general line of New Democratic Revolution. The general line of New Democratic Revolution aims to complete the Filipino people's struggle for national liberation and democracy. It is new because it is under the leadership of the proletariat and no longer the bourgeoisie. It is the RST stage of the Philippine Revolution, leading to the next stage of socialist revolution. The revolutionary forces required to achieve the RST stage are the same forces that can begin the socialist revolution under the leadership of the working class. The rectification movement criticizes and repudiates the opportunist line of subordinating the proletariat to the bourgeoisie. The opportunists had been trying to weaken the class leadership of the proletariat by using petty bourgeois arguments to preserve and enlarge the interests of the big bourgeoisie and landlord class. They elaborated and diluted the National Democratic Program and pushed the idea of setting up a so-called national democratic state and a national democratic economy after the seizure of political power by the revolutionary forces. The revolutionary class line of the party is to uphold the class leadership of the proletariat, rely mainly on the worker-peasant alliance, win over the urban petty bourgeoisie to become a basic revolutionary force, and further win over the middle bourgeoisie to become a positive force of the revolution and take advantage of the contradictions among the big bourgeois and landlord reactionaries in order to isolate and destroy the power of the most reactionary faction at every given time. Upon the seizure of political power, the new democratic revolution is basically completed and the socialist revolution can begin. 5. Build the party as the vanguard force of the proletariat and the people. In this era of modern imperialism and proletarian revolution, the working class is indubitably the most productive and most progressive force in the Philippines and in the world. This is the class deemed by the objective conditions and by its long history of revolutionary struggle to lead the new democratic and socialist stages of the Philippine Revolution. The advanced detachment of the proletariat is the Communist Party of the Philippines. It is the leading force of both the proletariat and the entire Filipino people in the new democratic revolution, within the context of a world proletarian socialist revolution rather than a world bourgeois capitalist revolution. The rectification movement completely rejects the notion that the revolutionary struggle for national liberation and democracy against imperialism, feudalism, and bureaucrat capitalism can be won without the class leadership of the proletariat. Such a notion runs counter to the petty bourgeoisie's history of co-optation, the middle bourgeoisie's dual character, abbiness, and lack of basic industries, and the close collusion of the comprador big bourgeoisie and the landlord class with the imperialists in the oppression and exploitation of the Filipino people. It also runs counter to the recent history and current circumstances which show that the national democratic movement has become a strong force because of the proven, tested, and continuing class leadership of the working class through its vanguard party, the Communist Party of the Philippines. The rectification movement condemns those opportunists who have become exponents of bourgeois pluralism and Gorbachevite anti-communism, rabid opponents of the vanguard role of the working class and special psy-war agents of the bourgeoisie and the current ruling system. The rectification movement asserts the principle of vanguard role of the proletariat through the Communist Party of the Philippines. That key cadres of the party could in the past degenerate to the point of attacking the vanguard role of the working class serves to underscore a serious lack of ideological and political education within the party. The rectification movement therefore seeks to further strengthen the party comprehensively in ideology, politics and organization so that it can continue to be the advanced detachment of the leading class in the Philippine Revolution. 6. Wage the protracted people's war and carry out extensive and intensive guerrilla warfare based on an ever-widening and deepening mass base. The theory and strategic line of protracted people's war means that the People's Army must encircle the cities from the countryside and accumulate strength in the countryside until it can seize political power in the cities. The protracted people's war is the revolutionary process of seizing power along the new democratic line. It is a revolutionary mass undertaking. In the course of people's war, the party builds the worker-peasant alliance. It carries out land reform and builds the mass base in the form of mass organizations and the organs of political power. The People's Army cannot preserve and accumulate strength without the strong foundation in the people's participation and support, realized through painstaking mass work and solid mass organizing. The People's Army itself is an armed mass organization under the absolute leadership of the party. The rectification movement vigorously opposes and condemns the left opportunist line of combining military adventurism and urban insurrectionism. This has caused the worst damage to the party and the revolutionary movement in their entire history. This put the prematurely enlarged military formations in an isolated and passive position and caused the drastic reduction of the mass base and the big diminution of armed tactical offensives. This made the party and the revolutionary movement vulnerable to the enemy's strategic offensive and tactics of gradual constriction. This led to the urban basing of the general command of the People's Army and the notion of depending on foreign military assistance, misrepresenting it as the crucial factor that without it there is either retrogression or stagnation of the revolutionary movement. This also led to barbarities like bloody witch hunts and gangsterism. The incorrigible left opportunists have been frustrated and have swung not only to a right opportunist position but worst of all to a position of becoming counter-revolutionary agents of the Us Ramos regime. As a result of the rectification movement, there is now a redeployment of the forces of the People's Army. There is an appropriate size of the center of gravity involving no more than 30% of the total number of Reders in every guerrilla front. The overwhelming majority of the Reders are now deployed on a wider scale in order to operate in a greater number of municipalities and do painstaking mass work, expanding and consolidating the mass base. Extensive areas temporarily lost are now being recovered and new areas are being opened in the expansion of revolutionary work. The current line is to conduct intensive and extensive guerrilla warfare on the basis of an ever-widening and deepening mass base. The party is putting into the minimum land reform program and mass base building on a far wider scale. It is coordinating the rural-based armed struggle as the principal form of struggle and the urban-based legal democratic mass movement as the secondary but important and indispensable form of struggle. The urban party organizations are now determined to send more party cadres and members to the countryside. 7. Pursue the revolutionary class line in the United Front. The revolutionary class line in the United Front is no different from the class line of the entire New Democratic Revolution as previously deemed. It is possible to pursue the United Front with or without any organizational form. Fortunately, the party has plenty of experience in building formal United Front organizations legally and illegally. There are the alliances based on class and sectoral interests or on certain important issues in the legal democratic movement. There has also been the underground National Democratic Front since 1973. The most important of all the alliances is the basic one between the working class and the peasantry. To build this alliance, the party has pursued the anti-feudal class line in which the proletariat relies mainly on the poor, lower middle peasants and farm workers, win over the rest of the middle peasants, neutralize the rich peasants, take advantage of the contradictions between enlightened and evil gentry in order to isolate and destroy the power of the despotic gentry. Since 1969, this class line has been followed in building organs of political power in the countryside. The rectification movement vigorously condemns and opposes the attempt of the former left and right opportunists within the party who are now openly counter-revolutionary rightists to liquidate the class leadership of the proletariat and destroy the basic worker-peasant alliance which is the foundation of the revolutionary United Front. The rectification movement criticizes and repudiates the series of right opportunist attempts to liquidate the leading role of the working class in the United Front, starting with the 1980 concept of the Vanguard Front to replace the Vanguard Party, proceeding to the 1985 and 1987 decisions to convert the NDF into a federation or confederation in which the party is made to relinquish its role as center of the revolution, and further proceeding to the 1990 attempt to convert the NDF into a confused federation of member organizations and of individuals, in which the party gives up its leading role in the revolution and its independence and initiative and is subordinated through a voting system to a ready-made majority of petty bourgeois groups and individuals that imposes on it a program of bourgeois nationalism, pluralism, and mixed economy. The rectification movement is applying the party's clarification of the distinct roles and correct relationship of the party, the New People's Army and the National Democratic Front along the correct revolutionary class line. It is stressing the principle of upholding the working class leadership in the United Front. on behalf of the proletariat and the entire people. The party wields the revolutionary armed struggle and the united front as the weapons of the revolutionary movement. It maintains its independence and initiative in any kind of united front arrangement and is for the rule of consensus among allied organizations rather than a system of voting in which the non-proletarian groups have a ready-made majority. 8. Follow the principle of democratic centralism. Democratic centralism is the basic organizational principle of the party. It is centralism based on democracy, and democracy based on centralized leadership. I need not restate here all the provisions of the party constitution regarding democratic centralism. Let me point out, however, that democratic centralism is not just about the democratic and collective process of decision-making. Were it simply so, there would be no difference between the party and a business or even a religious corporation. The essence of centralism in the party is the commitment to the basic Marxist-Leninist principles and policies that are clearly stated in the party constitution and program. Democracy is the method by which the essence of centralism is integrated with the concrete practice of the revolution, and by which the dialectical relationship or interaction is realized between the central leadership and the general membership of the party through the elected representative organs of leadership. The rectification movement opposes and repudiates such notions as the following: that education in the basic principles of the party constitutes fundamentalism, that there must be democratic pluralism instead of democratic centralism, and that anti-communists can become party members, that the evaluation of party members is inquisition, that anti-party factions, their caucuses and autonomous groups are permissible, and that public attacks against the party by those who claim to be party members are beyond the ambit of party discipline and are legitimate and democratic. Since early 1992 and even earlier on a smaller scale, ultra-democracy has been whipped up by both former left and right opportunist elements. The party combats both bureaucratism and ultra-democracy. Each one is a one-sided malign ance, one simply dictates from above, and the other is anarchy or the tyranny of the mob. Those who are now counter-revolutionary rightists had been the worst practitioners of these in the entire history of the party. In the rectification movement, the party explains thoroughly the meaning of democratic centralism. It demonstrates how the rectification documents have been arrived at, how they have been decided, how they are being implemented, and how they are being further enriched. All lower party organs and organizations are encouraged to make further summings up and criticism and self-criticism. All party cadres and members are encouraged to participate in decision-making and to engage in criticism and self-criticism. There are the bounds of discipline, and within these bounds there is inter-party democracy to make sure that discipline is well informed and enlightened. The party must always be concerned about the unity, solidity, and security of the party as a necessity in the revolutionary struggle. Within the party there is a dialectical relationship between discipline and freedom. 9. Look forward to the socialist revolution. There is no point in making the national democratic revolution now if there is no socialist perspective. In the RST place, the national democratic revolution cannot be won if the factors that make for socialist revolution do not prevail in the course of the national democratic revolution. The factors for bringing the people to the stage of socialist revolution are the class leadership of the proletariat through the party, the People's Army as the main component of state power under the absolute leadership of the party, the proletarian class dictatorship at the core of the people's democratic form of government, and the basic revolutionary alliance of the working class and the peasantry as the foundation of the united front. In brief, there is power in the hands of the working class and its revolutionary party to start the socialist transformation. Upon the seizure of political power nationwide, the National Democrat Revolution shall have been basically completed and the socialist revolution can begin. The Socialist sector of state enterprises and cooperatives shall be instituted even as there are transitory concessions to the owner-cultivators of land and the petty and middle bourgeoisie. In view of the collapse of the revisionist ruling parties and regimes in some countries and the continuing degeneration of these in other countries, the rectification movement criticizes and condemns modern revisionism and upholds socialism. It combats the ideological and political offensive of the imperialists and the reactionaries, who misrepresent socialism to mislead the people. It is absolutely necessary for the party to study the processes and victories of the two-stage revolutions in the history of the international communist movement and the undermining and reversal of these by modern revisionism in the light of Mao's theory of continuing revolution under proletarian dictatorship. Marxism-Leninism Mao Zedong thought gives us the scientific basis and optimism for winning the struggle against monopoly capitalism and reaction and for attaining socialism and ultimately communism. The theoretical education promoted by the rectification movement necessarily extends to the understanding that national democratic and socialist revolutions will surely resurge and that Mao's theory and practice of continuing revolution under proletarian dictatorship is a great resource for consolidating socialism, combating Zionism and preventing the restoration of capitalism the next time that socialist societies arise once more on a wider scale on the face of the earth. 10. Carry out the Philippine Revolution in the spirit of proletarian internationalism. The new democratic revolution in the Philippines is now at the forefront of the revolutionary struggle of the proletariat and people of the world against imperialism, modern revisionism, and reaction. It is one of the few revolutionary movements now that are led by a Marxist-Leninist party, have some significant strength and, most important of all, are engaged in the revolutionary armed process of overthrowing the imperialists and the local reactionaries. The Philippine Revolution has a signal role in upholding the torch of armed revolution while a more widespread armed revolution in the world is still to come. The party is aware of its internationalist duty in leading the armed revolution. This is something to be proud of. But this is also something that calls for hard work and the spirit of self-sacrifice and modesty in the face of tremendous odds and the growing attempts of the imperialists and reactionaries to focus on the Philippine Revolution in order to destroy it. The rectification movement condemns and repudiates the counter-revolutionary line that the Filipino people are getting tired of their own resistance to the ceaseless violence of imperialist and class oppression and exploitation, and that the CPP and the NDF must follow what is globally trendy and fashionable, which is capitulation to the enemy. Frustrated in pushing their line of combining military adventurism and urban insurrectionism and getting foreign military assistance and financial assistance, the principal left opportunists of the past have become counter-revolutionary rightists and are the most active in spreading the noxious line of capitulationism and reformism. They are now aligned with the long-time principal right opportunists who have long exposed themselves as anti-communists all along and who have had the least knowledge about the creation of red political power in the countryside. These counter-revolutionary rightists are getting funds from the Us Ramos ruling clique and from foreign funding agencies to spread their line of anti-communism, anti-Stalinism, reformism and capitulationism. To perform its internationalist duty most actively, the party continues to strengthen itself, wage protracted people's war and build the mass organizations and organs of political power self-reliantly. There is no way that the enemy can destroy the revolutionary movement because of the worsening crisis of the domestic ruling system and the world capitalist system. At the same time, the party is actively cooperating with other Marxist-Leninist parties and pre-party formations in the world to propagate the theory and practice of Marxism-Leninism Mao Zedong thought and with all other entities that are opposed to imperialism and all reaction to bring about the resurgence of the anti-imperialist and socialist movement on a global scale. Concluding remarks. The rectification movement is consolidating the ranks of the party and is infusing the core and the entirety of the revolutionary mass movement with an ever stronger revolutionary resolve and vigor. All honest cadres and members of the Communist Party of the Philippines are eager to raise the level of their revolutionary consciousness and militants through the rectification movement and the revolutionary struggle, while only a few incorrigible elements have brought themselves out of the party in order to attack it from the outside along a blatantly anti-communist line. We can be content that the party and the entire revolutionary movement will become ever stronger as a result of the second great rectification movement. We wish all the cadres and members of the party and all the revolutionary masses under their leadership to win ever greater victories. The crisis of both the domestic ruling system and the world capitalist system are daily worsening. The objective conditions are favorable for strengthening the subjective forces of the Philippine Revolution and for delivering active blows on the counter-revolutionaries. The Communist Party of the Philippines will win ever greater victories. Long live the Communist Party of the Philippines. Long live the proletariat and people of the Philippines. Long live proletarian internationalism. An update, qualitatively unchanged conditions. April 1995. I am deeply pleased and grateful that my long interview with Julie, on the mode of production in the Philippines in 1983, while I was still detained by the Marcos fascist dictatorship, and my series of lectures as research fellow of the Center for Asian Studies of the University of the Philippines, Philippine Crisis and Revolution, in April-May 1986 are published together in this volume, Philippine Economy and Politics. Since its Congress of Re-establishment on December 26, 1968, the Communist Party of the Philippines has described Philippine society as semi-colonial and semi-feudal. The Philippine political system has been semi-colonial since 1946, under the indirect rule of U.S. imperialism through the parties and politicians of the local exploiting classes. The Philippine economic system has been semi-feudal since the RST decade of the 20th century. Exploited by the homegrown comprador big bourgeoisie and landlord class in the service of foreign monopoly capitalism. Correspondent to the semi-colonial and semi-feudal character of Philippine society, the CPP has put forward the general line of national democratic revolution through protracted people's war under the leadership of the proletariat. The strategic line of encircling the cities from the countryside and accumulating strength in the countryside until it becomes possible to seize the cities realizes and activates the basic class alliance of the working class and the peasantry. In this regard, the CPP has deployed its cadres in the countryside in order to build the People's Army and the peasant movement, solve the land problem as the main problem of the democratic revolution and build the PLE's democratic power even while reactionary state power is still entrenched in the cities. Responding to the demand of the peasant majority of the people for an agrarian revolution, the anti-feudal line is the main component of the general line of national democratic revolution. On the question of semi-feudalism, some opponents of the general line of national democratic revolution pretend to be anti-imperialist and progressive and therefore avoid questioning the description of the Philippine ruling system as semi-colonial or neo-colonial. But they concentrate on attacking the description of the Philippine economy as semi-feudal in order to do away with its precision, confuse the situation and exaggerate development or prospects of it under the auspices of the imperialists and the local reactionaries and attack the general line of the national democratic revolution, especially the strategic line of protracted people's war. The Philippine economy has been called many names: free enterprise, market, mixed, developing, semi-capitalist, dependent capitalist and so on. But none of these is more precise than semi-feudal in denoting the level of development of the productive forces and the relations of production, particularly the retention of The agrarian character of the economy and the shift in terms of socio-economic relations from the feudal economy of the 19th century under Spanish colonialism to the semi-feudal economy of the 20th century under U.S. imperialism. Bourgeois economists adopt their own terminology to stress private ownership of the means of production. The commodity system or the primacy of the market and the promise of development under capitalism. And political counter-revolutionaries wish to get rid of the term semi-feudal to impugn and undermine the general line of national democratic revolution that carries out protracted people's war. In its entire 20-year period of the rule from 1966, especially during its imposition of fascist dictatorship on the Filipino people from 1972 to 1986, the US Marcos ruling clique aggravated and deepened the agrarian, pre-industrial and semi-feudal character of the Philippine social economy. It did not undertake national industrialization and land reform but exacerbated the socio-economic problems enacted by foreign monopoly capitalism, domestic feudalism and bureaucrat capitalism. Under the policy dictates of the U.S. and such multilateral agencies as the IMF and the World Bank, the Marcos regime poured domestic as well as borrowed foreign resources into big comprador operations, bureaucratic corruption and into a rapid military buildup. It made a big portion of agricultural production of staples dependent on imported inputs under the Green Revolution, expanded mineral and agricultural raw material production for export, maintained the infrastructure for the exchange of raw material exports and manufactured imports and the dependence on imported equipment and inputs. However, in the late 70s, a handful of subjectivist elements within the CPP started to question and undermine the description of the Philippine economy as semi-feudal, agrarian, and without basic industries. They cited data on the commodity system, wage relations, the increase of rural and urban odd jobbers and distribution of gross output values. They came to the conclusion that the Philippine economy was no longer semi-feudal but semi-capitalist, implying that it was already industrial capitalist. They credited the Marcos regime for industrializing the Philippines. They also exaggerated the extent of the urban population as 40% and implied that the purported percentage increase in urban population was due to industrialization and not merely due to the exhaustion of the land frontier in the 60s and the increase of the unemployed and odd jobbers in both rural and urban areas throughout the 70s. Among those who pushed the line that the Philippine economy was no longer semi-feudal but was semi-capitalist was no less than the chairman then of the Central Committee of the CPP. The subjectivists falsely claimed that the Philippines had been industrialized and urbanized to an extent that it was necessary to modify, adjust, and rein the general line of the National Democratic Revolution through protracted People's War. In fact, they were undercutting and assailing this general line. They were rationalizing the urban basing of the CPP central leadership and the concentration of cadres in the cities. They were promoting revisionism by pushing subjectivist and opportunist lines of thinking. In 1980, the subjectivists pushed distinguishably left and right opportunist lines of policy. They blamed the founders of the CPP for the supposed inaccuracy of describing the Philippine economy as semi-feudal and for the supposed neglect of revolutionary work in the urban areas. They obscured the fact that the proletarian revolutionary cadres of the CPP had been ceaselessly developing the legal democratic movement in the urban areas since the entire decade of the 60s, and that it was the open rule of terror of the Marcos regime rather than the anti-feudal line of the party that had required the urban-based legal democratic movement to go underground in the 1970s. Throughout the 1980s, the worst of the left opportunists pushed the line of accelerating the advance of the armed revolution through urban-based armed insurrections, incited by armed city partisans, and through premature enlargement and regularization of units of the People's Army, and without analyzing the kind of industry that existed and the socio-economic relations. They had contempt for the legal and defensive character of the struggle in the urban areas and for the constant necessity of ever expanding and consolidating the mass base in the urban and rural areas through painstaking mass work. Left opportunism was pushed either under the premature notion of strategic counteroffensive or making urban-based insurrections the leading factor in the process of armed revolution. They kept on wishing for an exceptional conjuncture of domestic and international factors that would invalidate the strategic line of protracted people's war. They considered as more important the external rather than the internal factors of the revolutionary process and confused the principal and secondary aspects of this process. They took the victorious uprisings in Vietnam in 1945 and in Nicaragua in 1979 out of historical context and cited these as the best models of the Philippine Revolution. At the same time, the right opportunists pushed the erroneous line that the urban-based legal mass movement was of higher importance than the rural-based armed struggle, and that more people would be attracted to the United Front and to the revolution if the leadership would be entrusted to the anti-Marcos section of the Revolutionaries under the concept of a bourgeois nationalist new Katipunan, and that the leadership of the working class and the CPP would have to be concealed, cut down or even liquidated. Under the stimulus of funding from bourgeois and religious agencies in Western Europe, the urban-based right opportunists produced a considerable amount of bourgeois reformist propaganda and drew as well as withheld CPP cadres from the countryside. In any communist party, even at its best, there is always an internal basis for the emergence and development of subjectivism and opportunism because of the enow of petty bourgeois elements who fail to remold themselves to become genuine proletarian revolutionaries, and because there is the constant impact of influences from outside the party, either from the social environment in general or from deliberate attempts of the enemy to penetrate and influence the CPP. The dangers of subjectivism and opportunism rise when ideological, political, and organizational standards for party membership are lowered as in certain urban-based units of the CPP, and when the anti-fascist aspect of the revolutionary struggle is cut off from the anti-imperialist and anti-feudal aspects. The communists are always bombarded by the Autheil development theory of foreign monopoly capitalism and the local reactionaries. In the absence of or due to the weakening of Marxist-Leninist study, the unremolded petty bourgeois elements in the CPP can become impressed with the glossy presentation of development programs and projects of the reactionaries, the heavy importation of consumer goods and rapid infrastructure building nance through deficit spending and foreign borrowing. Whenever a communist party is ideologically and politically lax, the class enemy can even introduce or recruit in-place agents to sow political confusion. In addition, there are those outside the party who pretend to be left and progressive, deliberately address themselves to the communists and spread wrong notions about the Philippine economy, which in fact assist the counter-revolutionary line of the bare-faced enemies of the Philippine Revolution. After the imposition of martial rule on the Philippines, the so-called Social Democrats, who are in fact Christian Democrats trained for anti-communist work but who deck themselves out as progressive competitors of and alternatives to the communists, circulated the notion that the Marcos regime, even if repressive, had adopted an excellent economic policy of development under the auspices of the IMF and World Bank. The Lava revisionist group openly capitulated to the Marcos regime and misrepresented it as representative of the national bourgeoisie, as one interested in non-capitalist development and as one genuine proletarian revolutionaries, and because there is the constant impact of influences from outside the party, either from the social environment in general or from deliberate attempts of the enemy to penetrate and influence the CPP. The dangers of subjectivism and opportunism rise when ideological, political, and organizational standards for party membership are lowered as in certain urban-based units of the CPP, and when the aspect of the revolutionary struggle is cut off from the anti Imperialist and anti-feudal aspects. In 1979, Philippine military intelligence officers were telling several prisoners, suspected as high codders of the CPP, that they could be released from prison immediately if they pledged to push the line that the Philippines was no longer semi-feudal and that the Marcos regime had made substantial economic progress under the auspices of the IMF and the World Bank. In the late 1970s, the Filipino assets of U.S. intelligence agencies inserted themselves into and used the US-based Katipunan ng Demokratikong Pilipino to question the description of the Philippine economy as semi-feudal and push the twisted line of support the Philippine armed struggle, drop Mao Zedong's theory of people's war and seek the decisive support of the Soviet Union. Soon, the KDP openly attacked the CPP. Some of the KDP activists pretended to remain loyal to the CPP but in fact continued to push such notions as that export-oriented manufacturing could be the cutting edge of US-inspired industrialization and that democratization was simply a matter of overthrowing Marcos, without the need for people's war. By the early 1980s, there was already a loud debate in narrow petty bourgeois circles whether the Philippine economy was semi-feudal or not. I responded to the attempts of the opportunist elements within the CPP and pseudo-left elements outside the CPP to sow confusion regarding the character of the Philippine economy. It so happened that Julie was already out of prison and could relate to me developments in the current debate and bring to me reference materials every weekend. We agreed on the format of an interview by her with me on the Philippine mode of production in order to clarify the essential character of the Philippine economy and counter the wrong notions about it. It is of vital importance to publish this interview in this volume in order to bridge the economic analysis in the founding documents of the CPP in 1968 and Amado Guerrero's Philippine Society and Revolution in 1970 on the one hand and the current reality and information about the Philippine economy on the other hand, and in order to counter the persistent attempts of anti-CPP elements to discredit the Marxist-Leninist analysis of the Philippine economy as semi-feudal and undermine the general line of the National Democratic Revolution through protracted People's War. The Semi-Feudal Economy, 1960–90. The Philippine economy continues to have no industries producing basic metals, basic chemicals, and capital goods from the local primary production of raw materials. It remains basically agrarian even as it has some kind of owning industry dependent on imported capital goods. The socio-economic relations are dominated by the Prater big bourgeoisie and the landlord class in the service of foreign monopoly capitalism. The semi-feudal economy is a commodity system that has departed from the feudal economy of self-subsistence, but it is one dominated by the Prater big bourgeoisie rather than by a homegrown industrial bourgeoisie. The urban-based Prater big bourgeoisie is in close partnership with the rural-based landlord class. At the same time, the whole semi-feudal economy is a neo-colonial pre-industrial or an agrarian adjunct of the world capitalist system. Whatever are the current proportions of gross output values and employment in the agriculture, industry and service sectors of the economy, all these are dependent on imported equipment, fuel, other raw materials and manufactured components from abroad. The latest high-tech tools may be used in any sector, but the Philippine economy until now does not produce these tools. Production for local consumption as well as for export has become more import-dependent than ever. Under the policy of trade liberalization, agricultural and mineral production for export and low value-added production of semiconductors, garments, and toys for re-export have consigned the Philippine economy to chronic foreign trade deficit and ever-mounting foreign debt. In all sectors of the economy, the imported producer and consumer goods count high in the gross output values. Subtracting the value of the import content will reveal the following: the highest net value is still contributed by agricultural and mineral ore production and the rising high payments for the imports. In essence, the imports are paid for in part by export income and in another part by an increasing amount of foreign borrowings. The export of cheap labor for unskilled work has become a bigger earner of foreign exchange than any of the agricultural, mineral or manufactured exports. However, the income of the overseas contract workers is not large enough to close the foreign trade gap. Practically all of this income goes into consumption. The export of cheap labor is a manifestation of the inability of the economy to employ the huge number of college-educated Filipinos who are driven to take menial jobs abroad. Under the Aquino and Ramos regimes, like their predecessor Marcos regime, the Philippine reactionary government has rapidly followed the same policies dictated by foreign monopoly capitalism. These have run counter to national industrialization and land reform, aggravated and deepened the agrarian and semi-feudal character of the economy and, in the face of international credit difficulties, compelled the state to resort more and more to local public borrowing, privatization of state assets, increasing the tax burden and attracting short-term speculative foreign capital. It is instructive to go over some important data from 1960 to 1990 in order to see how much the Philippine economy has undergone degradation. According to official statistics, some 15.4% of the labor force was in industry in 1960. This dropped to 15% in 1990. Within the industrial sector, manufacturing plunged from 12.1% share of employment in 1960 to only 9.7% in 1990. In 1979, it was supposed to have gone down to 14%. The upward fluctuation to 15% in 1990 is not believable but is still indicative of retrogression. This is evidence of deindustrialization rather than industrialization. The proportion of employment in manufacturing has become smaller in the period of export-oriented manufacturing since the 70s than in the earlier period of import substitution manufacturing in the 50s and 60s. The share of industry in the gross national product is supposed to have risen from 28.5% in 1960 to 32.9% in 1990. Most of this share of industry is contributed by manufacturing, construction, and utilities, all of which are import-dependent for equipment, fuel, other raw materials or component parts. Manufacturing of consumer goods accounts for an average of 55% in 1985 to 91, petroleum and coal processing 32.6% and local fabrication of imported basic metals, assembly or fringe processing of manufactured components and repairs, 10.7%. 80% out of the 76,288 manufacturing RMS surveyed recently employ on the average 1 to 9 people and 800 large RMS employing more than 200 people and above comprise only 1% and account for half of the total manufacturing labor force. Of the total value in manufacturing, 71.4% is concentrated in Metro Manila, Southern Tagalog and Central Luzon. Employment in agriculture is supposed to have fallen from 61.2% in 1960 to only 45.2% in 1990. And the share of agriculture in the GNP is supposed to have decreased from 31.1% in 1960 to 23.2% in 1990. The service sector is supposed to have absorbed mainly the labor force shifting from agriculture, especially in the form of rural and urban odd jobbers who are in fact unemployed or grossly underemployed. Anyhow, employment in the service sector is supposed to have risen from 23.5% in 1960 to 43% in 1993 and the share of the service sector in the GNP from 40.4% in 1960 to 43.9% in 1990. Surplus agricultural labor, which is the main object of misrepresentation by bourgeois statisticians, still consists mainly of seasonal Low-paid farm workers. The former left and right opportunists in the CPP who have become outright traitors to the Philippine Revolution, and the Filipino people have made so much out of their continuing false claim that the Philippines has become far more urbanized than Russia during the Bolshevik Revolution or China during the protracted People's War of Liberation, in order to rationalize the erroneous line of shifting the focus of the revolutionary movement from the rural to the urban areas and basing themselves in the latter, even while the People's War is still at the stage of the strategic defensive. They produce the high gore of at least 40% urban population by adding up the population of Metro Manila, the provincial cities, provincial capitals, and town centers. By the same measure, the proportion of the urban population in Russia in 1917 and China in 1949 should be far bigger than that in the Philippines. Russia and China have far longer histories of urbanization under feudalism and the development of handicrafts and manufacturing. Moreover, Russia was also radically different from semi-feudal China by having basic industries and an industrial bourgeoisie which was strategically dominant in the economy but politically subordinated to the Tsarist autocracy. Out of the total Philippine population of 27,088,000 in 1960, the population of Metro Manila and all provincial cities was 5,370,000 or 19.8%, with Metro Manila accounting for 2,460,000 or 9%. Out of the total Philippine population of 60,703,000 in 1990, the population of Metro Manila and all the provincial cities was 13,012,000 or 21%, with Metro Manila accounting for 7,928,000 or 13%. The increase in city population from 19.8% of the total national population in 1960 to 21% in 1990 is not really big and does not necessarily mean either real urbanization or industrialization. Only a small portion of the urban population enjoys such amenities as piped-in water and electricity. In fact, the conditions of rural backwardness and poverty are brought into the cities by the huge reserve army of labor coming from the countryside. Philippine cities are basically centers of operations of the comprador big bourgeoisie and not of an industrial bourgeoisie. The prevalent kind of economic activity in Metro Manila is commercial rather than industrial, and in provincial cities there is generally a small area as center of commercial activity. The population outside the small commercial centers in so-called provincial cities is actually rural. The provincial capitals and town centers, which are not classified as cities, have generally less commerce and less urban amenities than those classified as cities. The same incorrigible opportunist elements who have unduly credited the Marcos regime for significantly industrializing and urbanizing the Philippines and who have faulted the CPP for refusing to accept this wrong view are still the same elements who have praised the Aquino regime for economic recovery and who have contradictorily declared that the Ramos regime is still in the process of making the agrarian Philippine economy a newly industrializing country by the year 2000. Consistently, they wish the big comprador landlord regime to industrialize the Philippines in the vain hope of liquidating soon the protracted People's War. Thus, they have shamelessly pushed the line of seeking convergence with the development program of the Ramos regime, pretending to criticize it up to a certain point but on the whole supporting it. On the question of dictatorship and democratization. In the upsurge of the broad popular struggle against the Marcos fascist dictatorship from 1983 to 1986, after the outrageous assassination of Benigno Aquino and when the anti-Marcos reactionaries became emboldened to oppose the dictatorship, the left opportunists exaggerated the possibility of winning total victory or taking a major share of political power in the young through urban insurrections and premature regularization of the NPA, and became unmindful of the conspicuous grave loss and weakening of the mass base in the rural areas, starting from 1984, and the occurrence of Campaniang Ajos in Mindanao, starting from 1985, due to the putschist line. At the same time, the right opportunists exaggerated the possibility of winning a major share of political power upon the condition that they prevailed with their bourgeois reformist line. They wished the revolutionary forces to tail after the leadership of the anti-Marcos reactionaries, engage solely or mainly in legal struggle and become mere footstool for the anti-Marcos reactionaries in their rise to power. The most corrosive line that the right opportunist elements pushed within the CPP was the one presuming that there would be democratization and a simple case of expanding the democratic space through legal struggle if the Marcos fascist dictatorship had been replaced by another big comprador landlord clique, especially one headed by the widow of Aquino. They claimed that with the end of the personal dictatorship or autocracy of Marcos, the ensuing elite democracy would still constitute democratization open to reform and to conversion into popular democracy through reformist legal struggle. The series of dichotomies between dictatorship and democratization and between elite and popular democracy was meant to obfuscate the persistence of the joint class dictatorship of the big compradors and landlords even after the fall of Marcos in the absence of a successful people's war. After the fall of Marcos in the manner foretold by the earlier fall of Baby Doc Duvalier in Haiti and military juntas in Latin America, through the combination of a big split in the reactionary armed forces and a popular uprising, the Filipino assets of U.S. imperialism and the left and right opportunists in the CPP combined to declare that the CPP had had nothing to do with the downfall of Marcos, had become marginalized and had suffered a strategic defeat because of its boycott policy in the 1986 snap presidential elections. They misconstrued democracy as merely the democratic space for them within the ruling system in terms of civil and political liberties, claimed that there was no more ground for people's war and deliberately obfuscated the fact that the joint class dictatorship of the comprador big bourgeoisie and the landlord class and the open rule of terror was persistent, despite the IMSI and temporary liberal facade of the Aquino regime. In fact, the Aquino regime retained or made worse the anti-worker and anti-peasant decrees of Marcos and General Ramos Intenzed. The military campaigns of suppression against the revolutionary forces and the people. The left opportunist exponents of urban insurrectionism and military adventurism who had been responsible for the consequent grave damage to the rural mass base and for Campaniang Ajos in Mindanao as early as 1985 also joined the Filipino assets of U.S. imperialism and the right opportunists in recriminations against the party for the boycott policy error and in making misrepresentations about the character, implications, magnitude, and consequences of this error. Both left and right opportunists in EACT asserted that the banned revolutionary forces should have participated in the Marcos staged elections and considered the boycott policy as the party's biggest error in its entire history. The most blatant assets of U.S. imperialism compared the Aquino regime to the Magsaysay regime as one, actively undercutting the revolutionary movement by restoring democratic institutions and processes and seriously carrying out land reform under a U.S. and World Bank-supported mini-Marshall Plan. They boasted that the post-Marcos period was one of democratization through legal institutions and processes, rendering useless and outdated the armed revolution. Since then, they have ceaselessly prated about alternatives to the armed revolution rather than to the oppressive and exploitative ruling system. They conveniently forget the fact that the CPP was re-established in 1968 and built the NPA in 1969 when Marcos was the glittering display in Washington's show window of democracy in Asia and he too was threatening to carry out land reform. The Poptums, Soctums, Bizig, and the like were all happy to take a ride on the Aquino bandwagon. Even the old-line pro-Soviet revisionists wanted to take the ride with them immediately after serving the Marcos regime for a long time. The right opportunist line within the CPP described the Aquino regime as a liberal democratic regime worthy of critical support. the left opportunists responsible for unprecedented damage to the revolutionary movement and for campaigning Ajos in Mindanao ceaselessly overstated the boycott policy error as the biggest error ever in the history of the CPP in order to cover up their far graver culpability in Mindanao and elsewhere in the country. Amidst all the attempts at confusing the revolutionary forces, I delivered the series of lectures on Philippine Crisis and Revolution at the Asian Studies Center of the University of the Philippines from April to May 1986 in order to clarify the new situation and the big comprador landlord class character of the Aquino regime and update Amado Guerrero's Philippine Society and Revolution. The Political Bureau of the Central Committee of the CPP subsequently adopted the series of lectures as basic study material for the party in 1987 and was able to circulate and promote it in 1988, much to the chagrin of the incorrigible right opportunists and the left opportunists who were then on the path of turning into blatant right opportunists, revisionists, and even criminal gangsters from year to year. It is of vital importance to publish again this series of lectures on the Philippine crisis and revolution to demonstrate that all along there has been a timely response to attempts of the agents of U.S. imperialism and the incorrigible opportunists at confusing the ranks of the revolutionaries and the people about the post-Marcos PE riot and to heighten the GDing consciousness of communists and all revolutionary militants. This series of lectures has upheld the continuing validity and vitality of the national democratic revolution against foreign monopoly capitalism, domestic feudalism, and bureaucrat capitalism. It has helped carry over the revolutionary cadres and the masses from the Marcos to the post-Marcos period along the general line of national democratic revolution and to foil the U.S. imperialists, the local exploiting classes and their special agents to destroy or derail the armed revolution. The Second Great Rectification Movement. The incorrigible left and right opportunists within the CPP have fully exposed themselves as counter-revolutionary opponents of Marxism-Leninism, the CPP, and the National Democratic Revolution. They are now shameless bootlickers of the US Ramos regime and barefaced traitors to the revolutionary cause. Irony of all ironies, they have chosen to expose themselves and act viciously as counter-revolutionaries during the presidency of General Ramos, the continuity man in the open rule of terror under the joint class dictatorship of the comprador big bourgeoisie and the landlord class. After failing in their vicious attempt to liquidate the CPP from the inside, they continue to specialize in slandering the CPP and the entire revolutionary mass movement. In so many devious ways, they deny the persistence of the joint class dictatorship of the comprador big bourgeoisie and landlord class. They obscure the continuing rule of open terror under the Aquino and the Ramos regimes and claim that human rights violations have been on the decline, despite the brutalities of Lambat by Tagay, 2 and 3 and other military campaigns under the total war policy or low-intensity conflict directed by U.S. imperialism. Having fully exposed themselves as special agents of psychological warfare, they have become more and more inactive in their attempts to show confusion. The conjuncture and convergence of the three sectors of neocolonialism, the false promises of Philippines 2000 and the escalation of the total war policy, the brutal military campaigns and intrigues of low-intensity conflict, the opportunist errors and crimes, the open betrayal by the incorrigible opportunists and revisionists and the anti-communist ideological and political offensive of the imperialists and their local lackeys in connection with the disintegration of the revisionist parties and regimes abroad have failed to break or demoralize the forces of the National Democratic Revolution. Instead, the revolutionary forces have rearmed basic revolutionary principles, have drawn strength from their reservoir of ideological, political, and organizational accomplishments, have repudiated the errors and crimes of the left and right opportunists and have raised the GDing will and capabilities of the people. The victory of the Second Great Rectification Movement cannot be fully understood without reading and studying the interview on the Philippine mode of production and the series of lectures on the Philippine crisis and revolution. These countered the most devious and vicious attacks on the general line of the National Democratic Revolution in the 80s and laid the ground for the Second Great Rectification movement. From year to year since 1988, the proletarian revolutionaries in the Central Committee of the CPP increasingly combated the left and right opportunist currents until the Second Great Rectification movement was carried out in a comprehensive and deep-going way, starting in 1992. Mass movement must surge forward. January 18, 2001. Acting through his fellow rogues in the Senate, Estrada has scuttled the Senate trial by suppressing vital evidence. He has acquitted himself in advance of the previously scheduled February 12 Judgment Day. The broad masses of the people are seething with just anger and are determined to remove Estrada from power through the exercise of their own democratic will outside the processes and mechanisms under the control of the Estrada ruling clique. The mass movement to oust Estrada must surge forward under the policy of the broad united front. The patriotic and progressive forces must actively cooperate with their allies in carrying out immediately on a nationwide scale and in Metro Manila the largest possible mass actions in quick response to the shameless deviltry of the ruling clique. Converging at EDSA can be advantageous if this is the consensus of the broad united front and has the purpose of encouraging the active military and police officers to join in the mass uprising and shutting down the factories and OCs served by the EDSA trunk line. If necessary, the encirclement of the palace can be done eventually, with marches from several assembly points, including EDSA, Luneta, Liwazan and other points. There is time to develop the most effective way to oust Estrada. This can be accomplished within this month, within a few months or within the year. The broad united front to oust Estrada or to compel his resignation includes the forces and personages of the National Democratic Movement, the opposition parties, respected institutions and organizations of various types, and growing sections of the reactionary military and police. Military and police personnel can play a positive role if they withdraw support from the Estrada ruling clique. Shift to the side of the people, neutralize the rabid military and police running dogs of the ruling clique and do not seek to form any military or civilian military junta. The Estrada ruling clique is poised to further repress the people, assault mass actions and explode more bombs to kill and maim civilians. In this connection, the Communist Party of the Philippines has made a timely announcement that the new People's Army will intensify the People's War in the countryside and carry out precise commando operations against the most notorious plunderers and human rights violators belonging to the Estrada ruling clique. The economic and political crisis of the ruling system of big compradors and landlords is daily worsening. The conditions are exceedingly favorable for the advance of the revolutionary mass movement and the overthrow of the Estrada ruling clique. Every day that this clique remains in power, the Filipino people becomes more resolute and militant in advancing the legal democratic mass movement and the revolutionary armed struggle as complementary and interacting forms of struggle on the road of new democratic revolution against foreign monopoly capitalism, feudalism and bureaucrat capitalism. Congratulations to the Filipino people. Carry the struggle through to the end. Press statement January 20, 2001. Joseph Ejercito Estrada, alias Jose Velarde, was nished yesterday as President of the Government of the Republic of the Philippines as a result of the overwhelming mass actions of the Filipino people in Metro Manila and nationwide. Tarried by the anticipated siege on the palace by at least 1 million people, key cabinet members and the top brass of the military and police have withdrawn support from him. He has no choice but to resign and he is in no position to demand immunity from prosecution. Moreover, whether he formally resigns or not, Vice President Gloria Macapagal Arroyo can take over the presidency. I congratulate the entire Filipino people, all the patriotic and progressive forces and the broad united front for the brilliant victory in ousting Estrada and his ruling clique from power. I praise their courage and wisdom. I admire the tenacity and militancy of the forces of the National Democratic Movement in seeking the overthrow of the Estrada regime since the beginning, well ahead of other forces in the broad united front. I am glad to have foreseen as early as in 1998 that Estrada would not last long in power, like El Loco of Ecuador, because of his overweening arrogance, shameless rapacity, wanton brutality, and unbridled servility to the foreign monopoly capitalists. We are happy with our success in defeating an immoral, corrupt, and repressive regime. But let us not indulge in euphoria and complacency. The struggle against the fallen ruling clique is not yet complete even as a new president comes to power. We must carry the struggle through to the end. It can be completed only by arresting Estrada, his fellow plunderers and human rights violators, subjecting them to criminal proceedings and punishing them for their crimes. We must not let them go scot-free and enjoy the fruits of their crimes. The people cannot tolerate any shady compromise deal between the outgoing and the incoming presidents. The change of president, from Estrada to Arroyo, should not be merely a change of chief oppressor and chief exploiter. The people demand that criminal proceedings must be undertaken against Estrada and his cronies as well as the Marcoses and the big Marcos cronies, like Eduardo Cojuangco and Lucio Tan. All these must be held to account for their crime of plunder and compelled to surrender their loot to the people. The forces of the National Democratic Movement may continue its critical alliance with the new president, if immediately she does the following, among others. 1. Arrest and subject to criminal proceedings Estrada, the Marcoses, and the big cronies and make them yield their ill-gotten wealth. 2. Reverse the anti-national and anti-people policy of liberalization, privatization, and deregulation. 3. Repudiate the anti-peasant policy of misrepresenting land reform as voluntary sale of land or corporate shares by the landlords. 4. Give justice and indemnification to all the victims of human rights violations since the time of Marcos. 5. Release all political prisoners in the spirit of goodwill. 6. Revive all the bilateral agreements of the Government of the Republic of the Philippines and the National Democratic Front of the Philippines. 7. Resume the GRP and DFP peace negotiations through which basic social, economic and political reforms can be discussed and agreed upon. 8. Cease the military campaigns of suppression against the people in the countryside. The new GRP president should be mindful that the socio-economic and political crisis of the ruling system shall continue to worsen even after the fall of Estrada and to provide the fertile conditions for armed revolution. The crisis is not due simply to the corruption and repressiveness of the Estrada ruling clique. These are in fact the consequences of imperialist domination. The crisis is due to the fundamentally oppressive and exploitative workings of the ruling system of big compradors and landlords who are servile to foreign monopoly capitalism. The evils of this system will continue to inflict swearing on the people and incite them to wage all forms of revolutionary struggle. The revolutionary forces and people will continue the struggle for national liberation and democracy against foreign monopoly capitalism, feudalism, and bureaucrat capitalism. Keynote Address to the International Conference on Education, Imperialism, and Resistance. Sison University, Taipei, Taiwan, August 10, 2009. From the International Coordinating Committee and entirety of the International League of People's Struggle, I convey warmest greetings of solidarity to all the educators and social activists now gathered. I express high appreciation to the ILPS Working Group on Teachers, Researchers, and other educational personnel for organizing this international conference on education, imperialism, and resistance, and to the International Center for Taiwan Social Studies for hosting it. Thank you for awarding me the honor and privilege of delivering this keynote address. The theme of your conference Interference is urgent and of great importance to the educators, the youth, and the people of the world. We need to underscore the decisive importance of education in the service of the people, to criticize and condemn the depredations of imperialism and all reaction and present the anti-imperialist and progressive perspectives of struggle for a new and better world. I keep in mind that the participants of this conference come from advanced industrial economies as well as from underdeveloped ones. The decisive importance of education. The availability of formal education at the basic and higher levels to comparatively larger numbers of people differentiates the modern world of the bourgeoisie and working class from the ancient world of the slave masters and feudal lords. The wider extent of education is made possible by the larger amount of surplus product created by the modern forces of production and is required by the greater need for mass literacy, professional and technical skills to maintain as well as to advance the level of material and cultural development. Every exploitative ruling class in modern society, be it the monopoly bourgeoisie in imperialist countries or the bourgeoisie in combination with the landlord class in the underdeveloped countries, always puts its class imprint on the character and content of education and lays stress on the preservation of the ruling system and continuing exploitation of the working people. In opposition, the revolutionary forces of the people lay stress on the transformative character and content of education for the purpose of national and social liberation, all-round development, and the attainment of socialism. In large historical terms, capitalism has outlived its progressive character in opposition to feudalism in the industrial capitalist countries. It has reached the stage of monopoly capitalism or modern imperialism since the beginning of the 20th century. It has been responsible for ever worsening levels of economic and financial crisis, state repression, fascism, colonial and neo-colonial domination, inter-imperialist global wars, wars of aggression against independent countries, damage to the environment and the use of the most backward forms of reaction, including racial, religious and gender biases. Critique of imperialism. You are absolutely correct in declaring that imperialism is at the root of the swearing and misery of billions of people throughout the world. Indeed, imperialist banks and corporations reap superprofits from the exploitation of the working people in both imperialist and underdeveloped countries and do so far more in the latter countries. The gap between rich and poor countries is ever widening. Widespread poverty and unemployment are deliberately maintained in order to keep ever available a large pool of cheap labor for super-exploitation. Concomitantly, environmental destruction proceeds unabated for the same purpose of extracting superprofits. In recent decades, it has seemed as if capitalism and imperialism were perpetual and as if the cause of national liberation, people's democracy, and socialism were hopeless in the face of the betrayal of socialism by the revisionists, the full-scale restoration of capitalism in revisionist-ruled countries and the imposition of neoliberal globalization on the world by the imperialist powers and their local puppets. With Russia having shifted from socialist imperialism to rejoin the ranks of the traditional imperialist powers and with China aiming and trying hard to be a major imperialist power, the contradictions within the world capitalist system have intensified, such as those between the imperialist powers and the people of the world, among the imperialist powers themselves and between the bourgeoisie and the working class in the imperialist countries. The slogan of free market or neoliberal globalization stands for the systematic attack by the monopoly bourgeoisie on the working class and the rest of the people. It blames supposed wage ination and social spending by government for the stagnation that surfaced in the imperialist countries in the 1970s and manifested the crisis of overproduction and the financial crisis in the imperialist economy. Since then, the imperialist countries, headed by the US, have gone on a rampage of pressing down the real wage level, cutting back on social spending for education, health, and other social services and curtailing the rights and hard-earned social benefits of the working people. The imperialist powers have pushed the underdeveloped countries to denationalize their economies, liberalize investments and trade in favor of the foreign monopolies, privatize state assets and social services and deregulate all previous restrictions on foreign monopoly capital and on the exploitation of the working people, women, children, migrants, and the environment. The essence of the policy of neoliberal globalization is globalization of the world by the monopoly banks and corporations. It unleashes the insatiable greed of the monopoly bourgeoisie. Such monstrous policy has degraded and devastated education. Government spending for public education has been reduced. Teachers, researchers, and other education personnel suffer the consequences of stagnant and decreasing real salaries as these do not keep up with the rising costs of living. Large numbers of education poor personnel are laid low as governments close down schools and universities. As the academic and non-academic employees and the student masses become restive, they are subjected to repression by state authorities. The imperialist powers keep on tightening their grip on education on a global scale. They use the WTO General Agreement on Trade in Services to treat education as a commodity for profit-making in the so-called free market and to push the privatization of public schools at all levels. The purpose, content, and conduct of teaching and research are made to serve the interests of the imperialist powers and local reactionaries. These FAC tours of miseducation design and produce the curricula, study materials, education and research programs and institutional structures. They use the combination of schools, mass media, and other means of information and education as tools of imperialist domination in the cultural eld as well as in the socio-economic and political elds. The adoption of higher technology in combination with the pushing down of the incomes of the working PLE in order to maximize corporate profits have engendered a series of worsening crises of overproduction under the policy of neoliberal globalization. Every rise of production has been accompanied by the reduction of wage incomes and the shrinkage of the market. The attempt of monopoly capitalism to override the crisis of overproduction and the tendency of the profit rate to fall through massive doses of debt financing, the creation of non-child bubbles and the nationalization of the economy have served to aggravate the crisis. We are now faced with the worst financial and economic crisis of the world capitalist system since the Great Depression. If we look at the drastic fall of economic growth, unemployment, and trade on the global scale since the second half of 2007, we can say that the current crisis follows a trajectory which is already worse than the Great Depression. But the authors and propagandists of the US obfuscate the severity of the crisis by calling it euphemistically as the Great Recession and merely focusing on some temporary eeks of the huge bank bailouts in the US. The downward trend of the US economy continues. It is most evident in the rise of unemployment and the concomitant decline in consumption. The Obama regime continues the neoliberal bias of the Bush regime for bailing out the banks and feeding the greed of the finance oligarchy. The funds that are supposed to stimulate the economy are channeled to certain monopoly corporations that use them to make profits rather than to expand production, create jobs, and revive consumer demand. The US will continue to generate crisis in the world capitalist system, worsen the conditions of the working people and even the middle social strata, cause political turmoil within the ruling systems and incite the people to wage all forms of resistance. The worsening crisis of the world capitalist system leads to the escalation of state terrorism and wars of aggression. The imperialist powers continue to band together to shift the burden of the crisis to the working people and the underdeveloped countries. But the broad masses of the people are bound to GHT back for national and social liberation. The imperialist powers become ever more driven by greed as the financial and economic crisis constrains their plot-making. Their struggle for a redivision of the world is bound to intensify as they scramble for the sources of cheap labor and raw materials, markets, elds of investment and spheres of influence. The worsening crisis, the rise of fascism and the imperialist propensity for war are driving the workers and the rest of the people to GHT back and move for a radical change of social system in various countries. Struggle for a new and better world. To be able to GHT for a new and better world, the people need to be aroused, organized, and mobilized by the Revolutionary Party and progressive alliances in every country. In this regard, the Revolutionary Party analyzes the global and domestic situation and sets forth the general program of action and the strategy and tactics. The PLE must be aroused through information and education work. They must be organized on the basis of class or sectoral entity as well as on the basis of major social issues. They must be mobilized through mass campaigns and through sectoral and multi-sectoral alliances. The teachers and researchers play a crucial role in the struggle of the people for a new and better world. They must develop and utilize knowledge and research against the imperialist domination of these and for the liberation of the people from national and class oppression, for the realization of democracy, for all-rounded development in the service of the people, for world peace and the protection of the environment. They must promote and realize a new type of education and culture that is anti-imperialist, scientific and pro-people. It is of urgent necessity that the teachers and researchers put forward a critique of imperialist ideology. Such a critique is an important instrument for denning the targets and tasks in the struggle for a radical transformation of society. We must be able to confront imperialist globalization and its terrorist complement of state repression and wars of aggression. In this regard, we must be able to build ever stronger the solidarity of the people of the world, and advance their struggle to defend their rights and welfare, including the people's right to education, and advance in stages the struggle for a new and better world of greater freedom, justice, development, and peace. I am pleased to know that participants in this conference are urged to contribute to the critique of any aspect of imperialism and education and are encouraged to make interdisciplinary approaches to such concerns as access to education, the so-called neoliberal reforms in the education sector, the right to education and livelihood, the political economy of education, the politics and theories of knowledge, production and research, the impact of privatization and liberalization on educators and students and adverse effects of neoliberal reforms in education on societies. The organizers of this conference guide well all the participants by setting forth certain tracks of discussion and calling for papers under each track. I look forward to the publication of the papers on education and imperialism, dealing with historical perspectives, the relation of imperialist globalization to the basic and higher levels of education and the relation of debt and so-called aid to education, to the papers on education and markets, dealing with the relations of education with industry and imperialist globalization, free trade agreements and transnational education, and to the papers on education, oppression, and resistance, dealing with the relations of education to social movements, the cause of national liberation, the issues of race, ethnicity, and gender and the rights and welfare of educators and related personnel. The direction, scope, and content of your conference are comprehensive and take up the most important issues and concerns. I wish you the utmost success. I am content that your conference will be very successful not only in interpreting the world but also in proposing how to change it. Thank you. On the task of arousing, organizing, and mobilizing the masses. Discussions with an assembly of the Student Christian Movement. September 24, 2010. 1. The work of AOM today is a large part of the SCM campaign on planning, the main considerations are national and local issues in the objective and framework at a given time. Propaganda and recruitment are based on the framework of the campaign to be designated. The campaign to organize has become the usual practice. Concretely, when the members conduct propaganda, this is based on primers that discuss the major issues that are only stitched together by an appraisal of the semi-colonial and semi-feudal condition and its alternative, national democracy, and sometimes that point is not even reached. The members seldom conduct propaganda and recruitment using the Constitution, the articles in Struggle for National Democracy and documents directly explaining what is national democracy. With this kind of framework, when the issue wanes, there is a lull in organizing. This is also the result of not following AOM step by step. Is this the correct method of planning for a D-night period, or is it more accurate to make organizing the pivotal issue? By providing the constitutions of the mass organizations and the SND? How about making the organized forces as the source of mobilization and only periodically expand the GHT when national and local issues arise? JMS, the tasks of arousing, organizing, and mobilizing the masses are interrelated and interdependent. But there should be a distinction and balancing of tasks. Let us trace the sequence of arousing, organizing, and mobilizing the masses. Let us assume an initial number of members. Based on this, you can take on the task of arousing on the National Democrat line and outstanding issues. Even at the stage or arousing, the current members pay attention to those who can be persuaded and recruited and whom they know because they are their fellow students, friends, and co-members in other organizations, co-believers in religion, hangout companions, etc. As a result of propaganda on any issue based on the National Democratic line, two methods of solid organizing must be conducted. First, every member should fool the task of recruiting others one by one or by successive groups at any day or any D-night period. Second, the organization can issue a call for a recruitment meeting every week or every month at which those interested to become members are invited to attend. In these two methods, recruitment is made within 1 or 2 hours of explanation, discussion, understanding, and acceptance of the constitution and program of the organization. After new members are recruited, promptly put them through PDEPA or the School for National Democracy as a step towards their consolidation. The more you have aroused and the more you have recruited to your organization, the bigger the capability of your organization to launch campaigns. A&M are alike in the sense that agitprop and assembling of people beyond the number of members of the organization are conducted. A&M are different because the masses reached by M are bigger and wider, and because M designates a longer period for fooling the objectives of a campaign. The point about using campaigns to organize the machinery for campaigns is correct. Assign tasks to MEM bears and prospective members of the organization and quickly recruit activists to the organization. If recruitment is not prompt, the prospective members are bound to disappear when the campaign ebbs. Recruitment of new members is easily forgotten while the campaign is advancing with many tasks related to it. By the way, is it not that when you say mobilize, the main issue is how after organizing and mobilizing, the MEM bears are not only expected to participate in mass actions but, more than this, to conduct mass work within the organization. JMS, within the ranks of SCM or any progressive mass organization, mass work should really be conducted so that members are more ready, more steadfast, and more active in mobilizing bigger masses beyond the membership of the specific mass organization. In this sense, M means reaching and mobilizing larger numbers of those not yet organized or of members of other organizations not quite as developed as ND organizations. But while the campaign is going on, the organization or campaign machinery is also being built, and work in the committees, secretariat, or groups is distributed. Because the ND members are conscious and solidly organized, they can easily work, act and lead, and no new rising activists to be invited to become members. Is it correct that in consideration of the concrete situation of not having full chapters, we must concentrate on the work of solid organizing and mobilizing based on our consolidated strength and not to rely on the principle that through vigorous campaigning without having to grasp the major issues in the organization one can expect to mobilize and expand? JMS, I do not understand why you do not have full chapters. You ought to have these, whether small or big, weak or strong. My former assumption was that the SCM has chapters in every school, especially in Christian schools or in secular schools having many Christian students. Look whether your constitution is adequate or inadequate. Amend it, if necessary. Sum up your experience and see whether errors and weaknesses are causing the absence or weakness of solid organizing. It is only natural to concentrate on the work of solid organizing when there are no chapters or these are weak. But do not neglect A and M because these facilitate O. Is our view also correct that the realization of the call for a patriotic, scientific, and mass character of education and other aspects of the ND program are not yet the primary issues connected to such calls as the opposition to the government's budget cuts and decreasing subsidies, and demands for tactical gains, but to the actual recruitment to mass organizations and to fully put into practice the call to study in PDEPA where they are taught to be patriotic, reject idealism and integrate with the basic masses by leaving the schools and organizing among them. This is because under current conditions, it appears that calls directed to the government and not to the people cannot be fully demonstrated as illusory under the existing government but can be put into practice within the framework of the new society. JMS, attend to diarrhent issues at diarrhent times, but every issue should be linked to the national democratic line and the line of patriotic, scientific, and mass-oriented education and culture. In every statement, show the connection of particular issues to the broader issues and in the context of the national democratic movement. It is correct to criticize the reactionary government and state what ought to be done. Your positions should be just and reasonable. It is correct to say that reforms are needed. But it is wrong to say that through sheer reforms fundamental change is achievable. It is correct for the student movement to maintain its character. But the students must link with the working classes and communities of the poor and participate in mass work among them, especially among the youth. How is the actual conduct when one says strengthen the anti-fascist, anti-feudal and anti-imperialist campaign? Is this mainly linked to solid organizing and educating the masses, or linking the particular issues manifested by these in the framework of the campaign relative to sweeping attacks compared to solid organizing? What is the objective of mass actions? What is the standard set for assessing whether this is victorious or not? JMS, anti-fascist, anti-feudal and anti-imperialist are combative terms. It pertains to the national democratic movement. This line should permeate and be carried by A, O and M. Do not separate this from A, O and M. The principal weakness of SCM is its lack of chapters. This is why it cannot register a strong call even if it acts because its numbers are not significant. In this situation, is it not more fitting for us to take on the creation and strengthening of chapters as the main political task by AOM? Set mobilization based on solid strength through intensive and step-by-step organizing as the main call and not quick campaigns and forced mobilizations expected to produce an atmosphere to push the masses to join the mass organization, which in the end does not happen. JMS, it is correct for the SCM to attend to forming and strengthening chapters in diarrhent schools. The chapters can be formed when you can get members in the context of AOM and by focusing on solid organizing. When You have built a chapter in a university, continue to build chapters at the level of the colleges down to the departments. Do not put aside the task of mobilizing, instead use this to develop the task of organizing. Now also, unlike during the RST quarter storm, work in communities and in schools are separate. It is only from time to time that the call made in schools is for school activists to link up and integrate with the basic masses and learn their basic issues. Is this division between the activists in the community and in the school, not at odds with the orientation that schools should become only the breeding ground for ND activists who in the end should focus primarily on places where the basic masses are? JMS, see whether within the framework of Anakbayan, you can conduct social investigation among the working people and participate in community mass work, especially among the youth. Your members can also take the initiative to link with and work in urban poor communities because you have members residing there or near there. What are the principal tasks of national MO formations and alliances? What is the meaning of designating national formations of mass organizations to have the principal task of being the main machinery for campaigns? JMS, the leaderships of the national MOs should be comprehensively attending to AOM at the national level. The leaderships of alliances should attend to unity, coordination, and mobilization of organizations within the alliances. During the FQS, how did you deal with the media? What is the correct attitude of treating them during mass AC? JMS, the big media have big bourgeois owners and are influenced by big foreign and local companies. But the majority of journalists have petty bourgeois tendencies and have patriotic and progressive sympathy with ND mass organizations and the ND line. They like reasonable, intelligent, and sharp statements as well as our massive and militant mass actions. On this basis you can learn how to deal with the media, especially the journalists. You should also be aware of the business interests, the press lords and their hatchetmen. Follow-up questions on the ND line and AOM, October 5, 2010. 1. On national formation of mass organizations, what the national formations of mass organizations and the alliances usually do is to launch media actions, writing press statements and other methods of relaying through the media our stand/position on issues. This is within the frame of the supposed stress on campaigns and introduction of the organization and taking a stand on the main national issues as the task of the national formations. There are instances when within a week media actions are made daily. We are puzzled by this method because in our view, like you said, compare Comprehensive AOM work is the task of national MO formations and media action is only part of but it is here that the formations spend all their time. It is also our view that when we say we wish to be nationally recognized, and as well the issues that we carry, these should not stop only at but should develop to AOM in its fullness. We also fear that we often think of kinds of actions that the media would bite and not based on sharpness, size, and militancy of our actions. In the end, instead of drawing a sharp line, such method would be treated only as a spectacle of mass actions. There is the thinking that for the media to bite our statements, it is necessary to remove some analysis hewing to the ND line. JMS, the mass movement would be derailed if the only or the main national level objective of the MO or alliance are press releases and spectacle, especially when the ND line is removed, dulled, or dissipated. Statements and actions carrying the sharp ND line can be effective in calling the attention of the media and the masses. Without the ND line, the MOs would weaken and lose their reason for being. 2. On highlighting the ND line in campaigns and mass struggles, now under Philippine conditions, the masses are aware of the degree of their swearing under the ruling system. As subjective forces, what activists only need to do is direct these fragmented or separate views by highlighting the semi-colonial and semi-feudal analysis, puppet regimes, bureaucrat capitalism and feudalism, and the alternatives within the frame of the ND program. However, we see two reasons why we are unable to do this. 1. The campaign line on which we unite to carry is insouciant, falling into tactical calls for reforms of the campaigns and mass struggles, so that when the mobilizations wane, no organizational gains are achieved. Possibly also because the masses who participated were not satisfied with the analysis imparted to them in the process of the mass campaign. 2. AOM is not properly and comprehensively conducted. We fail to produce enough voices to influence a large number of the people to the ND analysis and calls. Essentially, we are concerned about being able to make the political line of People's Democratic Revolution seep through the masses by AOM. Is our view not to be shy about recognizing ND as the broadest appeal acceptable to the masses and considering PDR as the political line guiding the calls to drum up even in urban areas? As we have earlier stated, this problem is probably related to two issues. 1. Our consensus on narrow campaign lines, unconcretized in the context of political campaigns and mass struggles in the urban areas, and 2. Unrealized objective to drum up ND analysis and calls due to our weaknesses and shortcomings in conducting AOM. JMS, you are correct about not shying away from recognizing, using, and propagating the ND line. This responds to the people's problems. This is the line for solving such problems. If the MO is in the legal struggle, it is incorrect to directly call for armed struggle or people's war. But you can also say that we follow the will of the masses for as or that as or PW is there because many can no longer withstand or tolerate swearing. Remember two things. 1. Concrete demands should be clearly linked to the ND line. It becomes a problem when there are errors and shortcomings regarding the line, and the ND line is clear in the orchestration of the general and SPE 6 slogans, and 2. Nothing can be achieved if A, O and M are not carried out comprehensively and integrally. 3. How can calls in mass campaigns and struggles with particular emphasis on economic problems become political and cultural? For example, like the general call for 125 peso across the board and problems among the student youth, such as tuition and other fees. JMS, it is okay to present the economic problems as well as demands such as 125 pesos across the board and the lowering of tuition and other fees. But related to the political demands, it is also necessary to present the oppressive and exploitative domination of the US and the rule of the local reactionary classes, and to mention the need for the oppressed and exploited masses to struggle. When the economic and political aspects are clear, it is easy to depict their cultural aspect. 4. On tactical calls for reform, based on the principle that all outstanding issues must be linked to the wider issue. And within the context of the national democratic movement, how should the campaign line be deemed on issues related to the economic problems being denounced and opposed but demanding reforms? As an example, the demand for lowering tuition and other fees, 12-year high school extension program, etc. Do these issues not have an initial sweeping character and always the primary task, especially of ND mass organizations, is to lay a campaign line that is sharp and national democratic to direct the inherent hatred of the masses against the policies that emerge? JMS, concrete demands are indeed necessary for concrete problems. Put these in the context of the ND program and actions. The ND line must denounce the whole and the parts of the semi-colonial and semi-feudal system, and must present the solutions based on the mass movement for national liberation and democracy. 5. On the concept of broadening, how is broadening of campaigns and mass struggles undertaken? Does this have to do with limiting the campaign line to accommodate the masses with backward views? Is it not that if this has basis for being done, should only be temporary and from the perspective of the general line of the campaign should be immediately raised by linking to the ND line? JMS, broadening of the mass struggle means continuously strengthening the ranks of the advanced masses, attracting the middling masses and ending ways to free the backward masses from the control and influence of the reactionaries. We often refer to the broad united front. This means, principally trust the working masses, win over the middle strata and take advantage of splits among the reactionary classes. The tactics of the broad united front is really for weakening the entire reactionary class. Yes, attracting the masses influenced by these and strengthening the working masses. 40 Years of Philippine Society and Revolution. Interview by Ang Bayan. November 20, 2010. It has been 40 years since the Central Publishing House of the Communist Party of the Philippines (RST) published Philippine Society and Revolution. In the past 40 years, PSR has served as the CPP's principal reference and guide in laying down the basic principles of the two-stage revolution in the Philippines based on the analysis of concrete conditions of the semi-colonial and semi-feudal system. To commemorate the anniversary of PSR and rearm the principles it laid down, Ang Bayan decided to interview Comrade Jose Ma Sison, who, as CPP founding chair Amado Guerrero, was the principal author of PSR. 1. Can you relate to our readers certain historical facts about PSR? When did you start writing it? Who were involved in the research and writing? When was it RST published and in what form? To your knowledge, how many times has the book been printed? JMS, I wrote it soon after the launching of the People's War and on the eve of the first quarter storm of 1970. I started and finished writing it in the third quarter of 1969. Some comrades in the EC/CC like Charlie Del Rosario and Monaco Atienza brought me the reference materials that I needed. When I finished the rough draft around August 1969, I gave it to Julie de Lima and other individuals and some members of the Central Committee for suggestions and comments. The RST edition of PSR was published in mimeographed form in October 1969, of which copy was submitted for publication in the Philippine Collegian under the title Philippine Crisis and Revolution. Pulang Tala Publications published the third edition and Ta Kung Pao of Hong Kong, the fourth edition in 1970. The FTH and sixth editions in English and Filipino were mimeographed by the CPP Central Publishing House in 1971. In 1977, the Katipunan ng Demokratikong Pilipino published the seventh edition in the U.S. This can be considered the fourth edition if the mimeographed editions are excluded. Other editions were released after my capture in 1977. There were even German and Turkish translations and a comics edition. 2. PSR is one of the most important Marxist-Leninist theoretical works of the revolutionary movement in the Philippines. What theoretical challenges faced its writing? What do you think are the key contributions of PSR to the theory of revolution in the Philippines? Has it made any contribution to theory that is relevant beyond the practice of the Philippine Revolution? JMS, the biggest theoretical challenge was the application of Marxism-Leninism Mao Zedong thought to Philippine history and circumstances. It necessitated the concrete analysis of concrete conditions. The key contributions of PSR are its characterization of Philippine society as semi-colonial and semi-feudal and the corresponding line of national and democratic revolution under the leadership of the working class. In this regard, PSR specied the allied classes and the class enemies in the new democratic revolution. It also laid down the principal task: national liberation and democratic revolution. It deemed as well the stages of the Philippine Revolution, people's new democracy and socialism. 3. Before PSR, there were struggle for national democracy and the document rectify errors, rebuild the party, which were among the RST major theoretical works of the national democratic movement in the Philippines. Can you recount the history of the development of the theory of Philippine Revolution up to the publication of PSR? In 1970, JMS, the publication of SND and the RERP document was necessary and essential. SND paved the way for the exposition of the people's basic problems and the possible revolutionary solution in legal and persuasive language. It was in line with the tradition of the old democratic revolution of 1896 and the new democratic revolution, under the leadership of the working class. It was based on the prevailing conditions and needs of the Filipino PLE, especially the toiling masses. RERP was seminal in the analysis of the experience of the old merger party of the Communist and Socialist parties. It exposed the errors and weaknesses which led to the failure of the revolution. It had therefore laid down what must be done in order to realize the ideological, political, and organizational requirements to rebuild the revolutionary party of the proletariat, the People's Army and the United Front, and to rekindle and advance the revolution towards victory. For what was the biggest contribution of PSR to the course of the Philippine Revolution in the past 40 years? What role did it play in the different stages of development of the Philippine Revolution? JMS, PSR greatly strengthened the general line earlier laid down by the party constitution and the program for a people's democratic revolution. Since the RST year of the People's War up to the present, PSR has played a key role in shedding light about the history, the basic problems and the revolutionary solution of the Filipino people. PSR has played such an important role in every stage of the revolution. PSR further enlightens with the help of recent writings based on the advances of the revolution and the worsening of the crisis of the rotten system. PSR has been an active tool of the party in raising the consciousness and will of party members and mass activists. 5. The fourth edition of PSR included specific characteristics of our people's war and our urgent tasks, which emphasized the theoretical importance of this document. What other theoretical works of the CPP do you think have equal weight and significance in terms of the development of the theory of revolution in the Philippines? JMS, the fourth edition indeed emphasized the theoretical importance of the two supplementary documents, which in turn further enhanced PSR. The documents of similar importance and significance in the development of the theory of revolution in the Philippines are on the mode of production in the Philippines, Philippine Crisis and Revolution, Stand for Socialism, Against Modern Revisionism and Rearm Our Basic Principles and Rectify the Errors, the basic documents of the Second Great Rectification Movement, and basic documents against the policy of neoliberal globalization and other offensives of imperialism. 6. It has been over 40 years since the PSR was RST published. How would you compare Philippine society today to the conditions then? Do you think PSR remains an active guide for the Philippine Revolution? Do you see a need for a new edition, revision, or supplement to PSR? JMS, the continuing semi-colonial and semi-feudal conditions are further worsening and deepening. Thus, PSR remains an active guide for the Philippine national and democratic revolution. The party continues to issue new editions of PSR and supplement it with new related documents. However, I am tempted to write a new edition with expanded text dealing with the past 4 decades. 7. How can PSR further been at the current stage of the revolution, especially in line with the CPP's call to achieve the strategic stalemate in VE years? What do you think are the crucial issues that have to be studied by Philippine revolutionaries in order to further invigorate the different fields of struggle? JMS, always review PSR and apply it to current circumstances and events. Under the guidance of Marxism, Leninism, Mao Zedong thought, PSR explains why the People's War is necessary and how to advance it in stages, from the strategic defensive to the strategic stalemate and from the strategic stalemate to the strategic offensive. PSR also laid down the need to fool the political requirements in order to advance the people's war from one stage to the next. The party must be strengthened ideologically, politically, and organizationally. The people's army must be strengthened through armed struggle, agrarian revolution, and the building of the mass base and organs of political power. There must be a united front policy involving certain types of alliances, the basic worker-peasant alliance, the progressive alliance of the toiling masses and the urban petty bourgeoisie, the patriotic alliance of the progressive classes and the national bourgeoisie, and the temporary and unstable alliance with reactionaries ing the enemy. Strengthen communist parties. In the worsening global capitalist crisis. Contribution to the 20 Brussels Communist Seminar. May 13 to 15, 2011. On a global scale, the objective conditions for strengthening communist parties are favorable. The crisis of the world capitalist system keeps on worsening, and the broad masses of the people are rising up simultaneously in many countries in various continents to resist the dire consequences of the global crisis. Communist parties have the opportunity to strengthen themselves in an all-round way, ideologically, politically, and organizationally. The ever-worsening crisis exposes the bankruptcy and rottenness of the entire world capitalist system and points to the necessity of revolutionary struggles for national liberation, democracy, and socialism under the leadership of the proletariat and its revolutionary party. One worsening crisis and aggressiveness of imperialism. The economic and financial crisis that burst out in the US and spread throughout the world in 2008 has persisted and aggravated as a global depression. That is because the imperialist states have continued to cling to the US-dictated policy of neoliberal globalization. Under the auspices of this policy, the financial oligarchy and the rest of the monopoly bourgeoisie have continued to make profits in the real economy by pressing down the incomes and social benefits of the working people, as well as in the financial markets by generating and manipulating speculative capital. Public money has been used to bail out the big banks and corporations, improve their balance sheets and revive the stock market. Even the much-touted stimulus packages doled out to the favored corporations are subject to their labor cost-saving and profit-making decisions. Thus, there is no real economic recovery. The general trend is for production and employment to stagnate and decline. Underconsumption and poverty are increasing as more people suffer unemployment, lower income, and rising prices of basic commodities and services. Public deficits and the public debt have soared because of tax cuts, subsidies, overpriced contracts and bailouts for the big bourgeoisie, and quite conspicuously because of the mounting debt service and the rising expenditures for military production and for military intervention and aggression. But the public sector employees and the rest of the working people and even the decreasing level of government social spending are blamed for the soaring public deficits. They are all scapegoated for the adoption of austerity measures which pass on the burden of crisis to the working people. The imperialist powers are united in applying the anti-worker, antisocial, and anti-environment bias of the neoliberal economic policy. But among them there are increasing contradictions regarding economic, financial, and trade policies. There are growing trends of protectionism and the use of skull measures to stimulate demand and rebuild the infrastructure. Amidst the growing indecisiveness of the G8 and the G20 and such multilateral agencies as the IMF, World Bank, and the WTO, China, Russia, India, Brazil and South Africa are combining to develop their own position relative to the crisis of the world capitalist system. In more than 3 decades of neoliberal economic policy, the chronic crisis of overproduction in the world capitalist system was accelerated, deepened, and aggravated. But it was made to appear that the crisis was always being solved or overcome by limitless debt financing at the level of the households, the corporations, and the states. The constant creation of money, credit, and derivatives was supposed to perpetuate a happy world of expanding production, upvaluation of assets and speculative bubbles. While the big bourgeoisie railed against supposed wage ination and big social spending by government, they had no compunction about pouring public funds into military production and deployment of military forces abroad. The military-industrial complex borrowed from the overpriced contracts with the state. These are conceived to have buoyed up the U.S. economy since the Reagan high-speed spending for high-tech military production. In the 1980s, down to the military Keynesianism of Bush Jr. and the continuing rising military expenditures for military production and wars of aggression. The ever-worsening crisis of the world capitalist system is driving the imperialist powers headed by the U.S. to increase military production and launch wars of aggression. The end of the Cold War upon the implosion of the Soviet Union has served to embolden the U.S. and its NATO allies to engage in wars of aggression such as those against Yugoslavia, Iraq, Afghanistan, and Libya. The increasing aggressiveness of the imperialist powers is driven by the domestic profit-seeking of the monopoly bourgeoisie and its scheme to expand economic territory abroad. As cheap sources of labor, oil, and other raw materials, as markets and fields of investment and as spheres of influence. The imperialist powers are united against the oppressed peoples and nations and underdeveloped countries that assert national independence. But among themselves they are increasingly beset by contradictions as they struggle for a redivision of the world. Certain countries that collaborated with the US and NATO in the aggression against Iraq subsequently became wary and formed the Shanghai Cooperation Organization. Most recently, China, Russia, India, Brazil, and even Germany would not support the aggression on Libya. 2. Growing people's resistance. In the imperialist countries, there is widespread discontent among the people because of the high rate of unemployment, the erosion of hard-won social benefits, the curtailment of trade union and other democratic rights and the austerity measures being adopted against the working class and the people in general. There are outbursts of general strikes and militant mass protests by the workers, youth, and students, women and other sectors of society. The public sector workers, the migrant workers, the youth, and women are often in the forefront of mass protests in the streets. The strikes and mass protests break out in countries more often where crisis conditions and austerity measures are most severe, where the authorities are most reactionary and repressive and where there are communist parties, mass organizations, or coordinating centers that call for concerted actions on the burning issues. In most imperialist countries, there is still political inertia due to the absence of a strong communist party and a strong mass movement of the working class, youth, women, and other sectors. At the same time, the monopoly bourgeoisie has been quite adept at using the mass media, the political ties and the schools in propagating anti-communist ideas and prejudices and playing up chauvinism, racism, religious bigotry, war hysteria, and fascism to divide the people, to divert public sentiment and to obscure the roots of the crisis in the world capitalist system. Elections are being used to absorb the swings of political moods from right to left and from left to right and to keep them within the frame of the capitalist ruling system. Nevertheless, the crisis conditions persist and provide the opportunities for the subjective forces of the revolution to arise and grow in strength. The communist parties and mass organizations under their leadership are manifesting various degrees of success in developing their strength. They are conscious that a principled and active communist party generates a strong mass movement and in turn the latter provides the base for increasing the ranks of communists. In the underdeveloped countries, the people are carrying out and intensifying various forms of resistance against the imperialist powers and the local reactionary forces. The people wage armed resistance against imperialism A list aggression and occupation as in Iraq, Afghanistan, Pakistan, and Palestine. They do likewise in civil wars. Against repressive ruling systems as in India, the Philippines, Colombia, Peru, Turkey, and elsewhere. Whether they wage armed resistance or not, the people engage in mass movements for national and social liberation and intensify these against the ever-rising level of oppression and exploitation. The people who wage armed revolutions for new democracy and wars of national liberation against foreign aggression and occupation have the best chances of seizing political power and establishing a state with an anti-imperialist and democratic character. Legal mass movements and mass uprisings without arms, as in North Africa and the Middle East recently, cannot by themselves change the reactionary ruling system even if they succeed, with the direct or indirect support of the reactionary military, in overthrowing autocrats or authoritarian regimes. But they can assist existing armed revolutions or engender these as a subsequent development. The protraction of the global depression since 2008 has set the stage for great disorder and upheavals in the second decade of the 21st century. The rise of new democratic revolutions through people's wars in the underdeveloped countries can inspire and stimulate revolutionary mass movements in the developed countries. The more imperialist countries engage in military intervention or aggression against other countries, the more they take the risk of undermining political and economic stability in their home grounds. The growing contradictions among imperialist countries can result in the general weakening of the hold of the most repulsive imperialist powers like the US on the underdeveloped countries and in wider room for underdeveloped countries in asserting national independence and anti-imperialist and democratic mass movements to surge forward. The inter-imperialist contradictions involve imperialist powers backing tyrant governments in underdeveloped countries and in exchanging provocations and threats of igniting national, regional or global wars. 3. Strengthening communist parties amidst the worsening global crisis. In the last 3 decades, the imperialist powers headed by the US have blamed the working class and government social spending for the phenomenon of stagnation in the 1970s and have relentlessly pursued a ruthless class war to press down wage levels and attack the rights of the working class in order to enable the monopoly bourgeoisie to accumulate more capital and enjoy the widest opportunities for profit-making under the policy of neoliberal globalization. And in the last more than 2 decades, the imperialist powers have also gloated over the revisionist betrayal of socialism, the fall of revisionist regimes and the full restoration of capitalism in revisionist-ruled countries and ascribed these as proof that the history of mankind does not go farther than capitalism and liberal democracy. With the obvious intention of perpetuating capitalism and further burying socialism, the monopoly bourgeoisie has intensified ideological, political, economic, and military offensives against the working class and all anti-imperialist forces. But the evils of capitalism and imperialism are once more totally exposed upon the bankruptcy of the imperialist policy of neoliberal globalization. This policy is enacting horrendous conditions of exploitation and oppression on the broad masses of the people and is inciting them to engage in various forms of resistance. The conditions are favorable for waging revolutionary struggles and demand that communist parties take the lead in the struggles of the people and to strengthen themselves for the purpose. Ideological strengthening. Communist parties must strengthen themselves ideologically. They must uphold Marxism-Leninism as the universal theory of the proletariat and apply it on the history and current circumstances of the people's struggle for national and social liberation against imperialism and all reaction. Ideological building is the RST requisite in building the revolutionary party of the proletariat. Without theory, there can be no revolutionary party and no revolutionary movement. We now hear from an increasing number of serious-minded people, who are not even communists, of the Need to read and study Marx in the face of the grave crisis and depression of the world capitalist system? They are disgusted with the bourgeois subjectivism and the dogma of personal greed that have been pushed by the monopoly bourgeoisie in the anti-communist and anti-socialist ideological offensive, and that have resulted in grave harm to the broad masses of the people under the policy of neoliberal globalization. To make a living and useful study of Marxism-Leninism, we must focus on the current dire circumstances as a result of the laws of motion and internal contradictions of the capitalist system. We must apply the theory not only to critique and interpret the decadent system, but more importantly to adopt an outlook, methodology, and plan for overthrowing it and replacing it with a new system through the revolutionary process. We must rearm the fundamental principles of Marxism-Leninism and the historical victories in their application. But we must avoid dogmatism by going into the concrete analysis of concrete conditions in accordance with materialist dialectics. We must also shun empiricism, which deprives us of revolutionary direction in the tour of facts and impressions. We must continue to be most vigilant and active against reformism and revisionism, which have been the most lethal to communist parties that have been in power or not yet in power. Communist parties must strengthen their ranks ideologically through night courses of study and through the revolutionary application of the principles and lessons learned. A general level of understanding materialist dialectics and class struggle must be ensured among the rank and li. They must be able to carry out a resolute and vigorous ideological offensive against the ideological trends generated by imperialism and all reaction. The propagation of Marxist-Leninist ideas among the party rank and li and among the mass activists should be faster than ever before with the use of various electronic media. The monopoly bourgeoisie still owns and controls the major mass media. But the reality wreaked in the electronic media used by the proletarian revolutionaries can in the long run speak louder than the false ideas and claims of the imperialists and reactionaries. Communist parties must grasp the new factors in the new situation. In the RST instance, the monopoly bourgeoisie owns and controls the high technology for production, distribution, and communications. But this accelerates the profit-making, the concentration of capital, the crisis of overproduction, the abuse of man's capital, the global depression and the people's resistance. In fact, high technology is suitable to socialism and not to capitalism in terms of knowing and satisfying human needs and demands. Political strengthening. Communist parties must strengthen themselves politically by drawing correctly the general line of the people's revolutionary struggle on the basis of concrete conditions and steadfastly pursuing this line until complete victory is obtained with the seizure of political power and establishment of the new revolutionary state system. In semi-colonial and semi-feudal conditions, communist parties must pursue the line of bourgeois democratic revolution of the new type. In industrial capitalist conditions, they must pursue the line of socialist revolution, taking into account the necessity of democratic struggle against the threat or reality of fascism. The revolutionary struggle of the people must be led by the working class through the Communist Party as its advanced detachment. The working class must be the leading class because it is the most productive and most progressive force. It is the agency for supplanting the bourgeois ownership and management of the means of production and for bringing about socialism. It has the vantage point of recognizing the need for the liberation of all working people and for leading the process of overthrowing the reactionary state and establishing the revolutionary state. In political struggle, communist parties must avoid the pitfalls of right and left opportunism. Right opportunism usually takes the form of reformism and revisionism, keeping the struggle for reforms always within the canons of the reactionary state and going so far as to revise and depart from the fundamental principle of overthrowing the reactionary state. Left opportunism means calling for violent actions that are not yet justified by the Ongoing conditions and putting the revolutionary forces and people in a losing position. Adventurism is left in form but rightist in content because it spells defeat for the revolution. What principal form of struggle to pursue, whether violent or non-violent, depends on the concrete conditions. In certain semi-colonial and semi-feudal countries, where the peasants are the most numerous class, it is possible to wage a protracted people's war in order to accumulate armed strength for the ultimate overthrow of the reactionary state. But in industrial capitalist countries, it is impossible to wage such a protracted people's war in which a people's army and its areas of operation grow in stages in the countryside. Under conditions when it is not yet possible to transform an imperialist war into a civil war, it is possible to learn the teachings of the great communist leaders on state and revolution, to build self-defense units against the fascist disruptors of strikes and protest mass actions and to arouse, organize, and mobilize the people to engage in giant marches and rallies. In any given period, a communist party can only have a certain number of members, always limited in relation to the total number of the exploited and oppressed people. It cannot make revolution or any kind of political progress without leading a mass movement. It must build the mass organizations of various classes and sectors. Workers, peasants, Sherman, urban poor, women, youth, professionals, cultural activists, and so on. It must also build mass organizations focused on important issues of popular or multi-sectoral interest. Communist parties must have a united front policy, engage in united front work and build various types of united front or alliances formally and informally in order to amplify, extend, and maximize the strength and influence of communists and the masses that they have organized. Communist parties must constantly seek to reach the masses that are unorganized or that belong to other parties, mass organizations, and institutions. They can do so through multi-sectoral, sectoral, and issue-based alliances. Success in United Front can verify whether the general line of the party is valid and acceptable to the people. Communist parties must avail of both the traditional and new methods for arousing, organizing, and mobilizing the people. The traditional forms of communications, such as speaking without any amplifier, handwriting, and printing on hard copy, are indispensable and basic. But the new forms of communications made available by high technology should be used in order to accelerate, intensify, and expand the agitation and education, mass organizing and mobilization of the people. We are confronted by the forces of imperialism which exploit and oppress the working class and the people on a global scale and use all sorts of instruments, including the multinational RMS and banks, agencies of political and cultural subversion and military forces. It is absolutely necessary to uphold the principle of proletarian internationalism among communist and workers' parties and to build solidarity movements of the proletariat and people of the world for national liberation, democracy, and socialism against imperialism and all reaction. Organizational strengthening. Communist parties must strengthen themselves organizationally by following the principle of democratic centralism. This means centralism based on democracy and democracy under centralized leadership. Leading organs of the party at all levels are elected and responsible to the party organization or conference that elected them. After free and thorough discussion of issues, decisions are taken and implemented, giving due respect to the following. The individual is subordinate to the organization, the minority is subordinate to the majority, the lower level is subordinate to the higher level and the entire membership is subordinate to the Central Committee and the National Congress. The party should combat the opposite extremes of bureaucratism or top-down commandism and ultra-democracy or anarchism. Leading organs should always pay close attention to the reports and views of lower party organizations and the masses of party members and constantly study concrete experiences and give prompt guid and assistance in the solution of problems. Lower party organizations should give regular and timely reports about their work to the organization above them and request instructions concerning problems that require the decision of a higher party organization. All party organizations must follow the principle of collective leadership, and all important decisions must be decided collectively. At the beginning, a communist party may be built by recruiting a few party members from Marxist study circles, and from the ranks of trade unions and other forms of mass organizations. But no matter how still small in size, the party strives to build a nationwide structure and take deeper roots among the toiling masses. The opportunities for building a party that is nationwide and deeply rooted among the masses become wider when the crisis of the ruling system worsens and the party leads a growing mass movement. From this the party can recruit a far greater number of party members than before. Amidst current conditions of global capitalist crisis and depression, it should be easier than ever before to build communist parties where there are none, to rebuild those previously destroyed by the enemy or degenerated by revisionism, and to strengthen those that have persevered under the guidance of Marxism-Leninism. Communist parties must take the lead of the mass movement in protesting and making demands against the worsening conditions of oppression and exploitation. From this growing mass movement, they can and must recruit an increasing number of party members. In living up to its character as the revolutionary party of the proletariat, a party in an industrial capitalist country or in an underdeveloped country must have as top priority the recruitment of members from the ranks of the workers. The period of candidature for workers may be as short as 6 months in order to ensure the predominance of workers in the party, and 1 year for those coming from the petty bourgeoisie. In the underdeveloped countries, where the bourgeois democratic revolution is going on, the poor peasants and farm workers may have a 6-month period of candidature like the workers. It is best for communist parties to have in their ranks cadres and ordinary members. Cadres are those capable of leading a committee or any other collective unit of work. They are trained and developed within the party in the course of struggle. They may also be previously leaders in the mass organizations from which they are recruited. Limiting the party membership to cadres slows the growth of the party. The party must have a fast-growing number of ordinary members in order to carry out tasks that require mass strength, and in order to have within the party a wide base for developing cadres. Communist parties must build and strengthen themselves self-reliantly. To do so, they must learn from their own study of Marxism-Leninism and their experiences, and set the tasks for advancing and winning greater victories. They must also learn from the teachings and successful experiences of communist leaders and parties on an international scale. In this regard, they can benefit from exchanges of ideas and experiences with other parties. Through publications, bilateral meetings, multilateral meetings, and practical cooperation. At the moment, several international conferences of communist and workers' parties wish to establish and develop a new communist international. Communist parties can contribute their ideas and proposals and learn a lot that is helpful from the debates and documentary output of conferences that uphold Marxism-Leninism and oppose revisionism. But it is still too difficult or even impossible to single out which of these conferences is already on the way to being the new communist international or the new center of the world proletarian revolution. The advance of a communist party in any country does not depend on the claims of any international conference as the new center of the world revolution. It depends on the line that the party correctly adopts and implements. It is better to look forward to communist parties victorious in revolution initiating a new communist international than to expect any of the current international conferences to directly lead to the new communist international or enable specific parties to win revolution in their respective countries. Contribution to literary interrelations, conference in celebration of the centennial of the UP Department of English and Comparative Literature. May 28, 2011. Dear Professor Lucero, colleagues, distinguished guests, and friends. First of all, let me thank the UP Department of English and Comparative Literature for inviting me to participate in this conference titled Literary Interrelations. I feel highly privileged as I am aware that this conference is a major activity in the celebration of the centennial of the department and is in honor of the late UP President Salvador P. Lopez on his centenary and in celebration of the 81st anniversary of his work, Literature and Society. Literature and Politics in General. 1. To be serious and significant, literature draws content from the economic, political, and cultural aspects of society and processes such content to present a concise and concentrated expression of social life through the contexting and interactions of a cast of fictional characters. All great and major works of literature in ancient and modern times are similar in this regard. The great epics of ancient times contained a great amount of knowledge. So have the great novels of modern times. 2. Even in slave-owning and feudal times, when they had no sustained theory of classes and class struggle to go by, the creative writers observed and studied the mode of production in the concrete and learned how the various groups of people were differentiated by property ownership, the need to work and the unequal distribution of the social product. They had to know how society ran even if their works seldom focused on the antagonism between the exploiting and exploited class. 3. Ancient literature was always linked to politics. The creative writers were obeisant to the rulers, to the entire ruling political system and to the god or gods that had supposedly preordained them. But the literary masterpieces of ancient times have the most lasting value when the theme is the struggle for freedom and justice against the tyranny and oppression by rulers who usurp authority or who lose their mandate from heaven, or by invaders who have an overreaching political and economic interest and inherent system of religious belief. 4. Literature resides in the cultural sphere of society and has a vantage point over the political and economic aspects of society. It derives certain benefits from being in the same neighborhood as the other components of culture. On top of his observation of daily life or any focused social investigation, the creative writer can gain erudition and profundity by the reading and study of philosophy, sacred theology, mythology, earlier works of literature, the natural and social sciences, law, and so on. 5. The theory of classes and class struggle were put forward by French revolutionary democrats during the French Revolution. It spread fast and motivated the rise of the social conscious novels in the 19th century in Europe. These were sharply critical of the exploitative conditions of bourgeois society, the proletarianization of the peasantry, the long and harsh working hours and the conspicuous poverty of working-class families in the urban areas. Rizal was deeply influenced by some 19th-century European novels. 6. Marx adopted the theory of classes and class struggle and extended it to the theory of the class dictatorship of the proletariat. Related to this was the development of materialist dialectics in philosophy, the critique of the capitalist political economy and the theory of scientific socialism. Eventually, literature guided by Marxism would emerge vigorously under the banner of social realism. This would flourish in the Soviet Union and elsewhere. 7. A further major development in the theory of literature and art in the 20th century would be Mao's talks at the Yan'an Forum on Literature and Art. This has widespread influence among the creative writers of the new democratic revolution in the Philippines. Mao answers a series of questions. For whom is literature? How related is it to the classes and class struggle in society? Who are the heroes? Should we not learn from the masses? RST. What is the relationship of popularization and aesthetic standards? Literature and revolutionary politics in the Philippines. 1. The prototype of patriotic Filipino literature was provided by Francisco Balagtas Florante at Laura, Written in 1838, it is a long poem in the main about the romantic relationship of the Christian lovers Florante and Laura being oppressed in Albania, and about the Muslim lovers Aladdin and Florida from Persia. Florante was tied to a tree in the forest and was about to be devoured by lions when Aladdin rescued him. The utterances of Florante against social and political conditions and against the tyrant tormenting him and coveting Laura may be interpreted as directed against the rulers in the Philippines. The story ends like a comedia with the Muslim lovers converting to Christianity. 2. The novels Nali Me Tangere and El Filibusterismo of Dr. José Rizal may be considered the great literature of the old democratic revolution. They were the best and long-lasting literary contributions of Rizal to the Philippine Revolution, despite his refusal to join the leadership of that revolution. The Nali gives us a penetrating criticism of the Spanish colonial system, especially the domineering friars and their pliant Indio collaborators like Capitan Tiago, and explores reforms as advocated by Crisostomo Ibarra, who is ultimately frustrated. In the Philly, he becomes Simão the jeweler, who takes the stance of the anarchist, keynotes the denunciation of the entire colonial system and seeks to overthrow it but fails. The poems of Rizal and Andrés Bonifacio and many other patriots are gems of patriotism and revolutionary politics. 3. The best-known theatrical play against U.S. imperialism in its RST decade of dominating the Philippines was Kahapon, and Gayon at Bucas, written by Aurelio Tolentino in 1903. It unfolds the triumph of Inang Bayan over her tormentors, Haring Bata, Halima, Dilat Na Bulag and Bagong Sibil. The main scene is the liberation of Taga Ilog or Juan de la Cruz, who at the beginning of the play is shackled and in prison. In this scene, he throws the American ag to the ground and tramples upon it until it is torn and he breaks the shackles and opens the jail, while all characters of the play shout, "Long live freedom! Long live the moth!" Erland. 4. The novel Banag at Sakat, written by Lope K. Santos in 1906, let its characters talk explicitly about the great divide between the rich and the poor, the work of the associations of workers, capitalism, and socialism. It tells of the story of Duln in love with daughter of a landlord. Duln is a socialist who wishes to spread the principles of socialism among the people and believes in change through peaceful means. His friend Felipe is an anarchist who believes in the violent overthrow of the rulers and the end of the cruelty of the landlords. Lope K. Santos has a naive understanding of socialism and appears not to have studied scientific socialism. He also glosses over the issue of national independence. The conics among characters in the novel do not manifest class struggle but merely the cruel and exploitative behavior of rich persons towards certain individuals within their ambit. 5. Many more works may be subjected to analysis and literary criticism in order to determine whether they belong to the old democratic revolution or to the new democratic revolution, or neither, or whether they may be considered as being on the road to the new democratic revolution even if they do not suggest revolution, because they expose and denounce enough of the exploitativeness and oppressiveness of the semi-colonial and semi-feudal ruling system. We must also take into account that some creative writers fall short of indicating or espousing the new democratic revolution because of repressive laws and censorship by popular publications or because of inability to break free from their petty bourgeois mode of thinking. 6. The novels and poetic works of Amado V. Hernandez are definitely literature of the new democratic revolution. They include Mga Ibang Mandarajat and Luha Ng Buwaya and his collection of poetry, Isang Di Panglanjat. The works of Hernandez are based on his experiences as a resistance leader, as a labor leader and as a political detainee. His socio-political novels and poems expose and denounce the exploitative and oppressive conditions of the ruling system, point to the need for revolution by the working class and the people, and actually call for revolutionary change. The works of Hernandez and Mao's talks at the Yan'an Forum inspired the young creative writers in the 1960s to write in the service of the people and the new democratic revolution. 7. Since the 1960s, a great deal of creative writing has been done along the line of the new democratic revolution, in the countryside, in the urban underground, and even quite openly. This includes novels, short stories, plays and poems. The quantity and quality of the output are high and are already more formidable than the output of those creative writers in the short-lived old democratic revolution. But the output of the revolutionary creative writers is still small relative to the abundant material aired by more than 50 years of the people's legal mass movement and more than 40 years of armed revolution. I leave to others interested in literary history and literary criticism to keep on surveying the literary eld and appraising the literary output of the revolutionary writers. 8. I am content that the revolutionary creative writers will keep on surpassing themselves and producing more literary works of higher quality, because the revolutionary practice keeps on expanding as possible material for creating the literature of the new democratic revolution. Thank you. The Way Forward for the Filipino People. Interview by Bill Fletcher, Jr., November 25, 2011. 1. Most people in the USA know little about the Philippines, its history, and/or its relationship to the USA. What do you believe are the reasons for this ignorance? JMS, the US mass media are most responsible for informing, disinforming, or simply keeping the American people ignorant about a country like the Philippines. I presume that most people in the USA become most aware of a country when the mass media are blaring out a certain extended course of sensational events of great interest to the US officialdom and the ruling class. I am sure that in the past there were times of long duration when the mass media called the attention of the American public to the Philippines, like when the US was justifying and carrying out its war of aggression against the Filipino people from 1899 onward, when the Japanese fascists pushed the US out of the Philippines at the start of World War II and the US reconquered the Philippines in 1945, and when the US-propped Marcos fascist dictatorship was in the process of being overthrown. When the extraordinary or sensational subsides, the mass media pay less attention to the country and do not say much about the protracted reality of US colonial rule in the Philippines in most of the RST half of the 20th century, or the US semi-colonial domination of the Philippines since 1946. The ruling system in the US does not allow the Americans who know the truth about the Philippines to impart their knowledge to the public promptly, widely and sustainedly through the mass media or any other means. 2. Given what you are saying, do you think that the US media has consciously mischaracterized the situation in the Philippines by focusing on groups like Abu Sayyaf? JMS, yes, the US media drum up US policy and corporate interests and consciously misrepresent the Philippines situation, as in the focusing on the Abu Sayyaf. This small bandit gang, whose origin can be traced to the CIA and intelligence operatives of the Philippine Army who organized and used it against the Moro revolutionaries, is magnified as an extension of Al-Qaeda in order to serve the false claim of Bush that the Philippines is the second front of a global war on terror, as well as to rationalize state terrorism and US military intervention in the Philippines. Through the mass media, the US has spread the scare about terrorism in order to justify a whole range of actions, the curtailment of democratic rights in the US and on a global scale, the stepping up of war production to please the military-industrial complex, and the unleashing of wars of aggression. 3. Would you sum up the situation in the Philippines, particularly the state of negotiations between the NDFP and the government, the situation facing workers and farmers, the overall economy, and anything that may be taking place? JMS, the Philippines is severely stricken by crisis because of the rotting semi-colonial and semi-feudal ruling system and the growing impact of the crisis of the US and global capitalist system. The prices of the raw materials and semi-manufactures produced for export by the Philippines are depressed and foreign loans to cover the trade deficits and debt service are becoming more onerous than before. There is now less demand for overseas contract workers and thus their remittances are decreasing. The global economic and financial crisis is hitting hard the Philippines. The growing public deficits and the public debt are growing and exposing the bankruptcy of the big comprador landlord state. Various forms of popular resistance, including People's War, are ever growing because of the extreme and ever worsening conditions of exploitation and oppression of more than 90% of the people, the toiling mass. Of workers and peasants. Like preceding regimes, the Aquino regime wants to destroy the armed revolutionary movement. It is implementing the US-designed Oplan Bayanihan, which is the same dog as Arroyo's Oplan Ban Talaya but which tries to be deterrent by dressing up brutal military operations as peace and development operations and maintaining human rights desks in the reactionary army and national police for the purpose of shifting the blame for human rights violations to the revolutionaries. On the other hand, the new People's Army led by the Communist Party of the party is carrying out a VE-year plan to advance from the strategic defensive to strategic stalemate in the People's War, increasing the number of guerrilla fronts from 120 to 180. While their respective armed forces continue to GHT, the government of the Philippines and the National Democratic Front of the Philippines are supposed to engage in peace negotiations in order to address the roots of the armed conflict by forging agreements on social, economic, and political reforms. But the GPH has paralyzed the peace negotiations by refusing to release a few political prisoners who are NDFP consultants in the negotiations and thus violating the joint agreement on safety and immunity guarantees. The GPH is also grossly violating the comprehensive agreement on respect for human rights and international humanitarian law by refusing to release more than 350 political prisoners who are imprisoned on false charges of common crimes. For you have described the Philippines as semi-capitalist/semi-feudal. Please explain what this means in practical terms. We are in the early years of the 21st century. How could there be a semi-feudal situation in the Philippines? The Philippines seems, for all intents and purposes, to be tied into global capitalism. JMS, you can say bluntly that the Philippines is capitalist and has long been capitalist since the 19th century if you mean that the commodity system of production and exchange through money has come on top of the natural economy of feudalism when local communities could subsist on a diverse agriculture and engage mainly in barter. The specialization in crops for domestic food and for export, and the import of a certain amount of manufactures from Europe for consumption pushed the domestic commodity system of production as well as integration with global capitalism through colonialism as a part of the primitive accumulation of capital in Europe and subsequently under the banner of colonial free trade. But it is utterly wrong to say that the Philippines is industrial capitalist or even semi-industrial capitalist. The Philippines does not have an industrial foundation. Its owning kind of industry consists of imported equipment, paid for by the export of raw materials and by foreign loans necessitated by the chronic trade deficits. It is most precise to describe the Philippine economy as semi-feudal to denote the persistence of the large vestiges of feudalism in the form of disguised and undisguised landlord-tenant relations and usury at the base of the economy. The peasant class constituting 75% of the population and the combination of the big compradors and land lords as the main exploiting classes. The big compradors are the chief financial and trading agents of the foreign monopolies and are often big landlords themselves, especially on land producing crops for export. Global capitalism under the neoliberal policy of free trade globalization has not changed but has aggravated and deepened the pre-industrial and underdeveloped semi-feudal character of the Philippine economy. The share of manufacturing with the use of imported equipment and raw materials under the policy of low value-added export-oriented manufacturing in the last 3 decades has decreased in comparison to that share under the previous policy of import substitution. The illusion of industrial development has been conjured by excessive foreign borrowing for consumption of foreign manufactures, by conspicuous private construction projects and by the sweatshops that engage in the fringe processing of imported manufactured components and yield little net export income. Neither the series of bogus land reform programs since decades ago nor the neoliberal policy of imperialist globalization has broken up feudalism completely and given way to a well-founded industrialization. The backward, agrarian and semi-feudal character of the Philippine economy is now increasingly exposed by its depression and ruination due to the decreasing demand for its type of exports, the closure of many sweatshops of semi-manufacturing for export, the tightening international credit and the decrease of remittances by overseas contract workers in the current prolonged global economic and financial crisis in this 21st century of desperate, barbaric, and imploding global capitalism. The conditions have become more fertile for people's war in the Philippines. In the 1980s, certain elements in the Philippines pushed the notion that the Philippine economy was no longer semi-feudal but semi-capitalist or semi-industrial capitalist in order to glorify the Marcos fascist dictatorship as having industrialized the Philippines. This notion also aimed to undercut the Communist Party's strategic line of protracted people's war involving the encirclement of the cities from the countryside by the armed revolutionary movement of the workers and peasants until such time that they have accumulated enough politico-military strength to seize the cities on a nationwide scale in a strategic offensive. The bureaucrat Big Comprador Ferdinand Marcos conjured the illusion of industrial development by borrowing heavily from abroad and by importing consumption goods and luxuries and construction equipment and structural steel in order to build roads, bridges, hotels, and other tourist facilities. The prorate spending of foreign loans only served to maintain the agrarian and pre-industrial character of the Philippine economy. Cognizant of the persistent semi-feudal reality, the new People's Army under CPP leadership has been able to wage people's war successfully with the main support of the peasantry and under the class leadership of the working class. 5. When one talks of the Philippine working class, what are the main sectors in which it is found and how is neoliberalism eating it? JMS, the Philippine working class is found in such main sectors as the following: food and beverages, hotels and restaurants, public utilities, mining and quarrying, metal fabrication, car assembly, ship assembly, transportation, communications, mass media, assembly of electronic and electrical products, chemicals, pharmaceuticals, oil refining, construction materials, banks, and other financial institutions and public sector services. In the Philippines, the neoliberal policy has favored certain enterprises away from industrial development and has expanded employment in such enterprises during boom periods. The favored enterprises include those in mining and export crop plantations, the assembly of electronic and electrical products, the semi-manufacturing of garments, shoes, and other low-value-added products for re-export, car assembly, construction of residential towers, cement production, hotels and restaurants, business call centers and financial services. They are vulnerable to the ups and downs characteristic of global capitalism under the neoliberal policy and now to the worst crisis since the Great Depression. Closures and reduction of production have resulted in a high rate of unemployment and the further immiseration of the people. Under the neoliberal policy, the working class has been subjected to wage freezes and reductions, loss of job security, exibilization or casualization, systematic prevention or breakup of workers' unions and ceaseless attacks on union rights and other democratic rights. The kinds of enterprises generated by the neoliberal policy involve cheap labor and the most tiring and health-damaging processes and conditions. They also limit the number of regular employees and expand the ranks of the casuals subjected to a series of short-term employment contracts in order to circumvent the law on regular employment. The scarcity of employment opportunities in the Philippines has compelled nearly 10% of the population to seek employment abroad as overseas contract workers and undocumented workers with practically no rights. This fact proves the lack of national industrial development. 6. You mentioned that certain elements in the Philippines had a different view than yours on how to characterize the Philippines today. What were/are the practical implications of these differences? Do the differences preclude any degree of unity, or are there strategic differences that are irreconcilable? JMS. Certain elements in the revolutionary movement put forward the subjectivist notion in the early 1980s that Marcos had truly carried out land reform, industrialized the Philippines and raised its urbanization to the level of 40%. They subjectively concluded that it was already wrong to call the Philippines semi-feudal and to pursue the strategic line of protracted people's war by way of accumulating strength in the countryside before seizing the cities. The subjectivist notion gave rise to two opportunist currents, right and ultra-left, both grounded on rejecting the line of protracted people's war but taking two different directions, one along the line of legalism and parliamentarianism and the other along the line of military adventurism. The ultra-left opportunists adopted the line of speeding up the regularization of the People's Army or the premature formation of absolutely concentrated companies and battalions supposedly to catch up with the expected development of urban insurrections as the lead factor in the revolution. The prematurely enlarged military formations were unsustainable, became divorced from the masses and were easy for the enemy to locate and attack. When they incurred heavy losses, the ultra-left opportunists engaged in scapegoating and blamed so-called deep penetration agents as the cause of their disasters. Meanwhile, the right opportunists called for making legal struggle the main form of struggle against the dictatorship and for taking out working class leadership from the National Democratic Front of the Philippines suppository to attract more people. After Marcos fell in 1986, they wanted to join the Corazon Aquino government and some of them succeeded in joining the new reactionary government. After failing to swing the Communist Party to a line of reformism, they fragmented into various groups and adopted various lines, including Gorbachovism, Trotskyism, social democracy, neo-revisionism, and even neoliberalism. The most notorious and most aggressive of the right and ultra-left opportunists have found jobs in the regimes of Cory Aquino, Ramos, Estrada, Arroyo, and Juanoy Aquino, and the very worst of them have even joined even the intelligence agencies. They would be most hostile to any suggestion of reconciliation or unity with the CPP. But many of those they have misled are known to have returned to the revolutionary movement or have dropped out to mind their own private lives. 7. What have been the chief obstacles to a negotiated settlement between the NDFP and the government? JMS, the Manila government and NDFP have their respective constitutions, governments, and armies. 2. Lay the ground for peace negotiations, they issued the Hague Joint Declaration to deem the framework for peace negotiations. They agreed to address the roots of the armed conflict or the civil war by negotiating and forging agreements on human rights and international humanitarian law and on social, economic, and political reforms. They also agreed that they are guided by the mutually acceptable principles of national sovereignty, democracy, and social justice, and that no precondition shall be made by any side to negate the inherent character and purpose of peace negotiations, i.e., no side can demand the surrender of the other side. Under the current Aquino regime, his presidential advisor and his negotiating panel want to undermine and nullify the aforesaid declaration by asserting that it is a document of perpetual division. They are practically demanding the immediate surrender of the revolutionary movement. They do not respect the agreement on the sequence, formation, and operationalization of the reciprocal working committees that are to negotiate and work out the agreements on reforms. The question of what kind of authority will be formed to implement the comprehensive agreements on reforms shall be settled when the time comes for negotiating the political and constitutional reforms. The Benigno Aquino III regime has shown no respect for and has in fact violated the joint agreement on safety and immunity guarantees by refusing to release some 14 political prisoners who are NDFP negotiating personnel and are therefore JASIC protected. It has not called to account those military and police personnel who have abducted, tortured, and murdered NDFP consultants who are JASIC protected. Also, it has violated the comprehensive agreement on respect for human rights and international humanitarian law by condoning violations of human rights of suspected revolutionaries and sympathizers by the Arroyo regime and by his own troops, and by refusing to release 350 political prisoners who are unjustly imprisoned on trumped-up charges of common crimes. The regime keeps on demanding cessure in order to distract public attention from the agreements to address the roots of the civil war, though basic reforms. The NDFP has aired truce and alliance on the basis of a general declaration on common intent on 10 points, including the assertion of national independence, empowerment of the working people, land reform and national industrialization, immediate assistance and employment for the impoverished and unemployed, promotion of a patriotic, scientific and popular culture, self-determination of national minorities and independent foreign policy for peace and development. The biggest obstacle to the peace negotiations is U.S. political and military intervention. The U.S. has upset the peace negotiations by unjustly designating the CPP, the NPA, and the NDFP chief political consultant as terrorists. It has dictated upon the Aquino regime to draw up a Plan Bayanihan under the U.S. counterinsurgency guide, which considers peace negotiations as a mere anti-war device for outwitting, isolating, and destroying the revolutionary movement. A Plan Bayanihan is a campaign plan of military suppression, but it masquerades as a peace and development plan. It regards peace negotiations only as a means to enhance the triad of anti-war, intelligence gathering and combat operations. Many people think that the U.S. does not allow the puppet regime to make the overall agreement for a just and lasting peace with the NDFP. 8. Optimally, what would a settlement between the NDFP and the government look like? What is the vision of the NDFP for a future Philippines? JMS, the Communist Party of the Philippines, the New People's Army and the National Democratic Front of the Philippines have declared that their line in the peace negotiations is no different from their line of struggle for national liberation and democracy in the People's War, whose ultimate goal is a just and lasting peace. Through peace negotiations, they seek to forge agreements with the Manila government on social, economic, and political reforms in order to pave the way for a just and lasting peace. The NDFP is desirous of a settlement in which the national sovereignty of the Filipino people and territorial integrity of the Philippines are upheld, and unequal treaties, agreements, and arrangements with foreign powers are done away with. The workers and peasants who compose the majority of the people must be empowered in order to have real democracy. Land reform and national industrialization must be carried out in order to have real development and realize just social relations. A national, scientific, and mass culture and system of education and information must be promoted. An independent policy must be carried out in order to promote development and world peace. The vision of the NDFP is for the Filipino people to enjoy far better conditions when they have national independence, democracy, economic development, and social justice. They can aspire for still better conditions in a socialist society. The protracted and worsening crisis of global capitalism is resulting in the resurgence of the anti-imperialist movement as well as the socialist movement. An increasing number of people are saying that it is not enough to GHT against capitalism and imperialism. It is necessary to GHT for socialism. 9. Are you optimistic that negotiations can result in a just settlement? JMS, frankly speaking, I am not optimistic that negotiations can result in a just settlement. Like its predecessors, the Aquino regime is too servile to U.S. imperialism and stands as the current chief representative of the local exploiting classes, the comprador big bourgeoisie and landlord classes. It has shown no inclination to assert national independence and undo unequal treaties, agreements, and arrangements that keep the Philippines semi-colonial. It also has shown no inclination to realize democracy through significant representation of workers and peasants in government and through land reform and national industrialization. It has become clear that the reactionary government is not seriously interested in peace negotiations as a way of addressing the roots of the armed conflict through agreements on basic reforms. Especially under the Aquino regime, the negotiators are always trying to lay aside the substantive agenda and to push the NDFP towards capitulation and pacification. Failing to accomplish their vile objective, they paralyze the peace negotiations by refusing to comply with obligations under the Joint Agreement on Safety and Immunity Guarantees. 10. What has been the role of the USA? And, have U.S. policies towards the Philippines changed under President Obama? If so, how? What is your overall assessment of the Obama administration? JMS, the USA has not been helpful to the peace negotiations. In fact, it has obstructed these. The U.S. designation of the CPP, NPA, and myself as terrorists is meant to intimidate and put pressure on the NDFP in the peace negotiations. The U.S. counterinsurgency guide actually tells the Philippine reactionary government that peace negotiations are dispensable but are useful only for purposes of war to mislead the people, possibly split the revolutionary forces and make the reactionary killing machine more efficient. But the U.S. policy against peace negotiations with the NDFP has served to make the revolutionary forces and PLE more vigilant and more resolute in opposing U.S. intervention in the internal affairs of the Philippines. From the Bush II to the Obama regime, there has been no change in U.S. policy towards the Philippines. Obama continues the policy of serving the interests of the U.S. imperialists in the economic, political, military and cultural fields, collaborating with the big compradors and landlords, manipulating the puppet regime and its military forces, preventing land reform and national industrialization, controlling the fundamentals and direction of the Philippine cultural and educational system and stationing U.S. troops in the Philippines and maintaining a permanent relay of U.S. military forces under the USRP Mutual Defense Pact and the Visiting Forces Agreement. Obama is a good servant of U.S. imperialism. He used his glibness to make himself look better than the brazenly brutal Bush. But he is using the same glibness to cover many acts as bad as or even worse than those that made Bush infamous. 11. How did the CPP and NPA end up on a list of terrorist organizations? How did you end up on a list of supporters of terrorism? What steps are being taken to remove this label from you, the CPP and the NPA? JMS, during the November 2001 visit of then Philippine President Gloria M. Arroyo to Washington, she requested then U.S. President Bush to have the U.S. agencies designate the CPP, NPA, and myself as terrorists. When U.S. State Secretary Colin Powell visited the Philippines in the early days of August 2002, he was reminded of the request and he assured Arroyo that he would act on it immediately upon his return to the U.S. Indeed, within August 2002 the CPP, NPA and I were designated as terrorists. The Philippine and U.S. governments connived to take advantage of the terrorism scare that followed 9/11. They themselves engaged in terrorism by deciding to undertake harmful actions against the CPP, NPA, and myself. The designation of the CPP and NPA as terrorist is absolutely absurd because they have carried out revolutionary actions strictly within the Philippines, have not engaged in any cross-border attacks against the US, and up to now have not been discovered to keep bank accounts in the US or anywhere else outside of the Philippines. In my case, I have been falsely accused of being the current CPP chairman and being responsible for the alleged terrorist acts, in fact the revolutionary actions, of the NPA, despite the fact that I have been out of the Philippines since 1986, when I was released from nearly a decade of detention under the Marcos fascist dictatorship. The malicious intention of the US and Philippine governments is to pressure the entire NDFP negotiating panel and me as its chief political consultant. Like the Arroyo regime, the Aquino regime uses the terrorist designation as a kind of lever against the NDFP in the peace negotiations. It is impossible for the CPP, NPA, or myself to begin any legal process for undoing the terrorist designation in the US or in any other country tailing after the US in the so-called War on Terror, without proving RST the legal personality and material interest of the plaintiff. In my case, I could take legal action against the Dutch government for putting me in the terrorist list because I live in the Netherlands. After my administrative complaint, the Dutch government repealed its decision to put me in its terrorist list but took the initiative in having me put in the terrorist list of the European Union in October 2002. I went to the European Court of Justice and I succeeded in having my name removed from the EU terrorist list in December 2010 after 8 years of legal struggle. 12 Has the terrorism designation made it difficult for NDFP supporters in the Philippines and in other parts of the world? If so, how? Have civilian political activists faced increased government-inspired violence as a result of this terrorism designation? JMS, the terrorism designation is an incitation to hatred and violence and various forms of discrimination and harassment against known or suspected NDFP supporters in the Philippines and other parts of the world. Though the NDFP is not designated as terrorist, everyone knows that the CPP and NPA are the most important components of the NDFP. In the Philippines, the incitation to hatred and violence is quite deadly because the military, police, and their death squads are emboldened to go on terrorist hunting and are assured that they can abduct, torture, and kill people with impunity. Abroad, the EU, the Netherlands, United Kingdom, Canada, Australia and New Zealand have followed the US in labeling the CPP and NPA as terrorists, and there are adverse consequences to Filipinos who oppose imperialism and the puppet government in the Philippines. The overseas Filipinos are vulnerable to discrimination, harassment, non-renewal of work contracts and denial of residence permits. The Dutch authorities have advised the Norwegian government not to give any assistance to the NDFP negotiating panel for maintaining OOS-ENSTA in the Netherlands on the claim that such assistance would be for building the infrastructure of terrorists. They have also raided the NDFP OOS and houses of NDFP panelists and consultants and seized documents and equipment needed in the peace negotiations. 13 Periodically the U.S. media discuss alleged Muslim fundamentalist terrorism in the Philippines. What is the situation? In Mindanao there have been efforts at autonomy and self-determination. What has been the stand of the NDFP on these efforts? What is your take on allegations of Muslim terrorism? JMS, the NDFP supports the Moro people's struggle for self-determination, including the right to secede from an oppressive state or opt for regional autonomy in a non-oppressive political system. The Moro people have long been oppressed by the Manila government and by local reactionary agents. They are not free in their own home land and are victims of Christian chauvinism and discrimination. They have been deprived of their ancestral domain. They have been robbed of agricultural land as well as forest, mineral, and marine resources. The Moro people have all the right to GHT for national and social liberation. The NDFP has therefore found common ground for alliance with the Moro National Liberation Front and subsequently with the Moro Islamic Liberation Front after the MNLF capitulated to the Ramos regime in 1996. Fighting well against their common enemy, the NDFP, and the MILF gain better conditions for growing in strength and advancing in their respective struggles. The U.S. government and the U.S. media exaggerate the threat of Muslim fundamentalist terrorism because they wish to promote the entry of U.S. corporations for the purpose of plundering the rich natural resources of Mindanao, especially oil, gold, and deuterium. They also wish to justify the current stationing of U.S. military forces and eventually the basing of larger U.S. military forces for the purpose of strategic control over Islamic countries in Southeast Asia and strategic countervailing of China and the DPRK in Northeast Asia. Like Al-Qaeda, Abu Sayyaf was originally a creature of the CIA and the intelligence agency of the armed forces of the Philippines to counteract the MNLF. It has become a bandit gang since the capitulation of the MNLF. It has also been convenient for the US and Manila government to depict the Abu Sayyaf as a Muslim fundamentalist group and as an extension of the Al-Qaeda, since 2001 when Bush declared Moroland as the second front in the so-called global war on terror. There are indications that the US and Philippine governments continue to arm and nance the Abu Sayyaf in order to block the advance of the MILF in Sulu and to provide the pretext for US military intervention in the Philippines. 14 In the 1990s there were several splits from the CPP. There were charges and countercharges regarding sectarianism and militarism. Some who split seem to have chosen to engage primarily in electoral politics. Some former CPP members have suggested that the CPP/NPA has attempted to kill/silence political opponents. Please give us your take on this and on these allegations. JMS, in answer to a previous question, I discussed the subjectivist ideological line that the Philippines was no longer semi-feudal. Such line emerged in 1981 and induced the political currents of ultra-left and right opportunism among a few members of the CPP. Eventually in the early 1990s, there would be splinters, not big splits. Initiated by grouplets who opposed the rectification movement which was launched by the Central Committee of the CPP in early 1992. The rectification movement was an educational movement inside the CPP to repudiate, criticize, and rectify the major errors of ultra-left and right opportunism that had caused serious damage to the CPP and the revolutionary mass movement since 1981. But there were elements, whose connections with enemy intelligence were eventually exposed, who stridently attacked the rectification movement as a bloody scheme of Stalinist purge and who tried to spread the fear that those found in error would be terribly punished. The rectification movement was undertaken precisely to rectify the sectarian and military adventurist line of the ultra-left opportunists who tried to accelerate ill-prepared tactical offensives and the unsustainable formation of companies and battalions supposedly to back up the impending urban uprisings of the armed city partisans and spontaneous masses as the leading force. No such armed urban uprisings ever occurred. But mass work in the countryside was neglected and the rural mass base had decreased by 15% in 1988 and by 60% in 1991. Under the innions of the ultra-left opportunists, CPP cadres in the urban underground also exposed themselves in the early 1980s to the enemy through mass actions which did not use the mantle of protection from the broad united front. When the ultra-left line was resulting in active enemy offensives, the ultra-left opportunists did not look into their wrong line but instead engaged in scapegoating and in a bloody witch hunt for presumed deep penetration agents and saboteurs. By 1988, the ultra-left opportunists were already a spent force, especially after the failure of the so-called nationally coordinated NPA operations, which resulted in a big loss of ammunition, without any gain in rise. Frustrated, they swung to the right and joined the long-standing right opportunists. But certain ultra-left opportunists who were captured by the enemy were recruited into the intelligence service. They were used to attack the CPP line of New Democratic Revolution through protracted People's War. And they tried to discredit the rectification move and they collaborated with the right opportunists in doing so. At any rate, the right opportunists became a relatively wider array of grouplets than the ultra-leftists. Since the 1989-91 fall of the revisionist regimes in Eastern Europe and disintegration of the Soviet Union, which they revered as socialist, the incorrigible right opportunists have shed their communist pretenses and have become bitterly anti-communist. They have joined the ruling system by getting employment in the bureaucracy and corporate OCs, operating imperialist-funded NGOs or attaching their grouplets to major reactionary parties. Those who have chosen to engage in electoral politics have limited success because they are divorced from the masses and do not have a substantial mass base like the CPP, NPA, and NDFP and the electoral parties. Being red-baited as proxies of the CPP. A handful of them have been appointed to high positions by the Aquino regime. The so-called ex-communists are the worst anti-communists. At one time, they misrepresented a political map of pseudo-progressive groups published in the organ of the CPP's Central Committee, Angbayan, showing how the opportunists of the past have divided and subdivided, as a hit list for NPA assassination teams. In order to slander the CPP and red-bait progressive legal mass activists. The Psy-War attack by the ex-communists emboldened the death squads of the reactionary government to abduct, torture, and kill suspected communists and to cover their criminal deeds by claiming that communists were killing each other. 15. We are in a tumultuous global situation with a convergence of economic and environmental crises. In this conjuncture, what do you see as the prospects for socialism? In many parts of the Muslim world, so-called political Islam seems to be a leading force. Is this political tendency outpacing socialism? Are there viable left-wing alternatives, or are we still grappling with the implications of the crisis of socialism? JMS, the prospects for socialism are bright precisely because of the convergence of the grave economic and environmental crises which point to monopoly capitalism as the culprit and cause of the crises. This is the criminal force that plunders labor power in the economy and the material resources in the environment, all for the sake of profit-making and capital accumulation. The identification of the monopoly bourgeoisie and the national oligarchy as the class enemy that captivates and plunders nature and society points to the working class as the opposite force capable of leading the entire people towards liberation in a revolutionary process. The epical struggle of the working class against the bourgeoisie involves zigs and zags and ups and downs. On the 150th anniversary of the Communist Manifesto in 1998, I traced the alternation of great advances and retreats of the working class in periods of from 3 to VE decades. It is about time that the working class rises again from a deep trough and moves forward from the disintegration of socialist societies due to revisionist betrayal by degenerated ruling communist parties. The crisis conditions comparable to those of the Great Depression are again favorable for the rise of communist and workers' parties and the resurgence of anti-imperialist and socialist movements. In the last 3 decades, the CPP has been proud to call itself a torchbearer in a relatively dark period for the world proletarian revolution. For some 3 decades under the neoliberal policy, the greediest of capitalist relations of production thrived. on the adoption of higher technology which facilitated production, distribution, and abuse of man's capital as well as powered the system of education and information to serve the purposes of monopoly capitalism. But the higher social character of production made possible by higher technology contradicts the capitalist character of the relations of production and demands the socialist revolution to remove production from the clutches of the monopoly bourgeoisie. But it takes decades before the communist and workers' parties can take power again through the revolutionary process. In the meantime, political Islam can arise and grow in certain Muslim countries against imperialism and against the most reactionary currents. But we cannot foreclose the possibility that Muslims, bourgeois nationalists and Marxists in Muslim countries can unite on the common ground of anti-imperialism and democracy to form secular states that assert national independence and aspire for socialism. There may also be viable left-wing alternatives arising from the petty bourgeoisie or from a mix of workers and petty bourgeoisie. At the moment, they may be grappling with the petty bourgeois modes of thinking as well as with the implications of the defeats of the socialist cause. But we can be content that in the long run communist and workers' parties will re-emerge and resurge and will come to united front and united actions with other anti-imperialist and progressive forces. 16. Do the experiences of the 20th century with attempts at socialism, particularly socialism as articulated by Stalin, still hang over the leads of the revolutionary left? Do you think that the crisis of socialism tells the radical left something about a direct vision that it needs for the 21st century? JMS, we should recognize the great victories won by the proletariat and the rest of the people in building socialism in the 20th century. In the countries where socialism was built, especially in the Soviet Union and China, imperialist domination was ended and the exploiting classes were overthrown. The workers' socialist state was established. Socialist revolution and socialist construction were carried forward. Science and technology and proletarian culture flourished. Fascism was defeated. A powerful system of defense was established and the U.S. and its imperialist allies were deterred from launching aggression against the socialist countries during the Cold War. It was modern revisionism, not the U.S. or Stalin, that corroded and ultimately brought down socialism in both the Soviet Union and China. The imperialists and petty bourgeois anti-communists of various types have been demonizing Stalin and Mao as responsible for the defeat of socialism in the Soviet Union and China, respectively. The cause of socialism can not be carried forward by those who simplistically scapegoat the longest time builders of socialism Stalin and Mao for the defeat of socialism and the restoration of capitalism. These two great leaders had their share of achievements and shortcomings, with Mao correcting and improving on Stalin in certain important respects. We should be able to learn a lot of positive and negative lessons from the class struggles in the socialist countries and the comprehensive experiences of building socialism in the 20th century. By learning such lessons, we have the advantage of knowing what principles, policies, and methods we can carry over into the 21st century and what major errors we should avoid. In 1992 the CPP issued a long document, Stand for Socialism Against Modern Revisionism, as a major document of the rectification movement and as a counter to all the attacks on the socialist cause churned out by the imperialists and the petty bourgeois anti-communists in the aftermath of the rapid full restoration of capitalism in the revisionist-ruled countries. For the purpose of building socialism in the 21st century, the CPP restated the basic principles of Marxism-Leninism, pointed to the positive and negative lessons from the socialist past, made proposals among others for the development of democracy, legality, and restrictions on leading organs within the socialist framework, the mass line in every type of social activity, the well-balanced economy in the service of the people, the various aspects of cultural revolution and the use of science and higher technology for material and cultural progress and for promoting democracy. 17. You are generally identified as a Maoist. First, in light of various analyses of China during the time of Mao's rule, do you see any limitations or weaknesses in Maoism? What is your sense of other left-wing tendencies? Do you see the chances for global and local strategic collaboration between daring left-wing tendencies? If so, do you have any examples from the Philippines or elsewhere? What role does Maoism have to play in the renewal of the left? JMS, I am aware of various analyses of China during the time of Mao's leadership in China. But despite my overall favorable view of Mao in philosophy, political economy, social science, strategy, and tactics and so on, I do not think that Maoism is some kind of null perfection in theory and practice. It is a further development of Marxism, Leninism, and goes as far as the theory and practice of cultural revolution under proletarian dictatorship in order to combat revisionism, prevent the restoration of capitalism and consolidation of socialism. But soon after Mao died, the Dengist capitalist counter-revolution prevailed in China. It means to say that even as the great proletarian cultural revolution prevailed for 10 years, there must be reasons for its defeat. The lessons can be learned as in the earlier case of the defeat of the Paris Commune of 1871, which held power for some 2 months. The Paris Commune would serve as the prototype of the Great October Socialist Revolution in 1917. I have my grounding in Maoism. It is my guide to action. But I am open to all left tendencies on the ground of anti-imperialism and common struggle for national liberation, democracy, and socialism. The CPP is not conned in any exclusive club of Maoist parties. It has publicly declared that it avails of bilateral and multilateral ways to exchange ideas and information, debate ideological and political issues, raise the level of common understanding through resolutions, and arrive at various forms of practical cooperation. The protraction, worsening and deep ending of the crisis of the world capitalist system enacts intolerable swearing on the people, but it also generates favorable conditions for the resurgence of the revolutionary mass movement and for the strategic collaboration and united front of various left-wing tendencies. There are various multi-sectoral, sectoral and issue-based alliances of anti-imperialist and democratic forces in the Philippines. Maoism can play a major role in the renewal of the left because it is concerned not only with the ideological building of the Maoist party, but it is also concerned with political work, such as arousing, organizing, and mobilizing the masses for the revolution and availing of the united front and united actions of various parties and groups in order to reach and militate the masses in their millions in the quickest possible manner. Maoist parties are waging people's war in a number of countries and have gained the respect of many people in the world for daring to answer the central question of revolution in the appropriate conditions. They are expected to increase in number as the crisis of global capitalism protracts and worsens. Thus, they will be more inspiring to all left forces and the people on a global scale. They will also need broad international support. 18. Let's focus, for a minute, on this matter of Stalin. Nationalities were expelled from their homelands, the lead airship of the CPSU was largely annihilated, anti-Semitism was promoted after World War II, and it is difficult to identify any real mechanisms of worker control that were built during the Stalin period. What does the experience of the USSR and, in a different way, the PR of China, say about a vision for socialism for the 21st century? You speak about modern revisionism bringing down these various systems, but for our readers who have observed undemocratic systems that have called themselves socialist, what would you say? What lessons have been taken from these experiences? JMS, to say the least, despite all the allegations against him, Stalin must have made significant achievements. With regard to keeping the Soviet Union as a state of various nationalities, with regard to maintaining the CPSU as the lead force in socialist revolution and socialist construction, with regard to letting Jews excel in Soviet society, and defending them and the rest of the people against the racism of Nazi Germany, and with regard to workers' control in factories and collective farms through the party and the workers' courts. I think that is inaccurate and unfair to make a complete negation of Stalin and or Mao, or to simply dismiss them as anti-socialist and anti-democratic. It is even more unfair and unjust to use allegations against them as a way of burdening or denigrating non-Soviet and non-Chinese communist parties and leaders or later generations. Of leaders for socialism, who must be assessed and evaluated according to their own history and circumstances, in the light of Marxist-Leninist theory and related experiences. I need not clutter my answer with trying to cover what you sweep as undemocratic systems that have called themselves as socialist. Let me underscore that Stalin and Mao and their respective parties had remarkable merits and demerits. In studying their theory and practice, we must be as sober and fair as when we do not condemn and totally negate the French Revolution, the Jacobins, and the Liberal Democratic Revolution just because the French Revolution was followed by the Reign of Terror, the Thermidorian reaction, and the monarchical restorations in France. We can learn valuable lessons, positive and negative, from the experiences of socialist revolution and socialist construction in the 20th century, for the purpose of building for and building socialism in the 21st century. I have earlier referred to some lessons and proposals in this regard. Let me stress one of them. In the course of uniting the people for ending imperialism and the persistent reaction and building socialism, let us ensure that democratic rights are respected and the state, the leading organs and leaders are prevented from abusing their power. We do so as a matter of principle as well as a matter of practical wisdom in view of the new means of communications which allow people to speak out to the whole world. 19. Did you ever think that the struggle would be this long? This is a question I have wondered for a while. When you and others formed the CPP and when the struggle started, did you ever conceive that it would be going on for this long? JMS, at the founding of the CPP, I thought that the armed struggle to seize power would be protracted, for perhaps 10 to 20 years. I did not think that it would take this long, more than 42 years already. It is even longer if you start counting from 1942 when the People's Army against Japan was formed, or from the 3 centuries of Spanish colonial rule when more than 200 armed uprisings occurred before the Philippine Revolution could come into force in 1896. The people's struggle for national liberation and democracy will go on for as long as imperialism and the local exploiting classes of big compradors and landlords continue to oppress and exploit the people. 20. When the People Power Uprising took place against Marcos, it appeared that the CPP and much of the left was taken by surprise. What are your reactions on that period and lessons learned? I thought about this in light of the OC Cuppy movement that we are seeing taking place in the USA and elsewhere and the role/place of the left in it. JMS, the CPP was not taken by surprise. The course of events was too clear. In fact, soon after the Marcos dictatorship cheated in the February 1986 presidential snap election, the CPP leadership issued a call for all-out people's resistance to overthrow the regime in concert with the Catholic Bishops' Conference of the Philippines, which condemned the illegitimate and immoral foundation of the Marcos regime, and Cory Aquino, who called for civil disobedience. The legal organizations of the National Democratic Movement were at the forefront of the open mass struggles to overthrow the fascist regime along EDSA Highway and in front of the presidential palace and in the provinces in all the days before Marcos was owned out of the Philippines by the U.S. The biographical books The Philippine Revolution, The Leader's View, which I co-wrote with the German social scientist Dr. Rainer Wern. In 1988, and At Home in the World, Portrait of a Filipino Revolutionary, which I co-wrote with the Filipino Nov. Ilist ni Nachkaraska in 2004, describe the significant participation of the CPP and the patriotic and progressive forces, which are often read-baited as organizations of the CPP. Their participation in large numbers was not only in Metro Manila but also in major provincial cities and towns. These organizations played a key role in starting the mass uprising and in providing a conscious and disciplined force, a hardcore, for the mass uprising at EDSA and elsewhere. What detractors of the CPP misrepresent as failure of the CPP to join the so-called EDSA revolution is actually the boycott policy adopted by the CPP leadership, in particular Chairman Rodolfo Salas and the Executive Committee, against the presidential snap election. The CPP leadership correctly stated that Marcos would use the election to keep himself in power but failed to see that, as in what was then a recent example in the Haiti of Duvalier, the US and the anti-Marcos forces would discredit and seek to oust Marcos on the charge of electoral cheating. Acted by sectarianism, the CPP leadership went to great lengths in disciplining CPP cadres in Metro Manila who opted for participation in the election, and it failed to complement its boycott policy with the deployment of secret party cadres and alternative legal formations to join the pro-Aquino electoral alliance. For sectarianism and inability in the boycott policy, Salas himself would be removed from his position in May 1986. I think that unarmed mass uprisings to confront those in power and seek their ouster are an important part of the revolutionary process. At a given time, such unarmed uprisings may not result in the overthrow of the entire ruling system but only the ouster of a corrupt and despotic regime and the adoption of some significant reforms. At any rate, they are part of a chain of events that can lead to the overhaul or overthrow of the ruling system. In this connection, I take a positive view of the Occupy movement in the US and elsewhere, whoever are the initiators. At Wall Street, I appreciate the role that left forces are taking in this movement. As chairperson of the International League of People's Struggle, I have expressed solidarity with and support for the movement and have called on the more than 300 member organizations of the ILPS and their allies in more than 40 countries to expand and intensify the Occupy movement. Expand and strengthen the Christians for National Liberation. In celebrating your 40th anniversary, May 17, 2012, I wholeheartedly convey revolutionary greetings and solidarity to the Christians for National Liberation on its 40th foundation anniversary. The CNL has gained many victories in serving the Filipino people while practicing Christian belief. The victories are the fruition of intense struggle and sacrifice. It is but fitting to honor the entire CNL and the martyrs and heroes who strengthened and advanced the spirit and aims of the CNL in revolutionary practice of love for others, especially for the exploited and oppressed under the oppressive system of the big comprador and landlord adherents of U.S. imperialism. The CNL plays a very important historical role among the ranks of church people in advancing the revolutionary movement of the Filipino people for national liberation and democracy. The Communist Party of the Philippines and the New People's Army are fortunate to be associated with the CNL in the framework of Cooper, aiding and serving the oppressed and exploited masses. Since the beginning, the CNL aligned itself with the patriotic and progressive forces. They valiantly and enthusiastically joined the GHT against the Marcos fascist dictatorship. They persistently worked to arouse the common church people, the nuns, priests, pastors, and bishops to defend human rights and defeat the purpose of the reactionaries to use the institution of the church as an instrument of imperialism and the exploiting classes. Against the working people, including the Bangsamoro CNL helps us in spreading the movement for national and social liberation in the cities and countryside. The CNL played a big and decisive role within the National Democratic Front. After the downfall of the Marcos fascist dictatorship, the CNL continued to work within the framework of the NDF and on the path of revolution against the entire system and the succeeding reactionary regimes. During my time, the CNL contributed in helping the revolutionary forces take root on a nationwide scale. After the National Liaison Committee was disabled, the revolutionary priests and nuns helped in communication and in producing and moving a lot of things. Among so many that the church people did, I can mention only a few of their contributions. Many comrades and the people can testify to the many contributions of the CNL to the revolution. I agree with the theme of the celebration of the 40th anniversary, expand and consolidate the Christians for national liberation as an underground national democratic movement of the church people. Actively join the armed struggle. The CNL must raise the level of their will and capability to further help in advancing the revolution. In celebrating the anniversary, it is vitally important for the National Council of the CNL, its chapter in various regions in the country and abroad, to remember and refresh the experiences of CNL in order to draw lessons and plan for the coming years in advancing the revolution. I am glad that you are able to publish reading materials, hold forums and cultural performances, produce a video on the history of the CNL and to honor the martyrs and heroes. It is gratifying to have a new song for the anniversary. It is meaningful that members of the CNL who have joined the New People's Army or performed underground revolutionary tasks have each sent messages to inspire the members of the CNL to continue living revolutionary principles and militantly participate in the revolution. It is praiseworthy that you were able to hold regional assemblies and sum up the development of the CNL during the past 12 years. You identified your victories in relating to the church hierarchy. You also explained the problems and weaknesses you need to overcome. Your 40th anniversary celebration is a favorable opportunity during which you can make resolutions and plans for expanding the ranks of the CNL and developing your links with the masses and other revolutionary forces. My confidence is strong that the CNL will strengthen itself and enlarge its contributions to the advance of the Philippine Revolution. TH. Long live the Christians for national liberation. Advance the national democratic revolution. Long live the Filipino people. On the immediate tasks of communists and their struggle for socialism. Contribution to the International Communist Seminar in Brussels, Belgium, May 18–20, 2012. Immediate ideological tasks. The constant task of every revolutionary party of the proletariat is to propagate the scientific theory of Marxism-Leninism and to apply this on the history and concrete circumstances of the people and the concrete practice of revolution in every country. Ideological work is the RST requisite for building the Marxist-Leninist party. Through ideological work the party rank and acquire a clear materialist and scientific outlook and materialist dialectical method of thinking, analysis, and action. Marxism-Leninism is the guide to action of the party in leading the revolution on the basis of the current situation towards the goal of socialism and communism. The immediacy of ideological work is underscored by the fact that such basic components of Marxism as philosophy, political economy, and social science and all subsequent great developments in the theory and practice of Marxism-Leninism have been obscured and vilified by the imperialist powers and their camp followers. Since the fall of revisionist regimes, the collapse of the Soviet Union and the full restoration of capitalism in former socialist countries in the years from 1989 to 1991, following decades of the dominance of modern Zionism. For a long while, despite the recurrence and worsening of the crisis of capitalism, the imperialist powers had ed. by the US kept boasting that humankind could no longer go beyond capitalism and liberal democracy and that socialism was dead forever. With the most unrestrained air of triumphalism, they embarked on all kinds of offensives, ideological, political, economic, military, and cultural. These coincided with the conspicuous use of high technology in production, commerce, finance, communications and war. All forms of bourgeois subjectivism and idealism ran rampant in philosophy amidst mass consumerism induced by debtnancing. By political insinuation, the bourgeoisie associated and even equated communism and revolutionary movements with terrorism to set them up for repression. The neoliberal economic policy gave free rein to bourgeois greed and the denial of the working people as the real creators of social wealth. The US and NATO promoted state terrorism worldwide and launched wars of aggression at a rapid rate. Consumer products. With the US brand spearheaded the imperialist cultural offensive. The ranks of communists and the broad masses of the people are clamoring for the explanation of the root causes and consequences of the current grave crisis and more importantly for what is to be done in order to confront the crisis and carry forward the anti-imperialist and democratic struggle towards socialism. The most important ideological task of the Communist and Workers' parties at the moment is to explain the crisis and clarify and set forth the tasks for advancing the revolutionary struggle. Under the neoliberal economic policy, the expansion of global capitalism seemed limitless as huge amounts of debtnancing were poured on the recurrent and worsening crisis of overproduction to propel nance capitalism as the platform for conjuring the illusion of economic growth. Financial bubbles were launched only to burst one after another, dumping mountains of debt on the real economies of the imperialist countries in 2008. Since then the financial and economic crisis has resulted in a global depression. The imperialist powers have failed to solve the crisis because they cling to the neoliberal dogma that the state is only good for helping the monopoly bourgeoisie to accumulate capital and maximize profits. Thus they have pushed down the wage level, cut back on social services, provided tax cuts, gold-plated contracts, and subsidies to the corporations and conceded everything else to the big bourgeoisie under the terms of investment and trade liberalization, privatization, deregulation, and denationalization of the less developed capitalist countries and the big mass of underdeveloped countries. Under conditions of economic and financial collapse, the state has provided the bailouts to the big banks and corporations. It incurs higher deficits because of the bailouts, the tax cutbacks for the corporations and lessened tax revenues due to the stagnant economy. Thus, it goes into a public debt crisis, which becomes the basis for austerity measures at the expense of the people. All the while the monopoly bourgeoisie discourages the state from employing the unemployed and from engaging in any enterprise to expand production. The imperialist powers keep on adopting measures that aggravate the crisis. They are ending it increasingly hard to abstain from Keynesian-type measures or all-out protectionism against each other in economic production. For the moment, they still end it easier to unite on shifting the burden of crisis to the proletariat and the PLE of the world. Nevertheless, the crisis is generating inter-imperialist contradictions in the contest to secure sources of strategic raw materials, especially oil, expand markets, and sell weapons under the stimulus of the wars of aggression, civil wars, and other localized or regional wars. At any rate, the crisis is worsening and is hitting hard both the imperialist countries and the dominated countries, with the latter countries continuing to sewer the crisis more than the former. It is already comparable to the Great Depression in terms of the massive destruction of productive forces, widespread social degradation, the growth of ultra-reactionary currents, the increasing aggressiveness of the imperialist powers and the rise of both organized and spontaneous popular resistance. While the crisis of the world capitalist system is worsening, the science of Marxism-Leninism stands as a BEA. Con for us to understand the problems brought about by the monopoly bourgeoisie and its financial oligarchy, and to provide the revolutionary solution that the working class and its advanced detachment can adopt and develop, together with the rest of the exploited and oppressed people. With the aid of Marxism-Leninism, the proletarian revolutionaries of today are answering the questions regarding the course of advance for the socialist cause, how to overthrow the bourgeois state and how to establish and develop the socialist state. The questions and answers cover the historical experience and new circumstances of the proletariat and people and extend to how to build socialism, strengthen it and consolidate it, combat opportunism and revisionism and move steadfastly towards the ultimate goal of communism. Immediate political tasks. The immediate political tasks of all communist and workers' parties involve arousing, organizing, and mobilizing the masses on current issues generated by the global and domestic crisis of capitalism. Issues that immediately have a political character involve the demands for anti-imperialist and class struggle, the violations of human rights, brutal acts of repression and wars of aggression. Issues such as unemployment, wage freeze, homelessness, soaring prices of basic goods and services, deteriorating social services, and so on arise at RST as economic issues. But they can easily become political issues when the revolutionary party of the proletariat and the people raise them as issues in the anti-imperialist and class struggle. The imperialists, the ruling class and the state are held responsible for the people's economic swearing, and become the targets of the people's outrage. The exploiters themselves unwittingly incite the people to rise up when they oppress them by vilifying and suppressing the mass protests. In the course of the political struggle, both tactical demands for basic reforms and the strategic call for revolutionary change are made. Whatever is the state of economic and political development in a country and whatever is the corresponding character of the revolutionary movement, the revolutionary party of the proletariat and the people must win the battle for democracy by taking the mass line. This involves arousing, organizing, and mobilizing the people in their millions according to their interests, trusting and relying on them, asserting and exercising their democratic rights, and opposing political repression by the state and exploitation by the ruling classes. In the course of bidding for immediate demands and aiming for socialism in the industrial capitalist countries, the revolutionary forces and the people must be vigilant and militant against the attempts to suppress the mass movement. The monopoly bourgeoisie does not hesitate to employ fascism against those who aim for socialism. In a clever way, it also imposes violence on the people by accelerating the recruitment of military troops, police, and intelligence agents from the ranks of the people, especially the unemployed, for the purpose of so-called homeland security, civil war, or wars of aggression. In an underdeveloped country like the Philippines, the exploiting classes of big compradors and landlords are ever active in using both persuasive and violent means of the reactionary state to suppress the people's move, meant for a new democratic revolution with a socialist perspective. The battle for democracy here entails not only the political mobilization of the people by asserting and exercising democratic rights but also emphatically by struggling for the liberation of the millions of peasants from feudal and semi-feudal conditions. The crisis of the world capitalist system and the crisis of the semi-colonial and semi-feudal system in the Philippines are distinct from each other and are at the same time closely interrelated. The Philippine ruling system has its own frailties due to its underdevelopment but is so dependent on the world capitalist system, especially the US, that the current crisis of global capitalism impacts violently on the Philippines from the outside and at the same time aggravates the chronic crisis that is due to its underdevelopment. The Philippine economy is so dependent on the production of raw materials and the semi-manufacture of certain consumer products for export as well as the export of cheap labor in the form of overseas contract workers. It goes awry and goes into deeper crisis as a result of lesser demand and lower prices. For such exports upon the worsening of the crisis of global capitalism. The worsening of the Philippine crisis results in great swearing for the Filipino people and at the same in the intensification of contradictions among the reactionaries themselves and between the people and the ruling system. The Communist Party of the Philippines has set the general line of new democratic revolution at the current stage of the Philippine Revolution in order to take into account and oppose the semi-colonial and semi-feudal character of Philippine society. The current stage of democratic revolution under the leadership of the working class is preparation for the subsequent stage of socialist revolution, which begins upon the basic completion of the new democratic revolution through the nationwide seizure of political war as a result of the protracted People's War. The general line of new democratic revolution with a socialist perspective sets the direction of the Philippine Revolution and guides the party and the masses in sorting out the welter of economic, social, political, cultural, environmental and moral issues that arise from oppression and exploitation and their aggravation as a result of crisis. The working class is the leading class in the revolution for being the most advanced, productive and political force. It relies mainly on its basic alliance with the peasantry, wins over the urban petty bourgeoisie as a major ally, further wins over the middle bourgeoisie and takes advantage of the contradictions among the reactionaries in order to isolate and destroy one enemy after another. At every given time, the enemy is the worst of the reactionaries, acting as chief puppet of the imperialists and as chief representative of the comprador big bourgeoisie and the landlord class. It wages a vicious counter-revolutionary war against the people and the revolutionary forces. In the light of international law, it can be said that a civil war is going on in the Philippines. But the U.S. is increasing its military intervention because it is driven by the aggressive character and grave crisis of imperialism and its current scheme to refocus its attention on East Asia. The possibility looms for the civil war to become a national war of liberation against foreign aggression. In times of grave crisis, the issues abound for the Filipino people to take up in accordance with national and class interests along the general line of new democratic revolution. There are several types of mass organizations that must be developed in order to solidify the mass of patriotic and progressive activists. The larger the membership of the mass organizations, the easier it becomes to reach and mobilize the people in their millions. The patriotic and progressive legal mass organizations can arise and grow by asserting and exercising their democratic rights against the exploitation and oppression of the people and against both the blatant and subtle acts of suppression by regimes that hypocritically claim to be democratic and errant from the fallen Marcos fascist dictatorship. The working class has trade unions, with the Kilusang Mayo Uno as the strongest labor center. The peasants and farm workers have the Pambansang Magbubukid ng Pilipinas, the sharefolk, the Pamalakaya, and the government employees, courage, to cite only the major mass formations of the toiling masses. There are various types of sectoral mass organizations, like those of students, teachers, health workers, lawyers, scientists and technologists, writers and artists, progressive religious, patriotic businessmen, and so on. There are also mass organizations based on such concerns and causes as national independence, democracy, human rights, land reform and national industrialization, indigenous people, labor rights, youth rights, women's rights, children's rights, patriotic and progressive culture, environment, just and lasting peace, international solidarity against imperialist plunder and war, and so on. By way of employing the policy of the United Front, the patriotic and progressive mass organizations have developed sectoral alliances and the multi-sectoral alliances like the Bayan, which is the largest of its kind. These alliances have served to augment, amplify, and expand the strength and influence of the national democratic movement in campaigns and various kinds of activities on major long-standing issues as well as on burning issues of the day. The legal mass organizations and alliances make it a point to assert their independence from the Communist Party of the Philippines and the illegal revolutionary mass organizations. They do so obviously to counter the anti-communist witch hunts that have become more vicious than ever under the so-called anti-terrorism law. They are closely related to progressive party list groups that participate in electoral struggles within the ruling system. Of course, the Communist Party of the Philippines has developed various types of illegal mass organizations. The most important of these in terms of waging the protracted People's War is the New People's Army. It is led by the party and the working class, and most of the Red commanders and leaders come from the peasantry. At the moment, the NPA is engaged in the 20-year strategic plan to advance the People's War from the strategic defensive to the strategic stalemate. There is a comprehensive array of underground mass organizations for workers, peasants, youth, women, cultural workers, lawyers, scientists, and technologies. And there are underground alliances of the peoples of the Cordillera, Moros, and the Lumids, and the progressive religious, especially the Christians, for national liberation. All the aforesaid underground revolutionary forces are dedicated to the People's War. Together with the CPP and NPA, they belong to the National Democratic Front of the Philippines. The NDFP is a revolutionary united front organization, with its own program of People's Democratic Revolution and constitution harmonious with those of the CPP. The NDFP consists of the mass formations of the toiling masses and the urban petty bourgeoisie. But it is ever ready to broaden the united front so as to include the mid-DLE bourgeoisie and even the temporary and unreliable allies from among the ranks of the reactionaries who oppose the worst of the reactionaries as the enemy. The NDFP has gone so far as to engage in peace negotiations with a series of reactionary regimes in order to assert its status of belligerency under international law and to demand that the roots of the armed conflict be addressed to lay the basis for a just and lasting peace. To avert confusion among the revolutionaries and people, the CPP and NDFP have always made it clear that the line for a just and lasting peace is no different from the line of the new democratic revolution. The reactionary regimes have failed to come to an agreement on a just and lasting peace because of their extreme subservience to U.S. imperialism and the local exploiting classes of big compradors and landlords. The patriotic and progressive mass organizations and alliances have been responsible for well-sustained campaigns on highly significant issues and for huge mass mobilizations that have resulted in the overthrow of the Marcos fascist dictatorship and the corrupt Estrada regime. They generate the campaigns and activities that carry the general line of new democratic revolution and express the protests and demands of the people. In turn, they are strengthened by these acts of mass mobilizations which bring forward mass activists on a large scale. The strategic line of protracted People's War in the Philippines is now greatly favored by the terrible conditions of oppression and exploitation generated by the crisis of the world capitalist system. All forms of people's resistance, including general strikes and mass protest rallies and armed revolutionary movements, are spreading and growing in strength. The Philippine revolutionary movement is contributing what it can in order to expand and intensify the revolutionary movements of the people of the world against imperialism and for national liberation, democracy, and socialism. At the same time, it is benefited by the expansion and intensification of revolutionary movements abroad. The imperialist powers can be dizzied and weakened by the great number of what they consider as trouble spots in all continents and in so many countries, including the imperialist countries. The grave all-round crisis has resulted in an upsurge of mass movements. The entire world is in ferment. We are on the eve of great social upheavals and revolutionary advances. Thanks to the use of higher technology, the monopoly bourgeoisie has accelerated not only the accumulation of capital and profit-making but also the recurrence and worsening of the crisis of overproduction and the abuse of monopoly nance capital. It has produced the rapid means of communications that the revolutionary forces can also avail of. Revolutionary propaganda and agitation, the organization of people in various types of mass formations and mass mobilizations have been facilitated and accelerated by use of the internet, cell phone, audiovisuals and social networks. But of course, we presume that the revolutionary forces use these means very intelligently and effectively, mindful that the enemy uses the same means against the revolutionary movement. Immediate organizational tasks. The Communist Party of the Philippines is guided by democratic centralism as its basic organizational principle. This means centralized leadership based on democracy and democracy guided by centralized leadership. It is an active way of giving full play to democratic debates and taking decisions at every level and from the lowest level to the highest and concentrating promptly the will of the entire party in the Central Committee. At the base of the party are the party branches and groups or fractions within mass organizations and institutions. On the basis of facts and discussions, they give reports and recommendations to the section committee. Section committees make reports and recommendations to the district committee, the district committees to the provincial committee, the provincial committees to the regional committee, and the regional committees to the central committee. Decisions of the central committee go down from level to level. The individual party members are subordinate to the entire party and the central committee. At any level, decisions are taken by majority vote or consensus after full discussion of an issue. The lower organ is subordinate to the higher organ. The essence of centralized leadership is upholding Marxism-Leninism as guide to action and applying it on concrete issues and circumstances. In the RST place, the party is constituted as a Marxist-Leninist party and its members are educated, trained, and act as Marxist-Leninists. The party recruits its members from the ranks of the advanced mass activists. These are considered advanced because they have a relatively high level of political consciousness, are militant and conscientiously perform their tasks. Most important of all, they are willing to join the party. They enter the party RST as candidate members. The period of candidature for workers and peasants is 6 months and for the urban petty bourgeoisie, 1 year. The mass movement is growing fast because of the severity and protraction of the economic, social and political crisis and because the party and the mass organizations are intensifying propaganda and agitation, mass organizing of various types and mass mobilizations on the burning issues. On the basis of the fast-growing mass movement, the party can recruit fast and carry out the policy of expanding the party boldly without letting in a single undesirable element. The honesty of every applicant for party membership is of crucial importance and is very The rapid expansion of the party is required by the worsening crisis and by the need of the party to strengthen itself for its current strategic plan of advancing from the strategic defensive to the strategic stalemate in the PLE's war. The party is resolved to make an accelerated advance on the basis of more than 43 years of building the party, the mass organizations in both urban and rural areas and the organs of political power in the countryside. The cadres of the party are in leading organs of the party itself as well as in those of the new People's Army, the mass organizations and the People's Government. They have developed into cadres by virtue of their ability to lead ideological, political, and organizational work and to accomplish the expansion and consolidation of the party organizations to which they are assigned. The rapid expansion of the party that is now being carried out is expected to result in the rapid development of cadres. All party cadres and members are acutely conscious of the need to fulfill the central task of the revolution, which is to seize political power, and of the decisive role of the party in leading the revolutionary process. The party serves as the coordinator of the forces of the New People's Army and the National Democratic Front of the Philippines and the various forms of struggle in both the urban and rural areas. Party cadres and members in the urban areas are conscious of developing the legal mass movement in order to support and complement the revolutionary armed struggle in the countryside, and they encourage the workers and educated youth to join the People's Army. Those in the rural areas, especially in the People's Army, are conscious of advancing the People's War in order to bring about ultimately the nationwide seizure of political power. The broad masses of the Filipino people and the revolutionary forces led by the Communist Party of the Philippines are content of completing the stage of the new democratic revolution and proceeding to the stage of socialist revolution. Their contents is based on adherence to the theory and practice of Marxism-Leninism, awareness of the chronic crisis and losing course of the domestic ruling system and the world capitalist system, learning lessons from the experiences of the revolutionary movement in the Philippines and abroad, and undertaking all the necessary hard work and struggle to advance the revolution from one stage to another. The Second Great Rectification Movement. December 13, 2012. Introduction. Rectification Movement. It is a sustained mass campaign of ideological and political education within the Communist Party of the Philippines, the New People's Army, the National Democratic Front, and other revolutionary forces to criticize, repudiate, and rectify major errors and shortcomings in ideology, politics and organization in order to strengthen and advance the Philippine Revolution. Because it deals with grave errors of long duration and with grave consequences for the entire party and the revolutionary movement, it is of wider scope and longer duration than the criticism and self-criticism normally undertaken to rectify errors and improve work and style of work. The first great rectification movement was launched in 1967 by the Provisional Political Bureau to criticize, repudiate, and rectify the major errors of the leadership of the merger party of the Communist and Socialist parties, right opportunism under Vicente Lava 1942-46, left opportunism under Jose Lava 1948-1950, right opportunism under Jesus Lava, and gangsterism under Tarik Sumulong 1964-70. The FGRM laid the ground for the re-establishment of the Communist Party of the Philippines under the guidance of Marxism. Leninism. Mao Zedong thought in 1968. The Second Great Rectification Movement was announced in 1991 and undertaken in earnest from 1992 to 1998 by the CPP Central Committee to criticize, repudiate, and rectify the major errors of subjectivism, left and right opportunism which had been committed from 1981 to 1991 by certain elements in high positions in the CPP. If allowed to pass, such major errors would have been fatal to the CPP. The SGRM overcame those who opposed it. Thus, it saved and revitalized the CPP. Major errors confronted. A. Errors of subjectivism. One notion of the Philippine economy being no longer semi-feudal. The worst and the most sustained subjectivism sprang in 1979 from the notion that the Philippine economy is no longer semi-feudal. The presumption is that Marcos had industrialized and urbanized the Philippines to the extent that this is no longer semi-feudal but semi-capitalist or even industrial capitalist. It became the basis of the left opportunist line that armed urban insurrection, in conjunction with a regularized army, is the lead factor for winning the revolution quickly, and it denigrated or even rejected the decisive importance of the strategic line of protracted people's war. From this same notion also sprang the right opportunist line of equalizing the importance of the legal and the armed struggle, if not giving more importance to the former. Further on, it laid the basis for the line of replacing the leadership of the party with that of the United Front or the proposed Bagong Katipunan. 2. Combination of NPA regularization and insurrection. The subjectivism that started at the Central Committee in 1979-80 consisted of the notion that the NPA had already reached the advanced substage or phase of the straight GIC defensive, despite the fact that it had no more than 2,000 high-powered rise and was thus still in the early phase, but with high potential for moving on to the middle phase of the strategic defensive. This dogmatic disrespect for facts stirred up the spirit of haste and overreaching. It was linked with the wishful thinking that the PLE's army would be aided by people's uprisings in the town centers and cities. Combination of army regularization and insurrectionism. The so-called line of strategic counteroffensive and that of red area white area coincided with the notion of hastening the advance or victory of the revolution through the combination of army regularization and urban insurrection. Neglect of education in Marxism-Leninism-Maoism. The party education department was dissolved in 1982 and education in MLM was abandoned. The eclectic subjectivists denigrated the Marxist-Leninist-Maoist ideological line and the political line of New Democratic Revolution through protracted People's War. Some withdrew from criticizing modern revisionism and social imperialism in their desire to get military aid from the Soviet Union. Some adhered to the theory of dependent capitalism, some wanted to mimic the model of armed insurrection in Central America, some continued to be influenced by the Trotskyite underrating of the peasants, and some were carried away by Gorbakov's new thinking. B. Errors of left opportunism, strategic counteroffensive. The party's central leadership put forward the left opportunist line in 1980 that the strategic counteroffensive, which it considered the last phase of the strategic defensive, was at hand. It proposed to maximize guerrilla warfare, develop regular mobile warfare and regularize the People's Army. This ignored the need to fully develop the early phase of the strategic defensive and also leaped over a probable middle phase. It did not develop nationwide guerrilla platoons as strike forces with a sound mass base, as demonstrated in Samar as early as 1976. Onward. Regularization and verticalization. Not to be outdone in hastiness and overreaching, the Mindanao Committee Zion decided to verticalize and regularize the guerrilla forces into 15 or more concentrated guerrilla companies under several layers of command and staff. This was done despite the earlier decision of the CC to dissuade the Eastern Visayas Party Committee from forming companies and battalions in 1980. RAWA strategic line. The so-called red area white area strategic line misled the party in Mindanao. It called for the armed city partisans, the urban-based mass organizations and the spontaneous masses to undertake a series of people's strikes and eventually carry out the urban armed uprising as the politico-military lead FAC tour of the revolution. The NPA was regarded as a purely military force secondary in importance to the armed city uprising. Popoy Lagman also advocated armed urban insurrection but obscured it by paying lip service to People's War until he left the party in 1992 by declaring autonomy. 1,985 cubic centimeters plenum's full support of SCO. The SCO continued to fuel the impatient desire to overreach and disregard objective conditions until it was repudiated by the central leadership in 1990. There was no prompt and correct handling of the wrong line of RAWA which led to failures and the Ahos campaign. The formula of regularization and insurrection was even allowed to proliferate to various regions. The 1986 election boycott. This was a left opportunist error as it presumed that the party itself was involved in the issue of boycott or participation, and it made no distinction between the party and the legal democratic forces and the masses in the anti-fascist movement. The party has always boycotted or has not participated in reactionary elections, but in line with the United Front policy, it does not prevent progressive forces from using elections to conduct propaganda and alliances with other forces. It was erroneous for the party to separate itself from the majority of the masses in the anti-fascist movement and totally concede them to the yellow group of Aquino. The boycott policy was merely a tactical error, not strategic, because it did not last and did not bring about great damage on the revolutionary movement, unlike RAWA and the Ajos campaign. Continuing desire for insurrection. After the fall of Marcos in 1986, the insurrectionists in the Manila Rizal Party Committee, a member of the political bureau and the bearers of the RAWA line, continued to hope for another EDSA-like uprising. Popoy Lagman always insisted that making enough provocation could ignite a massive uprising. Rick Reyes made autonomous decisions in spreading such reformist ideas and schemes as the People's Agenda of the so-called multi-sectoral peace advocates, and multilateral peace negotiations that upon Aquino's rejection would ignite an insurrection. The mimickers of the Central American insurrection model did not stop dreaming of igniting insurrection. Urban basing. Some party central organs and the so-called General Command of the NPA took to urban basing, supposedly because of the facility of communications as well as of the need to monitor the contradictions among the reactionary factions and also the masses, and the need to wait for the eruption of an insurrection. These notions and practices led to frequent arrests in the National Capital Region from 1988 to 1990. Setbacks and the Ajos campaign in Mindanao. Until 3-VE full companies were built in Mindanao, the NPA made successful tactical offensives against the enemy from 1981 to 1983. But after more companies were formed, the problems of being divorced from the masses, erosion of the mass base, depletion of supplies, basing of leading organs in urban centers up to Cebu City outside the region. As a result, enemy attacks against them were successful both in the countryside and the urban centers. Instead of analyzing and correcting their errors, the party and NPA leadership blamed deep penetration agents as the cause of setbacks and carried out the Ajos campaign from 1985 to 1987. Setbacks and witch hunts elsewhere. In other parts of the country at various times, from the 1980s up to 1991, roars of left opportunism arose and bore debacles, and often in witch hunts and suspicions of deep penetration agents causing these. Not as widespread as in Mindanao, these occurred in some parts of Negros and Leyte in 1985 to 87, Manila Rizal in 1988, Southern Tagalog also in 1988, the Cordilleras and Ilocos both in 1988 to 89. Cagayan Valley in 1991 and Central Luzon also in 1991. In Negros and Leyte, the forces became overstretched in a few offensives, and when the enemy launched tiv counteroffensives, the leadership launched an anti-informer campaign. The Popoy Lagman leadership made armed provocations during mass actions and in communities. When the enemy retaliated and its effects were felt, Popoy made hysterical accusations against DPAs allegedly among the ranks. At the same time, hysteria occurred in the regions of Manila Rizal and Southern Tagalog due to the capture of the members of the NPA General Command in Metro Manila in 1988 to 89. Simultaneous to this was the desire of the Southern Tagalog Party leadership to ferret out the informers that wrought damage to the region since the 1970s. The failure of the base defense and expansion by policies in northern Luzon eventually turned into accusations and the search for informers. The left play to win decision of the Central Luzon leadership was overtaken by the rectification movement. See errors of right opportunism. New Katipunan concept. The right opportunist concept of New Katipunan was put forward in 1980 mainly by those who would later call themselves Popular Democrats. It was embodied in a proposed new draft of the NDFP program in 1982. It sought to liquidate or take out the leading role of the working class and the party in the United Front, supposedly in order to attract more people to the NDFP. It proposed the recycling of the old democratic revolution and the rejection of the vanguard role of the party. Some left opportunists also proposed making the United Front the vanguard force, as practiced by some movements in Central America. Electoral boycott policy. The right opportunists and the new Katipunan concept had little or no ground at all in the party while the People's War raged against the Marcos fascist dictatorship. But after the fall of Marcos in 1986, the right opportunists insisted on the electoral boycott policy of 1986 as a strategic error brought about by leftism to justify their legalist and reformist line, to cover up their far more grievous erroneous line and resultant crimes in Mindanao. The left opportunists agreed with the right opportunists to castigate the electoral boycott policy as the worst error ever in CPP history. This was their stepping stone to swing to the right. Swing from left to right. The strong swing of the left opportunists to the right came with their dismay over the futility of the nationally coordinated offensives of mere harassment operations in 1987, the failure to import weapons and the arrest of their key leaders. They swung towards the right as the right opportunists accepted and cheered the anti-communist policies of Gorbachev from 1988 onward. The right opportunists banded together grouplets calling themselves Popular Democrats, Liberal Communists, and Democratic Socialists who used left phrase-mongering against the CPP to justify their rightist position. They used certain NGOs and foreign funding for their own purposes. Negotiations and agreement on CSIR. In June 1986, the party decided to have a CSIR should Aquino make a declaration to end the U.S. military bases. Although Aquino made no such declaration, the negotiations and agreement on CSIR that were riddled both with errors and rightist provisions still proceeded due to the insistence of pro-right members of the Political Bureau. De Vera claimed that the national CSIR was the solution to the enemy offensives in Mindanao that in fact became active only because of the earlier left opportunist line. Ultra-reformist scheme of Rick Reyes. In 1990 Reyes made decisions all by himself in the name of the political bulletin. Reyes ought to put the NDF under what he called the anti-imperialist Democratic Front. He wished to band into this the NDF, the legal progressive forces and some reactionary forces supposedly to challenge Aquino to agree to a PLE's agenda, and if not, an uprising larger than that of EDSA in 1986 would occur. He campaigned further to have multilateral negotiations between the Aquino government and all its opponents. He wished to mix the NDF with the MNLF, RAM, and others. Gorbachevism in Angbayan. In 1990 Rick Reyes and his colleagues brought out a few editions of Angbayan, praising Gorbachev and his supposed new thinking. This was the period when Gorbachev already became openly an anti-communist, and he wished to turn the revisionist party and other revisionist regimes in Eastern Europe into social democratic ones. This was already the period of the complete restoration of capitalism. Grouplets of hardcore opportunists banded to oppose the SGRM. Despite their varied positions and groupings, the grouplets of right opportunists united against the party and declared themselves rejectionists against the Second Great Rectification movement, which was launched by the party on December 26, 1991. They were in turn called Contras by the proletarian revolutionaries. They intensified their wrecking operations within the party and sought to use the bourgeois mass media against the party. They called the party Stalinist in order to capitalize on the wave of anti-communism as a result of the full restoration of capitalism in former socialist countries. Organizational errors. Bureaucratism. While in certain leading positions in the party during the 1980 to 1991 period, the left opportunists and the right opportunists both violated the principle of democratic centralism by practicing bureaucracy Kratism and lording over independent kingdoms. The left opportunists were commandists inside and outside of the People's Army and non-army organizations which they lorded over. As they created stas and departments, they considered these as machinery independent of the party. The right opportunists created stas and NGOs and acted like bosses to employees. They operated through so-called political ossers who lorded over mass organizations and discouraged initiative and growth of party membership at the grassroots level. Ultra-democracy. But the opportunists practiced ultra-democracy when they opposed the ideological and political line of the party, the Central Committee and other leading organs, and put forward their erroneous lines. They advocated the freedom of factions within the party and said they did not recognize the authority of the Political Bureau and the Central Committee because they were waiting for the next party congress to come. Liquidationism. The opportunists engaged in liquidationism. They wanted to liquidate the ideological, political, and organizational line and therefore the entire existence of the party. They took away from the party personnel, properties and certain organizational units and turned them against the party. They did the worst in the national capital region, in Negros Island and in central Mindanao. 2. The Second Great Rectification Movement. To criticize, repudiate, and rectify the errors from 1980 to 1992, the Second Great Rectification Movement rearmed 10 principles concerning 1. The theory and practice of Marxism-Leninism Mao Zedong thought, 2. The anti-revisionist line, 3. The character of Philippine society, 4. The general line of the revolution, 5. The party as vanguard, 6. The People's War, 7. The United Front, 8. Democratic Centralism, 9. The Socialist Future and 10. Proletarian Internationalism. 1. Uphold the theory and practice of Marxism-Leninism Mao Zedong thought. To combat subjectivism of the dogmatic empiricist type, the party promoted the Marxist-Leninist stand, viewpoint and method through the study and application of the materialist scientific outlook, materialist dialectics, and class analysis. These are applied in the study of Philippine history and current circumstances, in social investigation and in the assessment and evaluation of work and mass struggle. They are applied in the formal study courses at the primary, intermediate and advanced levels, which are being promoted by the party. To pursue the anti-revisionist line consistently, the party had to refresh the minds of the party rank and li about modern revisionism and to renew the anti-revisionist struggle because the left opportunists wished since the early 1980s to cast away the criticism of Soviet revisionism and social imperialism in the hope of getting military assistance, because the right opportunists were impressed by the Dengist and Gorbakovite counter-revolutions, and because the full restoration of capitalism in former socialist countries in the years of 1989 to 1991 required an explanation. 3. Confront the semi-colonial and semi-feudal character of Philippine society. The party declared that it is one thing to say that the capitalist commodity mode of production had prevailed in Philippine economy since the 19th century and another thing to say or insinuate that the Philippines is already industrial capitalist and has no need for the strategic line of encircling the cities from the countryside in protracted people's war. The Philippines is still agrarian and semi-feudal economically and is under the indirect rule of the U.S. politically. 4. Carry out the general line of new democratic revolution. The party stressed the general line of new democratic revolution in order to GHT and defeat the semi-colonial and semi-feudal ruling system. The toiling masses of the people and the middle social strata are the motive forces of the revolution and the big compradors and landlords, and their imperialist masters are their adversaries. 5. Build the party as the vanguard force of the proletariat and people. The party must be built as the vanguard or leading force of the proletariat and people in the Philippine Revolution. It represents the working class as the leading class. In the era of modern imperialism and proletarian revolution, the working class is the leading class and no longer the bourgeoisie, even if the urban petty bourgeoisie and the middle bourgeoisie can still be revolutionary allies. 6. Wage the protracted people's war and carry out extensive and intensive guerrilla warfare on an ever-widening and deepening mass base. Build the people's army and wage the protracted people's war in order to smash the reactionary state with the people's democratic state. The people's war is carried out in stages. At present, intensive and extensive guerrilla warfare is carried out on the basis of an ever-widening and deepening mass base. 7. Pursue the revolutionary class line in the United Front. Under the leadership of the working class and its party. The basic alliance in the revolution is that of the working class and peasantry, which comprise more than 90% of the people. Add to this alliance the urban petty bourgeoisie in order to make the alliance of progressive forces. Add to this progressive alliance the middle bourgeoisie in order to make the alliance of the patriotic forces. Take advantage of the splits among the reactionaries. A broad united front may be formed to include some of the reactionaries against the worst ones or against a foreign aggressor. 8. Follow the line of democratic centralism. This is the organizational principle of the party, centralized leadership based on democracy and democracy guided by centralized leadership. The essence of the principle is Marxism, Leninism, Mao Zedong. This guides the procedural rules, such as the individual being subordinate to the collective, the minority to the majority, and the lower organ and organization to the higher one. There is both discipline and freedom within the party. Bureaucratism, ultra-democracy, factionalism, and liquidationism are not allowed. 9. Look forward to the socialist revolution. Upon the basic completion of the new democratic revolution through the seizure of political power, the socialist revolution can commence under the continuing leadership of the working class and the party. It becomes possible because proletarian dictatorship is at the core of the people's democratic state, and because the commanding heights of the economy, politics, and culture are already in the hands of the working class as the agency for socialist revolution and construction in transition to communism. 10. Carry out the Philippine Revolution in the spirit of proletarian internationalism. Every stage of the Philippine Revolution is carried out not only to serve the Filipino working class and people but also to serve the working class and entire people of the world. The party, the proletariat, and people must always strive to contribute what it can to the strengthening and advance of the anti-imperialist struggles of the people and the world proletarian revolution. 3. Revitalization of the party and the revolutionary movement. Revitalization of the party and revolutionary movement. The Second Great Rectification movement saved the party and the revolutionary movement from the damage wrought by the major ideological, political, and organizational errors since 1980 and from the wrecking operations done by the incorrigible opportunists and renegades when they opposed the SGRM. Consequently, the party and the revolutionary forces became revitalized when the unhealthy elements were removed or dropped out. The party became stronger ideologically, politically, and organizationally. NPA reoriented, reorganized, and redeployed. The party reoriented, reorganized, and redeployed the new PLE's army. The People's Army renewed its resolve to carry out intensive and extensive guerrilla warfare on the basis of an ever-widening and deepening mass base. The minimum and maximum programs were according to the circumstances. The greatly eroded mass base was expanded by forming the organs of political power and the mass organizations and mobilizing the masses for their own benefit. United Front strengthened. The anti-feudal United Front in the countryside was strengthened to serve as the base of the National United Front. All types of alliances were strengthened, the basic alliance of workers and peasants. The alliance of progressive forces, the alliance of patriotic forces and the broad united front to include unstable allies against the enemy. Under the united front policy, the party was able to arouse and mobilize the people in their millions from year to year. For further degeneration of the Contras. What happened to the incorrigible opportunists and renegades? They degenerated further. Left opportunists. 1. Rolly Quintanar. He was regarded as overall military leader of the Contras. He joined the intelligence service of the AFP through his general uncle. He was able to get gun permits from the Philippine National Police for a private security agency to act as guards of government buildings and as bodyguards and contract killers for reactionary politicians in Cebu and Mindanao. He openly swore allegiance to the Lakas NUCD party before the 1998 presidential elections and became exposed as a double agent after the elections when he emerged as an appointee to the TESTA by incoming President Estrada from the opposition. 2. Popoy Lagman and ABB. He surrendered to the Ramos regime through Navy intelligence in 1994. The ABB continued to be known as the Armed Gang of Bukluran and GMGA Manggagawang Pilipino and Sanlakas, but operated as a criminal gang in the hire of reactionary politicians. It came completely under the control of Nilo de la Cruz after his split with Popoy Lagman over the Amari real estate company Paola for the eviction of the urban poor on Freedom Island. Popoy Lagman was executed by the ABB according to ABB insiders. 3. Tabara and RPA. The RPA became a rabid anti-NPA force in Negros Island and became practically a private army of Danding Cojuangco to guard his haciendas. The chieftain Arturo Tabara had joined the ISAF as early as 1988. In 1999 he and Nilo de la Cruz appeared on TV with Estrada to announce their sham peace agreement with the reactionary government. Their armed group openly became a paramilitary group in the pay of the reactionary state. 4. Popular Democrats. They supported the presidential team of Salonga and Estrada in the elections of 1992. They used as their base the foreign-funded PRRM and maintained close relations with Estrada, who was elected vice president in 1992 and president in 1998. 5. Liberal communists and Gorbakovites. Those who called themselves liberal communists in 1992 formed Siglia. They pose as anti-imperialists in the RST half of their articles and then in the second half asks for compromise and reforms from the imperialists and their puppets. They engage in NGO racketeering and discredit other NGOs as controlled by a Stalinist party. The worst of them have been saying since the time of Ramos that the issue of national sovereignty is passé in view of free market globalization. They struck it rich when they formed the Akbayan with the clerico-fascists who call themselves social democrats. They are now in high positions in the Aquino regime and are wallowing in corruption in the Anti-Poverty Commission, Human Rights Commission and other OCs. 6. Trotskyists. The hardcore Trotskyists have been hyperactive in mass movements to oppose an incumbent president like Arroyo. But so far they have failed to get any high position from the Aquino regime. Their own liberal and neoliberal allies badmouth them as cranks without any mass following. 7. Urban insurrectionists. While they were still in the party, the advocates of the RAWA line of armed urban insurrection and the crypto-Trotskyite idea of armed insurrection in Manila never produced any urban armed insurrection. After being driven out of the party, they never made such an insurrection but instead happily joined the ruling system. The same thing happened to those who advocated other types of insurrection, like tanning. V. Current outlook of the CPP and the revolutionary movement. CPP outlook and strategic plan. The CPP is content of overcoming the US-designed plan Bayanihan with the use of revolutionary armed struggle and the United Front as weapons. It has a comprehensive strategic plan to Advance the strategic defense to the strategic stalemate. The plan includes raising the party membership to 250,000, the number of NP-actors with high-powered rise to 25,000, the eventual coverage of all rural congressional districts by 180 guerrilla fronts, and the further growth of the organs of political power and mass organizations. Author's preface. The struggle against modern revisionism centered in the Soviet Union since the 1950s and bred subsequently in the Philippines by the Lava revisionist renegades was a crucial component of the process of rebuilding the Communist Party of the Philippines on the theoretical foundation of Marxism-Leninism Mao Zedong thought. The lead document in the struggle is the Rectify Errors and Rebuild the Party, which is incorporated in Foundation for Resuming the Philippine Revolution, 1968-72. It is further developed in this book, Defeating Revisionism, Reformism and Opportunism, 1969-1974, which criticizes and repudiates the revisionist line of the Lava Group and the Communist Party of the Soviet Union. Defeating Revisionism, Reformism, and Opportunism is the direct and inseparable companion book of Foundation for Resuming the Philippine Revolution. It focuses on the revisionism of the Lava Group and its most ebullient agent William Pomeroy. It further deals with the reformism and opportunism of other groups. The period covered is from 1969 to 1974, the year when the Lava revisionist renegades openly capitulated to the Marcos fascist dictatorship. Members of the Lava family determined the ideological and political line of the revisionist party even when they were not formally the principal leaders. With their open capitulation to Marcos in 1974, the Lava revisionist renegades and their party practically committed political suicide and became totally discredited. The capitulation actually occurred secretly as early as 1971. When the revisionist party and the Marcos fascist regime made a deal to collaborate and eke the release of Lavaite political prisoners. For the duration of the Marcos fascist dictatorship, the Lavaite revisionist party justified its collaboration with the fascist regime by claiming that this was a representative of the national bourgeoisie seeking national industrialization against US-led neocolonial industrialization. It also praised as progressive the regime's opening of diplomatic relations with the Soviet Union. In fact, it was the US that instigated and propped up the Marcos fascist dictatorship, a rule of open terror by a clique of bureaucrat capitalists and their big comprador partners. These engaged mainly in graft-ridden infrastructure projects, financed through foreign loans and supplied by multinational RMS with construction equipment and structural steel. The US allowed its puppets to establish diplomatic relations with the Soviet Union and to access oil therefrom when the global oil crisis was running high. The struggle against revisionism, reformism, and opportunism resulted in great revolutionary victories, such as the re-establishment of the Communist Party of the Philippines and the subsequent continuous growth in strength and advance of the People's Democratic Revolution through People's War. The deep-seated anti-revisionist education of the Filipino proletarian revolutionaries served to protect the CPP and the revolutionary mass movement from discouragement when the Chinese Communist Party no less turned revisionist and took the capitalist road in the Dengist counter-revolution against the Maoists in the latter half of the 1970s. Out of disgust for the Dengists in China in the early 1980s, certain cadres of the CPP were impressed with the advance of Soviet military strength and with Soviet support for national liberation movements in Africa and wished to avail of direct and indirect Soviet military assistance. But because of their deep-seated anti-revisionist education, the most mature leaders of the CPP never lost sight of the fact that the Philippine Revisionist Party had preempted party-to-party relations with the Soviet Union, and were mindful also of the fact that relations with the Soviet Party did not make the Philippine Revisionist Party revolutionary but even more counter-revolutionary and rabidly opposed to the People's War. The attempt to avail of Soviet military assistance for the Philippine Revolution through the National Democratic Front of the Philippines did not succeed and was overtaken by the events of 1989 to 1991, which saw social turmoil in China, the disintegration of revisionist regimes and the collapse of the Soviet Union. Since then, the deep-seated education against revisionism, reformism, and opportunism has once more fortified the CPP and the revolutionary movement against the powerful propaganda offensive of the imperialist powers, and various types of petty bourgeois anti-communists declaring the cause of scientific socialism as hopeless and that history cannot go any farther than capitalism and liberal democracy. After more than 3 decades of dominance since the 1980s, the neoliberal economic policy propagated by the US and other imperialist powers is now totally bankrupt and is generating an ever-worsening crisis of global capitalism. The broad masses of the people are resisting the escalation of exploitation and oppression in both the imperialist and non-imperialist countries. The crisis is comparable to the Great Depression of the 1930s in terms of the severity of social costs, the intensification of major contradictions in the world, the growing propensity of the imperialist powers for aggression, the rise of revolutionary wars and resurgence of the movements of peoples and nations for national liberation, democracy and socialism. Defeating revisionism, reformism, and opportunism is instructive both for historical study and for enhancing the current revolutionary struggles of the people against imperialism and all reaction. Continuous education against revisionism, reformism, and opportunism RMS up the revolutionary resolve and invigorates the revolutionary militancy of the advanced detachment of the proletariat, the working class, and the rest of the people. José María Sison. Utrecht, the Netherlands. July 30, 2013. Celebrate the historic leadership of the working class in the Philippine Revolution. December 26, 2013. For a long time, since the emergence of the working class in some industries in the second half of the 19th century, we can celebrate many victories of this class stemming from their work, struggle, and sacrifices. However, due to the limited time in this forum, I can only narrate briefly the development of the working class. My advice to all who would like to further study the history of the working class democracy is for them to read my article on it in the book Struggle for National Democracy, Manila, Amado V. Hernandez Foundation, 2001, p.89-104, and also its link with the Communist International in the development of the Communist Party in the book Crisis of Imperialism and People's Resistance, Aklat Ng Bayan, 2009, p.236-59. A Short History of the Working Class. The industrial workers started from the status of individuals airing their labor power to capitalists that bought this at values pressed down and thus increase their prod. The payment or wage set by the capitalist is a small part of the entire value of the commodity created by the workers. A far greater part of the value of the newly created commodity is appropriated by the capitalist to extract profit and pay the land rent and interest on bank loans to GHT for the improvement of their wage and living conditions in an organized way. The workers learned to form unions for economic struggle at the beginning of the 20th century. In 1930, they reached the stage of forming a party upholding the leadership of the working class and aiming to change the ruling social system through political struggle against the exploitative capitalist class. This was the Communist Party of the Philippine Islands. It did not take long before the U.S. colonial government suppressed this party. It was made illegal on the accusation of sedition and its leaders punished. The party operated secretly and the related unions took caution. However, the Socialist Party operated legally based on the masses of peasants and farm workers. The Communist Party was made legal in 1937 when the Commonwealth government due to the need for the Popular Front against fascism. the U.S. government acceded. In 1938, the Communist Party and the Socialist Party merged. This strengthened the basic alliance of the working class and the peasantry. With the Japanese fascist aggression in 1941–42, the merger party formed the Anti-Japanese People's Army on March 29, 1942. The inter-imperialist war became a good opportunity for strengthening the Workers' Party. The People's Army and the mass organizations and organs of political power. However, the merger party leadership committed a series of serious errors. The right opportunist line of retreat for defense was implemented. The squadrons were divided up into small teams, thus slowing the advance of the People's Army. This was followed by the line of friendly welcome for the return of U.S. imperialism, for this to fool the promise to grant national independence to the Philippines. This was indeed granted, but it was fake. The Philippines was made a neo-colony and U.S. dominance over the puppet government remained in the economic, political, military, and cultural elds. The U.S. and its puppets violently took back the lands of the landlords from the peasants who took these over. During the war, the masses wished to rebel. However, the leaders of the party rode on this by implementing the left opportunist line of all-out offensive against the enemy to win victory merely within 2 months, failing to take into account the necessity of protracted people's war that attends not only to military offensives but also to the agrarian revolution and building the mass base in the countryside. After the series of People's Army offensives in August 1949, the enemy countered with offensives in the countryside and the city. The People's Army camps in the Sierra Madre were isolated and the party leadership in Manila was captured in October. The armed struggle took a slide until the enemy broke its spine. The leadership that took over from the previous one carried a right opportunist line that resulted in its orders to liquidate the People's Army in 1955 and the party branches and organs under a hiding party general secretary in 1957. Apart from independent of the old party, the proletarian revolutionaries started to form study groups on Marxism-Leninism in 1959 and undertake propaganda and mass actions among the students and workers. In 1961, they launched a huge mass action against anti-communism. In 1962, a few of them joined the old party. They discovered that the party had no branches and organs. Nonetheless, I was immediately included in the executive committee considered as the seed for renewed party building. The proletarian revolutionaries were the ones who produced new cadres and members for the old party and the mass organizations of workers, peasants, and youth. Within the expanded executive committee, the conflict between the proletarian revolutionaries and the revisionists, and both sides expelled each other in 1966. In May 1967, the proletarian revolutionaries issued a declaration expelling the revisionists. 2 victories of the working class in leading the Philippine Revolution. The separation of the revisionist party was a big victory for the working class. A thoroughgoing rectification movement was undertaken to criticize and repudiate new revisionism and subjectivist and opportunist errors of the revisionists since the latter part of 1942. Today we call this the first great rectification movement. It stressed the building of the Revolutionary Party, the People's Army and the Revolutionary United Front. It opened the way for the re-establishment of the Communist Party of the Philippines guided by Marxism-Leninism Maoism on Dec. 26, 1968. Simultaneous to the rectification movement was the framing of the Constitution of the Communist Party of the Philippines and the program for a People's Democratic Revolution. The writing of the book Philippine Society and Revolution followed in 1969. These documents clarified and set the leadership of the working class in the Philippine Revolution in the current period. The theory of Marxism-Leninism Maoism was applied on the history and circumstances of the Filipino people. The party proved itself as the advanced detachment of the working class and as the most productive and progressive class in society. The party set the general line of people's democratic revolution through protracted people's war. Its objective is to win and complete the struggle for national liberation and democracy against U.S. imperialism and the ruling classes of big compradors and landlords. Thus, would the semi-colonial and semi-feudal conditions be ended and the road to socialist revolution and construction be opened. At every opportunity and in various ways, the party and other revolutionary forces arouse, organize, and mobilize the broad masses of the people. The party successfully implemented the leadership of the working class in the democratic revolution in alliance with the peasantry through the revolutionary armed struggle, implementation of genuine land reform and expansion and consolidation of the mass base in the countryside. Under the leadership of the working class and its party, the new People's Army grew in number and strength from almost nothing and from being weak in 1969. The agrarian revolution in 2 stages was undertaken. With the leadership of the working class through the party, the National Democratic Front was established in 1973. It is a framework for uniting the organizations of the working class and peasantry with various organizations of the urban petty bourgeoisie and the multi-sectoral organizations of the people. While the NDF is a united front of progressive forces, it is always open to patriotic alliance with the national or middle bourgeoisie. It is also prepared to go into temporary and unstable alliance with parts of the reactionary classes to hasten the isolation and defeat of the enemy, the worst reactionaries. The working class and its party are able to advance the revolution by carrying the program of national freedom and democratic power of the toiling masses, genuine land reform and national industrialization, social justice, national, scientific, and mass culture, proletarian internationalism and solidarity with peoples of all countries. This is the program of the Filipino people against the enemy state that is the instrument of imperialism, feudalism and bureaucrat capitalism. The ruling classes still prevail through violence and deception, and the support of U.S. imperialism. Marcos imposed fascist dictatorship in the country for a long time. But the revolutionary movement further strengthened itself. The Filipino working classes and people prevailed upon and overthrew the dictatorship regimes pretending to be democratic but in fact similar to the Marcos regime followed. These still use violence against the toiling masses. In spite of all these, the people's revolutionary movement continued to grow under the leadership of the working class guided by Marxism-Leninism-Maoism. At another turn in 2001, one regime was overthrown and the succeeding regime was almost overthrown. In the years 1989 to 91, the revisionist-ruled countries ran into trouble. These countries became openly and thoroughly capitalist and the Soviet Union collapsed. The imperialists and their puppets gloated that socialism is dead. And the revolutionary movement in the Philippines would also wither away supposedly due to lack of support from abroad. The Philippine revolutionaries laughed at the claims of the counter-revolutionaries, for the fact is the CPP was re-established and remained on the line of struggle against imperialism, revisionism, and reaction. The revolutionary movement is deeply rooted among the toiling masses and remains seriously in their struggle. The right and left opportunists also attempted to liquidate the party and the theory and practice of Marxism-Leninism-ism. They secretly attempted to do so since 1988 and exposed themselves completely from 1992 onward. As early as 1980, they united on the subjectivist position that the Philippines is no longer semi-feudal. Supposedly because fascist Marcos had industrialized it. They committed grievous errors in line throughout the decade of the 1980s. The left opportunists sought to regularize the People's Army and follow urban insurrectionism, contrary to the line of protracted people's war. The right opportunists sought to liquidate the leadership of the working class and to simply ride on the line of the anti-Marcos reactionaries. The party launched the Second Great Rectification movement in 1992. It fought for the line of People's Democratic Revolution through protracted People's War. It defeated the subjectivists and opportunists. Eventually the most rabid of these exposed themselves as agents of counter-revolution and the reactionary parties. In 45 years of revolutionary struggle under working-class leadership, the party strengthened itself ideologically, politically and organizationally. From 80 members and candidate members in 1968, the party today counts more than 100,000 members covering almost all provinces and is deeply rooted among the toiling masses. The new People's Army, from a few Redgers with 9 automatic Rise and 26 inferior guns, has grown to thousands of Redgers armed with powerful guns and is supported by tens of thousands of militia forces and hundreds of thousands self-defense unit membership. The NPA today cover more than 110 guerrilla fronts covering wide swathes of 71 provinces. The NDF is led by the working class through its party. It ranges over 17 revolutionary forces. These include the Party, the New People's Army, the Revolutionary Council of Trade Unions, National Association of Peasants, KA, Batang Makabayan, Cordillera People's Democratic Front, Christians for National Liberation, Association of Patriotic Teachers, Patriotic Government Employees, Patriotic Health Association, League of Scientists for the People, Federation of Labor Organizations, Council of Lawyers for the People, Moro Revolutionary Organization for Liberation, Revolutionary Organization of Lumids, and Compatriots. The People's Democratic Government exists in all guerrilla fronts. It is the totality of local organs of democratic power. It is led by the party and the working class. It is supported by mass organizations of workers, peasants, women, youth, cultural activists, and children. Assisting the local organs of democratic power are the committees on organization, education, land reform, production, health, defense, culture, and others. The committees ensure that tasks and campaigns are launched for the welfare of the people. Currently, the party is pursuing the plan to advance the People's War from the strategic defensive towards the strategic stalemate. It is carrying out the political, military, and socio-economic requirements such as expanding party membership to 250,000, increasing Redgers to 25,000, increasing guerrilla fronts to 180, and the number of mass organization membership into millions upon millions, with bigger numbers of the masses covered by the organs of democratic power, implementation of the agrarian revolution and improvements on production, livelihood, health, and culture. 3 favorable conditions for the advance of the Philippine Revolution. The crisis of the world capitalist system protracts and worsens. Proven totally bankrupt is the neoliberal economic policy that sped up the accumulation of capital in the hands of the monopoly bourgeoisie and its financial oligarchy. The imperialist powers cannot solve the crisis of overproduction and overaccumulation of capital because they refuse to get rid of the neoliberal policy and because they continue to grab huge prots by passing on the burden of the intensifying crisis onto the toiling classes and the third world countries. Depression is deepening throughout the world. The degree of exploitation and oppression continues to escalate. The swearing of the toiling people and the middle social strata continues to intensify. The people's swearing is a bad thing. But this is what moves them to GHT, their exploiters and oppressors. The ruling classes are themselves pushing the toilers to wage revolutions. Now, we can say that the crisis favorable for the revolution. Explosions of mass protests and strikes are widening and more frequent. The anti-imperialist and socialist movement is being enlivened, and the numbers of those desiring revolution, especially in underdeveloped and poor countries, are increasing. The imperialists and their puppets can no longer boast that revolution and socialism are dead as a result of their claimed active cure, that is the neoliberal policy to economic and social problems. Focusing on the Philippines, income from exports of raw materials and semi-manufactures are down, while expenses for imports of manufactures and semi-manufactures are up. Mining and other extractive industries proliferate, but the real quantity of the minerals mined is not revealed and smuggled out. The government budget and external trade deficits are increasing, thus the debt burden is also increasing. Taxes and the price of social services are rising. But these come with the wastage and embezzlement of the people's national wealth in non-productive and inactive programs and projects, in corruption through the pork barrel system, in huge military spending, and growing debt interest and amortization. Despite all these, the Aquino regime boasts of growth in the Philippine economy. But the supposed economic growth come from so-called hot money or portfolio investments that come and go to and from the stock market and the money markets, and pushes speculation in private construction and consumerism among the tiny upper rung of the population. Due to the absence of genuine land reform and national industrialization, the Philippines remain underdeveloped and poor. Unemployment, wage decreases, and rising prices of basic commodities and services are worsening rapidly. Due to the global capitalist crisis, there is a big employment downturn for migrant labor in other countries. The permanent crisis of the Philippines has worsened due to the global capitalist crisis. The ground for revolution is certainly growing ever more fertile in the Philippines. The organized forces of the revolution need only excel at strengthening themselves and ending imperialism, feudalism, and bureaucrat capitalism. The Filipino people are very capable of winning the national democratic stage of the Philippine Revolution with the leadership of the working class. Thus, the socialist revolution can follow when the working class holds state power and much more capability of leading the Filipino people in socialist revolution and construction. The new democratic revolution through protracted People's War. Lecture at the Forum for Liberation Theology, Center for Liberation Theologies, Faculty of Theology and Religious Studies, Katholieke Universiteit Leuven, Belgium. May 15, 2014. I thank the Center for Liberation Theologies for inviting me to this Forum for Liberation Theology to speak on the new democratic revolution through protracted People's War. It is an honor and pleasure for me to interface and dialogue with theologians and others who are seriously interested in knowing the nature and development of the Philippine Revolution, and the relationship of Christians with the Filipino people's struggle for national and social liberation. I wish to present my subject by using the following outline: 1. The old democratic revolution against Spanish colonialism and feudalism. 2. The new democratic revolution against the semi-colonial and semi-feudal ruling SYS. 3. The Christians for national liberation. 4. The continuance of the new democratic revolution to the present. Old democratic revolution. Spain was motivated by mercantilism and the desire to spread the Catholic Christian faith in imposing Colorado nihilism by force of arms on the people of the Philippine archipelago, actively starting in 1565 after the expedition of Magellan in 1521. It used the sword and the cross to pacify the people. The conquistadores brutally suppressed those who resisted. The missionaries worked persuasively to bring the people under the bells of the Catholic Church. The Spanish colonialists could apply the divide and rule policy on a people that generally had pre-feudal autonomous small communities. The Islamic sultanates covered a small part of the archipelago, particularly in southwest Mindanao. The Muslims traded in other parts and began to spread their faith. But the success of Spanish colonialism cut them off from most of the archipelago. The Spanish king rewarded the conquistadores by granting to them the encomiendas, large areas of land, which they were supposed to administer to make sure that the natives got their Christian catechism and paid tribute. The encomienda system, which involved slavery and all its brutal features previously denounced by Bartolomé de las Casas in the Americas, would last for almost a century, and morphed into the system of feudal ownership of land by the friars and the native principales. Spanish colonialism succeeded in maintaining a colonial system of government centralized in the walled city of Manila. It was enough to control entire municipalities with the use of Spanish friars in charge of the parishes, and the Spanish military oser in charge of the civil guards. However, the people were never totally conquered and pacified. The Moros in the south, Igorotes in the north, and many hill tribes resisted subjugation until the end of Spanish colonialism. More than 200 revolts of varying scopes and intensity occurred in supposedly pacified provinces in more than 300 years preceding the Philippine Revolution of 1896. In the Manila-Acapulco galleon trade, which lasted until 1815, the Spanish religious orders had a share of the boletas, cargo spaces in the ship, which the friars rented out to merchants. The income was supposedly for obras pias, but was large enough to capitalize the establishment of a bank, the Monte de Piedad. The galleon trade was basically trade between Chinese porcelain and silk, and Mexican silver, with the Chinese buying Philippine rice and cotton. When the Suez Canal was opened in 1869, the direct trade between the Philippines and Europe accelerated and expanded. The Spanish religious orders expanded their land holdings arbitrarily, especially in the Tagalog areas of Luzon, in order to produce export crops, including sugar, copra, cocoa, tobacco, and hemp. Land holdings of native landlords for the production of staple food crops also expanded. The dispossessed peasants nationwide became restless. Since the middle of the 19th century, a big number of native secular priests had been produced by the seminaries. They eventually demanded that they take over the parishes from the foreign missionaries, and that the latter stay in the convents of their religious orders. What arose as a secularization movement among secular priests was condemned by the Spanish regular orders and the colonial government. A theocracy practically existed in the Philippines, with the church often more powerful than the governor-generals who came and went in rapid success. Zion. When the Cavite Mutiny of 1872 occurred in a Spanish naval stockyard, the colonial and religious officials framed up and tried as instigators of the mutiny the known leaders of the secularization movement, secular priests Mariano Gomez, José Burgos, and Jacinto Zamora. They were sentenced to death by garrote and were executed in 1872. Their martyrdom galvanized for the rest time the national sentiment of the Filipino people against the Spanish colonial authorities and the Spanish religious orders. Before the 1880s, Filipino students in various professional courses increased. Some of them who resented the authoritarian system in the Catholic schools left for Spain. They imbibed the influences of the French Revolution and the Spanish Enlightenment. They formed in Madrid the propaganda movement in the 1880s, advocating such reforms as making the Philippines a regular province of Spain and letting the people enjoy democratic rights. La Liga Filipina was established in Manila in 1892 to pursue the reforms advocated by the propaganda movement. The Spanish authorities arrested and exiled the leader Dr. José Rizal. The crackdown on La Liga Filipina inspired the formation of the Katipunan, which vowed to rise up in arms for national independence from Spain. The Katipunan, led by Andrés Bonifacio, launched a series of armed uprisings in Manila and its environs in 1896. Thus, the Philippine Democratic Revolution started. The guiding ideology was bourgeois liberal democratic It called for national independence from Spanish Colorado, nihilism and the end of feudalism, especially the dissolution of the friar estates. It was espoused by patriots and progressives among the workers, peasants, and the university-educated youth. They were strongly anti-clerical and were most averse to the friars of the religious orders and to the colonial authorials. But they generally considered themselves Christians and called for a Filipino church. It may be said therefore that the Christians were on the opposing sides of revolution and counter-revolution. The old democratic revolution of 1896 achieved national independence from Spanish colonialism in 1898. The Malolos Constitution of 1899 followed the template of the liberal democratic constitution. It provided for the separation of church and state. But national independence was short-lived as U.S. imperialism intervened and launched a war of aggression on February 4, 1899. The constitutional provision on church-state separation was then suspended for the duration of the war by the cabinet of the revolutionary government on the argument that the Filipino priests of the Catholic Church were the most active collectors of financial and other material resources for the revolution. The revolutionary government had its own Vicar General Rev. Gregorio Aglipe. He had been sent by the Spanish Bishop Nozalita to owe a peace settlement to the revolutionary government. But instead he declared loyalty to the Philippine Revolution and was appointed the Vicar General. He considered the Philippine Revolution a just war against colonial oppression and social injustice. He led a guerrilla force in his home province of Ilocos Norte to assault the U.S. military garrison in Loag. All Filipino secular priests in areas governed by the revolutionary forces declared their independence from the Spanish religious authorities, and of course from the colonial government. As soon as they conquered the Philippines, the U.S. colonial authorities moved to persuade the Catholic Church and the religious orders to replace the Spanish friars with Filipino secular priests in parishes, and to phase out gradually the Spanish friars in religious orders and schools with American or Irish priests. The Catholic Church has remained dominant, with 85% of the population baptized by it. The priests who followed the leadership of Aglipe established the Philippine Independent Church in 1902. This covers some 4% of the population. To this day, it is the largest Christian church outside of the Roman Catholic Church. The U.S. colonial period opened the way to the entry of various Protestant denominations that share among them some 5% of the population. To new democratic revolution. The U.S. imperialists defeated the old democratic revolution mainly with the use of superior arms and extreme brutality. They massacred 10% or 700,000 of the Philippine population during the Filipino-American War, which formally ended in 1902. They continued to inflict on the Filipino people another 800,000 death casualties. Up to 1915. U.S. imperialism had also a high capacity for deception. In the course of its war of aggression, it proclaimed a policy of benevolent assimilation to the revolutionary leaders and the people. It declared that it had no other aim but to further civilize and Christianize the people, and to teach them democracy for the purpose of self-rule. It used the language of bourgeois liberalism to co-opt the leadership of the revolution. The U.S. established a Colorado Nile rule different from the old-style colonialism of Spain involving sheer plunder. It represented a new kind of colonialism involving the extraction of superprofits through investments. It had the resources and the needs of monopoly capitalism. It expanded the plantations for export crops, opened the mines, and engaged in a limited amount of manufacturing. It established the public school system and improved the infrastructure for expanding domestic and foreign trade. It has developed a semi-feudal economic system among the natives since the RST decade of the 20th century. The urban-based big compradors and the rural-based landlords have served as the ruling classes. They comprise fractions of 1% of the population. The size of the middle bourgeoisie has stagnated as a fraction of 1. And the urban petty bourgeoisie has grown to 8%. The industrial proletariat has risen from a small percentage to some 16 to 17%. The peasantry has gone down from a high of 90% to 75%. The growth of the proletariat and the trade union movement paved the way for the establishment of the Communist Party of the Philippine Islands under the guidance of Marxism-Leninism in 1930. The U.S. colonial regime tried to suppress this party as soon as it was established by imprisoning and exiling the leaders. But the Great Depression and the ever-worsening social conditions goaded the workers and peasants to undertake strikes and mass protests. After World War II broke out, the merger party of the Communist and Socialist parties and the mass movement built a people's army and local organs of political power, carried out land reform, and fought the Japanese invaders. After the war, the U.S. and the local exploiting classes unleashed violent actions against the communists. The People's Army, and the people, compelling them to get back and declare an armed revolution. In 1946, the U.S. gave up direct colonial rule, granted nominal independence to the Philippines, and passed on functions of national administration to the politicians of competing factions of the local ruling classes of big compradors and landlords. Thus, the Philippines became a semi-colony, with the U.S. retaining its military bases, the property rights of its citizens and corporations, and its strategic dominance over the Philippine state, its economy, politics, culture, defense, and international relations. The semi-feudal economy persisted, characterized by the exploitation of the toiling masses of workers and peasants, production of raw materials for export and import of manufactures mainly for consumption. Politics remained a revolving game for factions of the local exploiting classes. The dominant culture was a mixture and promise of cultural imperialism and Christianity of the reactionary kind. The Philippine military continued its dependence on U.S. indoctrination, planning, intelligence, and supply of war materiel. The Philippine government robotically followed U.S. policy. In the 1960s, the crisis of the Philippine ruling system worsened, with the exhaustion of the land frontier for peasant resettlement and the lack of industrial development causing mass unemployment and widespread poverty. The broad masses of the people called for fundamental social change to lift them from poverty and misery. The anti-imperialist and anti-feudal mass movement grew. The Marcos regime became more violent in suppressing the mass movement and saw the conditions opportune for a fascist dictatorship. The proletarian revolutionaries recognized the worsening social conditions and the need for an armed revolution. They separated from the old merger party of the Communist and Socialist parties in April 1966. They criticized, repudiated, and rectified the errors of this party. They re-established the Communist Party of the Philippines. On December 26, 1968, under the theoretical guidance of Marxism-Leninism, Mao Zedong thought. They proclaimed the program for a people's democratic revolution. They organized the new People's Army on March 29, 1969, with the aim of overthrowing the big comprador landlord government, and replacing it with a people's democratic government. The Communist Party of the Philippines constituted itself as the advanced detachment of the proletariat, the leading class in the new democratic revolution and the consequent socialist revolution. It recruited its cadres and members from the ranks of workers and progressive youth activists who wished to remold themselves as proletarian revolutionaries. It deployed the proletarian revolutionaries to the countryside to arouse, organize, and mobilize the peasantry as the main force of the revolution and as the inexhaustible support for the people's war. It regarded the urban petty bourgeoisie a basic revolutionary force but no longer as the leading force as in the old democratic revolution. It also sought to win over the middle bourgeoisie on grounds of patriotism, despite the latter's distrust for the toiling masses. The program of the new democratic revolution holds U.S. imperialism and the local exploiting classes of big compradors and landlords as responsible for the semi-colonial and semi-feudal character of Philippine society. In the political eld, it demands national independence and democratic rights, including respect for civil liberties, the solution of the land problem, and the empowerment of the workers and peasants. In the economic eld, it demands social justice and economic development through land reform and national industrialization. In the cultural eld, it demands a patriotic, scientific, and pro-people system of education and culture. In foreign relations, it seeks solidarity and cooperation with all peoples and countries for peace and development. All the demands in the program of the new democratic revolution uphold, defend, and promote the national and democratic rights and interests of the entire Filipino people, especially the toiling masses of workers and peasants, irrespective of their religious beliefs, their ethno-linguistic ancestry, color of skin, and gender. For emphasis, let me state that Christians and other religious believers have the fundamental right to freedom of thought and belief. This right is clearly enshrined in the Revolutionary Constitution, the guide to establishing the people's democratic government. The strategic line of protracted people's war, which involves encircling the cities by the revolutionary forces in the countryside, and accumulating strength here until conditions are ripe for seizing the cities, has been adopted by the CPP and the NPA for two reasons. First, it gives full play to the role of the peasants as main force of the democratic revolution. Second, it is the way to enable the people's army to grow from small to big and from weak to strong, and avoid being decisively destroyed in one uprising or one battle by a far superior enemy military force. All forces of the new democratic revolution, including the Communist Party of the Philippines, the new PLE's army, the National Democratic Front, the revolutionary mass organizations, and the organs of democratic power, recognize that more than 90% of the population are Christians, and that the new democratic revolution cannot be won without the participation and support of the Christians. Thus, the Christians for National Liberation has been initiated to engage the Christians as such, and give full play to their participation and support. In the Philippine Revolution, the CNL has played a highly significant role in promoting ecumenism by uniting within the revolutionary movement the faithfuls of the Roman Catholic Church, the Philippine Independent Church, and various Protestant denominations, by developing mutual understanding between Christians and Muslims, by opposing Christian chauvinism so-called and other unchristian phenomena engendered by colonial history and continuing bigotry, and by realizing the dialogue and cooperation between religious believers and non-believers. While guided by dialectical and historical materialism in their revolutionary practice, the communists in the Philippines have a high level of discipline and code of social behavior. They respect freedom of conscience and do not impose their ideology on others. When others differ from them in opinion, they prefer to listen and learn, and then patiently explain their side for the purpose of mutual understanding and cooperation. They avoid diction of the issues of national and social liberation towards a heated debate of religious issues, above the social needs and demands of the people. But they happily welcome and agree with any attempt to develop the dialogue and cooperation between them and the Christians in their obedience to the Second Great Commandment, meant to love and serve the people in consonance with their love of God above all. 3. Christians for National Liberation. The Christians for National Liberation was founded at the worship room of the Sampaloc University Center in Manila on February 17, 1972, on the anniversary of the martyrdom of Fathers Gomez, Burgos, and Zamo. R.A. 72 revolutionary disciples of Christ gathered to bear the cross of Sacras and raise the red banner of revolution. They described themselves as a revolutionary organization of church people who had been challenged by social realities and their Christian faith to take part in the new democratic revolution under the leadership of the Communist Party of the Philippines and in accordance with the program for a people's democratic revolution. They adopted the battle cry, "Love your neighbor, serve the people." The founding process extended to the General Assembly that was held at the Assumption Convent in Haran, Manila on 19 to 20 August 1972, a full month before the Marcos regime declared martial law and imposed a fascist dictatorship on the Filipino people. The nearly 250 delegates included priests, nuns, pastors, seminarians, novices, and church militants involved in social action projects in urban and rural communities. They elected the National Executive Board of the CNL. The CNL officers and members arose from and developed in the anti-imperialist and anti-feudal or national democratic movement from the late 1960s to 1972. They were motivated by a high sense of patriotism sharpened by renewed studies of the Philippine Revolution of 1896, the current dismal conditions, and the urgent need for continuing the Philippine Revolution. They wanted to end the semi-colonial and semi-feudal conditions. They want national and social liberation from the evils of foreign domination, domestic feudalism, and bureaucrat capitalism. Like the rest of Filipino patriots and progressives, they were also inspired by the revolutionary resistance of the Vietnamese and other Indochinese people against the U.S. war of aggression. They were appalled and challenged by the ever-worsening social crisis, the increasing violence of the Marcos regime towards mass protests, and apparent scheme of the regime to impose a fascist dictatorship on the people. They deemed it necessary to GHT for democracy not only in the sense of upholding civil and political liberties but also in realizing the substance of democracy through land reform for the benefit of the peasant majority of the PLE. They desired the end of the conditions of underdevelopment and the start of genuine development through land reform and national industrialization. The Catholics, the members of the Philippine Independent Church, and the Protestants all used the Bible as the source of inspiration. They had their respective theological authorities to support their commitment to the cause of national and social liberation. Certainly, the Catholics found wider new ground in the documents of the Second Vatican Council. The book Pedagogy of the Oppressed by Paulo Freire became available in English translation in 1970, and influenced those who became members of the CNL. It was well ahead of the book A Theology of Liberation by Gustavo Gutierrez, which was published in English by Orbis only in 1973. The book Rules for Radicals of Saul Alinsky also influenced those Christians who engaged in community work. The Filipino Redemptorist, Fr. Luis Hecanova, advocated the theology of struggle and wrote a pamphlet on this. The CNL departed from the conservative tradition and position of the institutional church and hierarchy. It called for the church of the people, especially for the poor, deprived, and oppressed. It propagated conscientization and preferential option for the poor. The lower clergy joined the CNL and consciously distanced themselves from the mindset and actuations of an institutional church that owns substantial land and stocks in major corporations, and that provides services mainly to the exploiting classes. In the shift from the Spanish to the U.S. colonial period, the Catholic Church retained their property rights and gained capital for corporate investments. From the sale of friar estates which came under the US-instituted land reform program. The religious and church workers that comprised the CNL also differentiated themselves from the reformist tradition cultivated by the American Jesuits since the 1930s to propagate the social encyclicals of the Church, advocate social reforms, and carry out social action with the objective of improving upon and preserving the ruling system, and preventing the communists from winning the people and taking power. The American Jesuit, Father Walter Hogan, became prominent in the Philippines for establishing the Institute of Social Order, which trained the organizers of the Federation of Free Workers and the Federation of Free Farmers starting in the 1950s, in order to seize the initiative as the state cracked down on the suspected communist organizations of workers and peasants. They also pushed for the enactment of the anti-subversion law to target suspected communists. Special mention must be made of the student Christian movement of the Philippines, based in the state-owned University of the Philippines, in the University Belt in Manila and the Protestant colleges and universities. It studied and published articles against U.S. domination and the unjust social system in the Philippines. The Cairo, a militant Catholic youth and student organization, declared itself a national democratic organization. It promoted the line of the new democratic revolution not only in the Catholic schools and the National Union of Students of the Philippines but also worked to win over to the line such organizations as the Federation of Free Workers and Federation of Free Farmers. It actively opposed the rabid anti-communist line of Father Jose Blanco, S.J. The officers and members of the CNL studied the documents of the Communist Party of the Philippines, ESP. Chale, the Program for a People's Democratic Revolution, and Amado Guerrero's Philippine Society and Revolution, and engaged the communists in dialogues for mutual understanding and cooperation in the social, economic, political, and cultural fields. The Christian side did not oblige the communists to study Christian theology. Neither did the communists oblige the Christians to study Marxism-Leninism. But certainly in the course of ever-continuing dialogue, each side took interest in studying the principles of the other side, in appreciating the desire of the other side to join the cause of national and social liberation, and in creating the bridge of cooperation. The communists learned more deeply than ever about the faith and good works of the Christians. They distinguished the good Christians from the bad ones among the exploiting classes, who used religion as an opium to delude themselves and the people. On the other hand, the Christians learned to appreciate materialist dialectics and class analysis as tools for understanding and solving social problems and for changing society. Many do so without having to give up their religious faith. Some priest friends of mine also said that they accepted historical materialism but not dialectical materialism. When Marcos declared martial law on September 21, 1972, the CNL played an important role in opposing the fascist dictatorship and in providing refuge and facilities to many people, especially the activists, who were targeted for arrest and detention. They also helped families in asking the military for the whereabouts of people arrested and detained, and in providing humanitarian aid and legal counsel to those in need. They did so even as then Cardinal Runo Santos supported the proclamation of martial law and declared that it be given a chance to carry out reforms. The CNL joined the National Democratic Front of the Philippines when it was established on April 24, 1973 as a united front of patriotic and progressive forces committed to work for the unity of the broad masses of the Filipino people in ending the US-directed Marcos fascist dictatorship. It cooperated with the organizations that sought its help. It deployed CNL members to strengthen the urban underground. It played a key role in encouraging and supporting the La Tondina workers' strike in 1975, and the consequent nationwide wave of workers' strikes in 300 workplaces that extended up to 1976. It authorized CNL members to work in the countryside in order to do religious work and mass work, or join the New People's Army and become spokespersons or communicators to the people. Many priests, nuns, pastors, and seminarians became communists and even joined the NPA in the course of working with communists and Redditor's in serving the people and fighting the enemy. There is a long list of martyrs and heroes who were religious and chose to become revolutionary leaders. There is also a long list of religious who became political prisoners. In the broad united front of the religious promoted by the CNL, the secular priests in the Philippine Priests Incorporated and the Association of Major Religious Superiors made significant contributions to the people's struggle against the Marcos fascist dictatorship. Many social action centers of the Catholic Church adopted the national democratic orientation and enjoyed the support of Bishop Julio X. Labayan and Father Luis Hecanova, head and executive director of the National Secretariat of Social Action. Bishop Labayan inspired and supported the basic Christian communities community organizing which became targets of propaganda and physical attacks by the military minions of the fascist dictatorship. Archbishop Jaime Sin took over the Archdiocese of Manila when Cardinal Santos died in 1973. By then, human rights violations had become rampant and more bloody, with forced disappearances, torture, and extrajudicial killings victimizing oppositionists, trade unionists, and peasant leaders, who were alliated with the church and who were not at all connected to the revolutionary movement. The CNL played a significant role in persuading Cardinal Sin and the Catholic Bishops' Conference of the Philippines to criticize the fascist regime and demand justice for the victims of human rights violations. However, Cardinal Sin would only proclaim a policy of critical collaboration towards the Marcos fascist regime. This policy would come to an end only on February 13, 1986 when the Catholic Bishops' Conference of the Philippines issued a pastoral letter declaring the regime illegitimate and immoral after the farcical snap presidential election of 1986. In accordance with their own respective reasons, the Catholic and other Christian churches, the conservative opposition forces, the Communist Party of the Philippines, the U.S., sections of the reactionary armed forces, the chambers of commerce and industry, and other forces, converged on the decision to overthrow the Marcos regime. The broad masses of the people carried out gigantic mass actions in the national capital region and in the provinces to put the fascist dictatorship to an end. For continuance of the new democratic revolution and people's war. The downfall of the Marcos dictatorship did not result in the national and social liberation of the Filipino PEO. PLE. The ruling system of big compradors and landlords under U.S. hegemony remained intact. From the monopoly of political power and bureaucratic loot, there was a swing back with a vengeance to the oligarchy of factions competing for power and wealth, and masquerading as democracy. Every post-Marcos regime has been characterized by puppetry to U.S. imperialism, collaboration with foreign and local exploiters, bureaucratic corruption, brutality, and gross human rights violations. It is therefore not surprising that the Filipino people and the revolutionary forces have persevered in the new democratic revolution through protracted people's war, and that every post-Marcos regime has failed to destroy the armed revolutionary movement. In the course of the struggle against the Marcos fascist dictatorship, a broad range of opposition forces had an understanding that, immediately after the overthrow of Marcos, there would be a peace agreement between the Manila government and the revolutionary forces represented by the National Democratic Front of the Philippines. In accordance with such understanding, the revolutionary forces represented by the National Democratic Front of the Philippines discreetly reminded President Corazon Aquino of their willingness to negotiate an agreement for a just and lasting peace. But Aquino was interested merely in a ceasefire agreement to allow her to consolidate her power. She had no interest in an agreement to address the roots of the armed conflict through basic social, economic, and political reforms. At any rate, The NDFP agreed with the Aquino regime in November 1986 to have a 60-day cessure to work out the agenda for substantive peace negotiations. Before the cessure agreement ran out, Aquino allowed her security forces to massacre peasant demonstrators in front of her palace on January 23, 1987, and then, in her own words, unsheathed the sword of war against the revolutionary forces on March 22, 1987, instead of investigating and ending out which military officers were culpable for the massacre. When hard pressed by the mutinous military group called Reform the Armed Forces of the Philippines and by the worsening social and political crisis in the Philippines in 1989, she sent a series of emissaries to the NDFP to express her desire for peace negotiations. But she relented in December 1990 from exploratory talks. It would be her presidential successor General Fidel Ramos who would seek peace negotiations more seriously in 1992. The Manila government and the NDFP signed the Hague Joint Declaration on September 1, 1992 as the framework agreement for conducting the peace negotiations. This stipulates that the roots of the armed conflict are to be addressed by basic reforms in order to lay the basis for just and lasting peace, that national sovereignty, democracy, and social justice are the mutually acceptable principles guiding the negotiations, and that no side shall make any precondition that negate the character and purpose of negotiations. It sets forth the substantive agenda to be negotiated in sequence, namely, 1. Respect for human rights and international humanitarian law, 2. Social and economic reforms, 3. Political and constitutional reforms, and 4. End of hostilities and disposition of forces. The Hague Joint Declaration also lays down the method of forging the comprehensive agreements through the formation of reciprocal working committees. Before the end of the Ramos regime, the Comprehensive Agreement on Respect for Human Rights and International Humanitarian Law was signed by the negotiating panels on March 16, 1998. The NDFP principal, Comrade Mariano Orosa, immediately approved it on April 10, 1998, while Ramos hesitated to approve it. It was his presidential successor Joseph Estrada who approved the agreement on August 7, 1998. However, since then, the Estrada and succeeding regimes continuously put up obstacles in violation of the joint agreement on safety and immunity guarantees and carreril in order to prevent the negotiation on social and economic reforms. The Christians for National Liberation and the broad masses of Christians have strongly supported the new democratic revolution through protracted people's war, the legal and peaceful democratic mass movement, and the campaign for a just and lasting peace. Bishops of the Catholic Church, the Philippine Independent Church, the Protestant denominations, and the lower clergy outside of the CNL have been calling for upholding national sovereignty and the national patrimony, social justice, respect for human rights, protection of the environment, and a just and lasting peace. During every regime of the Manila government, bishops have used their conferences and special bodies, like the Ecumenical Bishops' Forum, Pilgrims for Peace and Philippine Ecumenical Peace Platform, to call for peace negotiations and to serve as bridge between the Manila government and NDFP. The revolutionary forces and people represented by the NDFP are ever ready for serious peace negotiations to forge agreements with the Manila government for a just and lasting peace. But because this government refuses to address the roots of the civil war through peace negotiations, the revolutionary forces are just to wage the new democratic revolution through protracted people's war. Along this general line, the revolutionary forces are currently pursuing their strategic plan of advancing from the stage of strategic defensive to that of the strategic stalemate. The Communist Party of the Philippines, the New People's Army, the revolutionary mass organizations of workers, peasants, youth, women, children, and cultural activists, and the organs of democratic power are strengthening themselves. In the course of the People's War, they are carrying out programs and campaigns to improve the conditions and lives of the people through self-organization, public education, healthcare, land reform, economic production, self-defense, arbitration of people's disputes, cultural upliftment, gender equality, and environmental protection. References: Agoncillo, Teodoro A. and Guerrero, Milagros, History of the Filipino People, 5th ed. Christians for National Liberation, Schism and Apostasy in CNL, Pilipinas, Special Issue, November 1994. Ditto. 6th National Congress Documents, Pilipinas, January 1995. Ditto. Hail the 28th anniversary of the Christians for National Liberation, RMLY grasp revolutionary principles. Pilipinas, Special Issue, February 2000. Ditto. 7th National Congress Documents, Pilipinas, February 2004. Corpus, O.D., An Economic History of the Philippines. Guerrero, Amado, Philippine Society and Revolution, 5th ed. McCoy, Alfred W. and De Jesus, ed. C., Social History of the Philippines. National Democratic Front of the Philippines, Declaration of Undertaking to Apply the Geneva Conventions of 1949 and Protocol I of 1977. Ditto. The GRP and DFP Peace Negotiations, Major Written Agreements and Outstanding Issues. Sison, Jose Maria, Building Strength Through Struggle. Ditto. Crisis of Imperialism and People's Resistance. Ditto. Foundation for Resuming the Philippine Revolution. Ditto. People's Struggle Against Imperialist Plunder and War. Ditto. The People's Struggle for a Just Peace. Sison, Jose Maria and de Lima, Julieta, Philippine Economy and Politics. Veneracion, Jamie, Philippine Agriculture During the Spanish Regime. Youngblood, Robert L., Marcos Against the Church. Replies to National Defense College students. July 22, 2014. What is your greatest motivation in deeply pursuing your cause? Jose Maria Sison, to serve the Filipino people, especially the toiling masses of workers and peasants. Along the line of national liberation and democracy against foreign monopoly capitalism, domestic feudalism and bureaucrat capitalism, and thus to pave the way for a fundamentally new and better future. Socialist countries around the world have already collapsed and have since embraced capitalism, proving that Marxism is a failed experiment. If the world has abandoned Marxism, why are you insisting on continuing your armed struggle to pursue your objective of taking over power and establishing a communist rule in the Philippines? JMS, the People's Democratic Revolution is the current stage of the Philippine Revolution, which is important enough and beneficial to the people. Going on to the next stage of socialist revolution will certainly involve learning lessons from the positive and negative experiences of the working class, including the previous victories and the revisionist betrayal of socialism and restoration of capitalism. Are you willing to lay down your arms for the sake of peace and for the Filipino people? JMS, a just and lasting peace is possible so long as the connecting parties use the national and democratic rights and interests of the Filipino people as the common frame of reference and aim for full national independence, democracy, empowerment of the workers and peasants, development through genuine land reform and national industrialization, a national, scientific and mass culture and international solidarity for peace and development. Why can't we end the conflict without any or so much preconditions? JMS, the basic and inalienable rights of the Filipino people are not one-sided preconditions but involve two-sided obligations. Ab initio the negotiating parties agreed in the Hague Joint Declaration to be guided by the Mutually acceptable principles of national sovereignty, democracy, and social justice. For the sake of unity of Filipinos, how would you like the idea of coming home and spearhead true reconciliation? JMS, I like the idea of coming home and working with others to realize reconciliation. This is in line with the standing proposal of the NDFP that immediate truce and cooperation can be agreed upon on the basis of a general declaration of common intent to achieve national unity, peace and development, while the negotiating panels work comprehensively and in detail on the remaining 3 items in the substantive agenda. Why are you there in another country? In revolutionary war, leaders must be with his men. JMS, I have never proclaimed myself as the operational leader of the revolutionary forces since my arrest in November 1977, and I have been asked by comrades and even by certain friends in the GRP to stay abroad in order to help in peace negotiations in a foreign neutral venue that avoids the complications and risks of security operations on both sides during formal peace talks. When are you coming back to the Philippines? JMS, as soon as there is a truce and cooperation agreement between GRP and NDFP, or best of all when there is already anal and complete peace agreement. If you will be voted as President of the Republic of the Philippines, what will be your vision? JMS, with the participation and support of the people, I will uphold, defend, and enhance the national sovereignty of the people and Philippine territorial integrity, respect democratic rights, empower the workers and peasants through certain institutions and mechanisms, develop the economy through genuine land reform and national industrialization, promote a patriotic and progressive cultural and educational system, and engage in friendly diplomatic and trade relations with all countries and peoples on the basis of mutual respect for sovereignty, non-interference, cooperation and mutual benefit. If you're given the chance to govern the Philippines, what will be your national security policy and political platform? JMS, to promote national unity in accordance with the national sovereignty of the people and territorial integrity, uphold human rights in an all-round way, avail of the people's capabilities and the rich natural resources to carry out economic development through national industrialization and land reform, realize social harmony through full employment, use the industrial capability not only to respond to the basic needs of the people but also to manufacture the means for self-reliant development and self-defense, heighten the patriotic and progressive or revolutionary will of the people, and use diplomacy to make friends abroad, to negotiate problems or litigate issues, and to oppose and avoid war, but to be prepared against any war of aggression against us. If you will become the president of the country, how will you engage the CPP/NPA? JMS, the CPP can be engaged at any time in a national council and movement of national unity, peace and development, and the NPA can be assigned certain tasks under conditions of truce and can be integrated in a national army under conditions of anal peace agreement. What would be your best alternative in solving the current national security issue in the WPS? JMS, the best immediate legal and political move as already done is to bring up the maritime dispute before the ITLOs and invoke the UN Convention on the Law of the Sea, particularly with regard to the exclusive economic zone and extended continental shelf, and thus counter immediately according to law the arrogant China claim of undisputed sovereignty over 90% of the South China Sea, including 80% of EEZ and 100% of ECS in the West Philippine Sea, and the best long-term policy of the Philippines is to develop its own economic, political and military strength and not to depend on unequal military agreements with an imperialist power like the US, which has an extended history of aggression, intervention, and plunder against the Filipino people. Do you see the possibility of ending the insurgency problem in our country before 2016? JMS, there is no such possibility for ending the armed revolution in view of the extreme reactionary character, narrow-mindedness, short-sightedness, and intransigence of Aquino and Diles, but in terms of available time there is still a mathematical possibility for accomplishing the comprehensive agreement for social and economic reforms and a truce and cooperation agreement. Author's preface. Develop the People's Power is a comprehensive and richly concrete book on arousing, organizing, and mobilizing the broad masses of the people against U.S. imperialism and local reaction in the Philippines and many other countries. People's power can develop only through the struggle of anti-imperialist and progressive forces against the powerful adversaries under certain global and local conditions which are presented in the book. The book covers the period from July 7, 2010 to December 22, 2011. But a number of articles present brief historical background. A full-length recollection of the past pertains to where I came from as a political activist, the University of the Philippines, and where the foundation for a sustained development of the national democratic movement in the Philippines was laid in the 1960s. Every year I am asked by various types of legal mass organizations in the Philippines to give messages of solidarity. I am presumed to know political work intimately as a result of having been a mass activist, founder of the Communist Party of the Philippines and currently as chief political consultant of the National Democratic of the Philippines. I present the national and democratic line of struggle on Philippine and global issues and give advice on the conduct of political education, organizational work, and mass campaigns. In this book, one interview focuses on the task of arousing, organizing, and mobilizing the people. Messages of solidarity to organizations of Filipino workers, peasants, women, youth, human rights activists, cultural workers, and the migrant workers also contain suggestions regarding political work. Academic friends in the Netherlands have asked me to lecture on the People's War in the Philippines and how the CPP, the New People's Army and the people carry out the revolutionary mass movement and build organs of people's self-government in the countryside. The book contains a full lecture on People's War showing how the reactionary army is defeated stage by stage and how people's democratic power steadily displaces counter-revolutionary state power in the countryside before the general offensive on the cities. I assert that class struggle is the key link to revolutionary social assert that class struggle is the key link to revolutionary social change. I uphold the leading role of the proletariat and its revolutionary party and the necessity of alliance with other exploited classes and sectors in isolating and defeating the class enemy. I stress the need to strengthen the communist parties and revolutionary mass movements in confronting the worsening global capitalist crisis and in striving to achieve national liberation, democracy, and socialism. As chairperson of the International League of People's Struggle, I have had the honor and opportunity to discuss major global issues and address various types of oppressed and exploited classes and sectors on a global scale. In this regard, I invite you to read my report to the 4th International Assembly of the ILPS which was held in Manila in 2011. This gives you an idea on how we pursued anti-imperialist and democratic struggle for 10 years since the founding of ILPS in 2001. I urge you to read the definitive articles on the neoliberal policy of imperialist globalization, the recurrent economic and financial crisis, the prolongation of the crisis, the imperialist plunder of the underdeveloped countries, state terrorism, wars of aggression, global warming and environmental disasters. These are also recorded in the messages of solidarity to the ILPS member organizations, ILPS allies, and the founding assemblies of national chapters of the ILPS and in the statements of support for mass struggles of various forms in various regions of the world. Within the period covered by the book, the ILPS and I as chairperson supported the protest mass actions of the people in the US and other imperialist countries against the monopoly bourgeoisie and its financial oligarchy. For generating the severe crisis, shifting the burden of crisis to the people, undertaking state terrorism at home. and abroad, stepping up war production, unleashing wars of aggression and making serious war threats and provocations against the Democratic People's Republic of Korea and other countries. We supported the Japanese people in holding the Japanese monopoly capitalists to account for the Fukushima nuclear plant disaster and joined the worldwide demand for banning nuclear reactors and weapons. We supported the people's movements and uprisings against autocratic regimes in the service of U.S. imperialism in Tunisia, Egypt, and Saudi Arabia, even as we were aware of the active presence of powerful reactionary religious groups and the absence of strong revolutionary parties of the working class there. We consistently held U.S. imperialism responsible for committing the worst acts of terrorism and for having sponsored Islamic fundamentalism whenever useful for imperialist purposes. We condemned the war of aggression launched by the US and NATO to overthrow the Ghouta government in Libya. We paid special attention to and upheld the right to self-determination of oppressed peoples and nations, and we have issued the strongest statements of condemnation against the barbaric attacks on the people of Palestine, Kurdistan, West Papua, and many others. We have stood in support of the women and LGBT, the racial, ethno-linguistic and religious minorities, and the refugees and migrant workers who suffer discrimination and injustices. We took a stand and acted to oppose acts of oppression and exploitation by U.S. imperialism, its NATO allies, Zionist Israel, and puppets in the dominated countries. We initiated or joined campaigns to uphold, defend, and advance the full range of human rights for the benefit of oppressed and exploited peoples in the civil, political, economic, social, and cultural fields. Within the period covered by the book, we achieved a certain measure of success in advocacy and action on all the major concerns of the ILPS. As In Crisis Generates Resistance, Volume 1 of the current book series People's Struggles Against Oppression and Exploitation, I take the opportunity in develop people's power to express the highest admiration for exemplary individuals, who to their last breath do their best to serve the people and the cause of justice, like the following: the leader of Filipino transport workers Medardo Rota, the CPP national spokesman Gregorio Caraja Rosal, and the revolutionary cadre Eliseo Cadayan, the Indian Maoist leaders Azad and Hem Ponda, Chairman Ludo Martins of the Belgian Workers' Party, the American human rights lawyer Leonard Wine Glass, and the American communist and labor leader Philip Koritz. The Filipino people are swearing the most intolerable forms of oppression and exploitation under the evil forces of imperialism, feudalism, and bureaucrat capitalism. By waging resolute and militant struggle, they can develop people's power and win victory in the new democratic revolution and consequently in the socialist revolution. On behalf of the Filipino people and all their revolutionary forces, the National Democratic Front of the Philippines has engaged in negotiations with the Manila government for a just and lasting peace and has aired truce and alliance on the basis of a mutually satisfactory declaration of common intent, while comprehensive agreements on social, economic, and political reforms are still being negotiated. But since the formal peace talks in Oslo in February 2011, the Aquino regime has made clear that it has no respect for agreements made between previous regimes and the NDFP. It is hell-bent on carrying out a plan bayanihan in the vain attempt to destroy or force the surrender of the revolutionary forces and the people. In the meantime, the crisis of the world capitalist system continues to worsen and aggravate the crisis of the semi-colonial and semi-feudal ruling system in the Philippines. The conditions for revolution in the Philippines and in other countries have become more favorable now than in 2010 and 2011. The Filipino people have the distinct honor of holding high the banner of revolution, while the contradictions between capital and labor, between the imperialist powers and the oppressed nations and peoples and among the imperialist powers are intensifying. Jose Maria Sison. Utrecht, the Netherlands. January 30, 2016. Message of solidarity and gratitude to the hosts and participants in the book launch at the University of the Philippines, Mindanao. February 22, 2016. I thank the Department of Social Sciences of the University of the Philippines, Mindanao and the Alliance of Con. CERN Teachers SMR for hosting the launch of the books Crisis Generates Resistance and Louis Jalandoni, an Illis. Traded biography in Davao City. I express warmest greetings of solidarity to the hosts and to all the participants in this book launch, including faculty members and students, professionals, church people, social activists, and others. I am deeply pleased that amidst or above the hubbub of the current election campaign period, UND the time and place for the launching of the two books with the purpose of fostering a deeper understanding of Philippine society and politics and broadening awareness of the national democratic struggles in mainstream discourse. Zions. Both books present the fundamental problems of Philippine society as well as what Louis and I consider the fundamental solutions which you can fully comprehend from the Program for a People's Democratic Revolution. I am grateful that the social scientists in your school and other schools seek to elevate the level of discussion from the low level to which the pronouncements of presidential candidates characteristically sink. The candidates are not presenting comprehensive programs of action by which they assert and promote national independence and democratic rights, economic development through genuine land reform and national industrialization, social justice, a patriotic, scientific and pro-people culture and international solidarity for peace and development against imperialism and reaction. My book deals mainly with the Philippine and global events and issues from July 2010 to December 2011. But there are parts of the book which recall and celebrate historic events, trace further developments and show continuing relevance. Thus, you can read about how the sustainable foundation of the national democratic movement was laid in the Diliman campus of the University of the Philippines from 1959 onward. You can also read about how the book's struggle for national democracy and Philippine society and revolution have inspired the Filipino youth until now. In the book contents that focus on the Philippines, you will find repeated references to the semi-colonial and semi-feudal character of Philippine society and the need to carry out a new democratic revolution in order to get rid of oppression and exploitation being perpetrated and perpetuated by U.S. imperialism, feudalism, and bureaucrat capitalism, and thus pave the way for a socialist future. I address various types of mass organizations that belong mostly to the toiling masses of workers and peasants and the urban petty bourgeoisie. I respond to current questions of political line and how to arouse, organize, and mobilize the broad masses of the people. I put forward the leading role of the working class and the need for various types of alliances such as the basic alliance of the workers and peasants, the progressive alliance of these toiling masses with the urban petty bourgeoisie and the patriotic alliance with the middle bourgeoisie in order to take advantage of the contradictions among the reactionaries and isolate and defeat the worst of them, the enemy. The revolutionary armed movement has already spread in the Philippines far beyond the dreams of the founders of the Revolutionary Party of the Proletariat in 1968. It is founded on an ever-expanding and deepening mass base. This has allowed the People's Army to grow by waging intensive and extensive guerrilla warfare and carry out revolutionary land reform. It has made possible the establishment of democratic organs of political power in the more than 110 guerrilla fronts covering extensive portions of 71 provinces. Despite the long-term probability of the people's democratic government of workers, peasants, and the intelligentsia displacing the reactionary government of big compradors and landlords through People's War, the National Democratic Front of the Philippines continues to engage in peace negotiations, work for comprehensive agreements on basic social, economic and political reforms and over a truce and alliance with the Manila government meant in order to establish a government of national unity, peace, and development. Whoever shall become president after the May elections shall have to reckon with the rapidly worsening crisis of the Philippine ruling system and the world capitalist system and the irrepressible growth of the revolutionary movement. My book presents the crisis of the Philippine ruling system in 2010 and 2011 and the path of wars ending up to this time. I suggest that you study the domestic crisis within the context of the global economic and financial crisis which broke out in 2008. The book contains several major articles about the causes and trends of the crisis of global capitalism. The mortgage meltdown of 2006 to 2008 exposed the excessive debt of banks, corporations, and households that caused bankruptcies. The capitalist powers have not solved but have aggravated this crisis by clinging to the neoliberal economic policy regime. They have merely overlaid it with even more excessive central bank borrowings, trade and budgetary deficits and austerity measures at the expense of the broad masses of the people. Now, a new global economic and financial crisis has broken out and comes on top of the previous crisis. A perfect storm is about to descend on the Philippines after the May elections. It will be a combination of economic and financial crisis, higher cost of foreign debt, the inationary consequence of excessive election spending, social turmoil on the streets, the simultaneous rise of armed resistance by the Filipino people and Bangsamoro and the lack of credibility for the prospective probable victory of the presidential candidate backed up by the Aquino regime. There is widespread concern that the Aquino presidential candidate would be able to win, not just because of the billions of pesos of pork barrel but because of the regime's control of the Smartmatic automated electoral system. Ahead of us are interesting times, starting in the second half of this year and proceeding to subsequent years. A study of my book can provide us some light on the gathering storm and some guidance in performing our respective roles and tasks in the service of the Filipino people. Thanks to the Aquino regime for being so servile to big business and landlord interests and for being so corrupt and brutal and thus for unwittingly paving the way for the further advance of the national and democratic forces of the Filipino people. Long live On Theory and Practice. Interview by Revolutionary Inhate, July 19, 2017. On the dialectical relationship between theory and practice. To have a revolutionary movement you must have theory. And of course it's not enough to have theory. Neither can you make revolution without the mass movement. So, there is a dialectical relationship between theory and the practice of building a mass movement. Now, when I say that you must have a theory suitable to the era of modern imperialism and proletarian revolution, which aims at proletarian socialist revolution, you need to have the theory of Marx and Engels, through Lenin, Stalin, and Mao. Mao is very important because he answers the questions of modern revisionism. When people try to impress you, discourage you that socialism is dead, no, it's capitalism that's dying. So, socialism will resurge. You need to know how to take care of problems that will crop up in new socialist societies. Because you are told, oh, impossible. It is only for a short while. But all new things, especially big new things like new social formations, sometimes have some setbacks. The French Revolution occurred in the later part of the 18th century. The French realized many of their democratic rights only in the 1920s. Because after the French Revolution you have the Thermidorian reaction, the empire building by Napoleon and then the restoration of the monarchy. So, you must have theory. That's ideological work. It's not enough to have ideological work, you must do political work. The party itself, or the pre-party formation, if there is no party yet, has to recruit more members. But you are after the masses. Those who join the pre-party formation or the full-edged party must be able to work within certain mass organizations. The mass organization Sessions are for various types of people, classes of people and sectors. They have to be formed because they become the hardcore of the mass movement. The mass movement always includes the advanced part, organized, highly conscious, according to the general political line. Then those in the middle, they still need to develop. And then there are the backward, the spontaneous, they join when they see an issue is interesting to them. The challenge is for you to win them over, to keep them steady in the mass movement. The people's democratic government has the power of taxation. September 5, 2017. The preparation, establishment, and growth of the people's democratic government in the Philippines have been proclaimed and manifested by a series of basic documents, such as the following: the Program for a PLE's Democratic Revolution on December 26, 1968, the Guide for Building Organs of Political Power in April 1971. The Guide for Establishing the People's Democratic Government in October 1972, the Guidelines and Program of the National Democratic Front of the Philippines in 1973 and 1977, and the Declaration of Undertaking to apply the Geneva Conventions of 1948, approved by the NDFP on July 5, 1996. The PDG has a constitution founded on the sovereign will of the Filipino people and on the basic alliance of the working class and peasantry. It aims to complete the people's struggle for national liberation and democracy under the class leadership of the working class and its revolutionary party. From its modest beginnings, the PDG has grown and spread mainly in the form of local organs of political power to more than 110 guerrilla fronts airing large parts of 17 regions and 71 provinces of the Philippines, as a result of revolutionary armed struggle and united front work against the US-directed reactionary government of big compradors and landlords. The rural-based revolutionary government and the urban-based reactionary government are co-belligerents in a civil war, which has been going on since the RST quarter of 1969. The PDG has a comprehensive administrative structure from the village to higher levels. At the basic level of the village, the local organs of political power develop from the stage of the appointive barrio organizing committees to the elective barrio revolutionary committees through various ways of consolidation, which involve the building of the local branch of the Communist Party of the Philippines, the revolutionary mass organizations of various exploited classes and sectors, the people's militia and self-defense units of mass organizations, and the formation of the VE basic subcommittees for public education, mass mobilization, economy, defense, and health, subject to the formation of further subcommittees in order to better serve the people. The PDG has a comprehensive range of functions such as administration in general and overseeing programs and campaigns related to public education, mass organizing, land reform, raising production, NANS, health, local defense, support for the People's Army, cultural affairs, and matters of simple arbitration or trial by the PLE's court. To carry out these aforesaid functions, the PDG must collect voluntary contributions from the people who benefit from gains made from the mass struggles and cooperative production, and from compulsory taxes from private entities that are engaged in profit-making enterprises and are allowed to do so because their enterprises are beneficial and necessary to the people. Voluntary contributions can be derived from gains made by the toiling masses as a result of raising wages of farm and non-farm workers, reducing land rent and interest rests, eliminating land rent and usury, raising prices of agricultural products at the farm gate, increasing agricultural and non-agricultural production, and undertaking cooperative production for the entire community or for the benefit of the People's Army. The most developed standards of voluntary contributions from workers and peasants have been related to trade union struggle and the implementation of land reform. The Revolutionary Guide to Land Reform is among the RST extensive documents. issued by the CPP to carry provisions on voluntary contributions as well as compulsory taxes from rich peasants. Enlightened gentry and entrepreneurs and merchants related to agriculture, orchards, forestry, sherry and handy crafts. The largest amount of grain contribution comes from the poor and middle peasants as a result of land reform and raising production. The largest amount of cash contribution come from the non-farm workers in relatively large enterprises as a result of trade union struggle. Contributions are considered voluntary because the contribution users can negotiate with the organs concerned what amount to pay by taking into account family needs and the current status of the crops and other means of livelihood. In any kind of economic activity, in which an individual, corporation, partnership or any other entity makes profits by buying the labor power of others, fair wages must be made to the workers and taxes must be paid by the entity concerned to the PDG according to standards and rates determined by the appropriate organs. A certain percentage of gross revenues of the private enterprise in the preceding year can be demanded by the PDG. The largest cash revenues of the PDG comes from compulsory taxation. Taxation is compulsory because failure to pay for it means the imposition of ANE in addition to arrears or the termination of the privilege and permit to operate the enterprise. The PDG stands for the wise utilization and conservation of natural resources and for the economic development of the Philippines through national industrialization and land reform. It bans such enterprises as logging, mining and monocrop plantations which plunder, destroy and pollute the environment, poison the streams and marine life, cause landslides, floods, and drought, ruin the production of food staples, export solely and mainly primary commodities and limit the land available for land reform. Subject to taxation, profitable enterprises may be permitted to operate only if their raw material production serves national industrialization and domestic food, shelter, and other needs of the people. The taxes collected by the PDG are small compared to that collected by the reactionary government but are used mainly for the social and economic programs for the benefit of the people and secondarily for the subsistence and administration work of the cadres of the PDG and for the maintenance and expansion of the new PLE's army. The mass organizations of various types subsist and expand on their membership dues, cooperative projects and other resource-raising activities that they can undertake autonomously from the PDG. In sharp contrast to the revolutionary government, the reactionary government collects taxes mainly from the working people and middle social strata in the form of income tax and excise taxes already added to the prices of goods and services that they buy and only secondarily at a lower rate from the big corporations and the top bracket of high-income individuals. Under the neoliberal policy regime, the corporations and wealthy enjoy tax cutbacks, while the working people and other impoverished masses suffer higher taxes and higher prices of basic commodities. As a semi-colonial and semi-feudal country, the Philippines is dependent on raw material production for export. And yet foreign exchange earnings always fall far short of the payment for imported manufactures and other products. The trade deficit is always aggravated by import of luxury products for the exploiting classes, military equipment and construction materials and equipment for upscale construction and graft-ridden infrastructure projects, which draw away resources from national industrial development and tie down the economy to a backward, agrarian, pre-industrial and semi-feudal status. The export earnings, the foreign exchange remittances of overseas contract workers, the earnings of call center workers and the now dwindling of speculative capital are never enough to cover the trade deficit, the remittances and capital repatriation by the foreign monopolies and the amortization of the accumulated foreign debt. Thus, the foreign debt is ever mounting with the availment of new loans even as the accumulated foreign debt also exacts a heavy toll on the economy. The worst that the reactionary government does with its tax collection is to pay RST for the amortization of the accumulated foreign debt with a large chunk of the budget, feed the insatiable corruption of the bureaucrats in handling business privileges and supply contracts with foreign and domestic companies, nance the military, police and paramilitary for controlling and suppressing the people, and huge secret intelligence and operational funds for death squads and special operations. The reactionary government likes to taunt the revolutionary movement for supposedly not having accomplished anything in 48 years of revolutionary armed struggle, and yet it NDS it necessary to negotiate peace with the NDFP as the representative of the revolutionary forces and people. It can only pretend to deny the nationwide existence and growing strength of the People's Democratic Government, the Communist Party of the Philippines, the New People's Army, the Revolutionary Mass Movement, and the alliances. Since the founding of the New People's Army on March 29, 1969 by the Communist Party of the Philippines, the revolutionary forces and people have accomplished so much, from mere hundreds of CPP cadres and MEM bears to tens of thousands, from 9 automatic rise to thousands, from a few thousands of mass activists to millions, and from the 2nd District of Tarlac to more than 71 provinces and 17 regions of the country. The reactionary government boasts of being ready to GHT for another 50 years. That is more than enough time allowance for the revolution to win total victory. Interview Atilim and the socialist news agency ETHA. October 2, 2017. 1. Can you please RST introduce yourself and your party? JMS, I am Professor Jose Maria Sison, founding chairman of the Communist Party of the Philippines and chief political consultant of the National Democratic Front of the Philippines. 2. As we know, your party has a large area of Philippines under your control. Can you briefly summarize to us the process and development of the People's War? JMS, the Communist Party of the Philippines was re-established on December 26, 1968 in order to repudiate the revisionist party and adopt Marxism-Leninism-Maoism as the theoretical guide to the Philippine Revolution. It established the New People's Army on March 29, 1969 to begin the People's War. It also wielded the United Front as a weapon complementary to the armed struggle. To carry out the People's War, the party deployed communist cadres to link up with the good remnants of the old People's Army in central Luzon and to sow the seeds of People's War in several other regions. People's War was developed in the countryside by integrating revolutionary struggle with agrarian revolution and building of the revolutionary mass base. The mass base consisted of the organs of political power and the mass organizations of peasants, workers, youth, women, cultural activists, and others. 3. One of the remarkable sides of your party, based on the various parallel and a widespread network of organizations in the People's War. In which relationship are these organizations with the People's War, how they support it? JMS, there is a comprehensive array of revolutionary mass organizations listed as allied forces within the framework of the National Democratic Front of the Philippines. These organizations are directly involved in the People's War. At the same time, there are legal patriotic and progressive organizations, which also serve the people. Some of them held candidates in the reactionary elections along the line of developing the United Front with other forces for the purpose of exposing the rottenness of the ruling system and putting forward the people's demands against U.S. imperialism and the local exploiting classes. 4. What is your point of view to the parliamentary struggle? JMS, even while the People War is raging against the reactionary state, the reactionary leaders wish to wear the mask of democracy and wish to conjure the illusion of democracy by airing the leaders of the revolutionary movement and the leaders of the legal patriotic and progressive forces opportunities to win a few seats in Congress or in Parliament. It is right opportunism or reformism to believe that fundamental changes can be achieved only through the Bourgeois Congress or Parliament. It takes more than any kind of legal struggle to achieve the national and social liberation of the oppressed and exploited people. But the revolutionary movement can allow legal, patriotic and progressive forces to engage in various forms of legal struggle, including electoral struggle and debates in Parliament by way of carrying out a united front policy. Expose, discredit, undermine, and weaken the enemy in his own centers of power by intensifying contradictions among the competing reactionary factions. 5. Not long ago it was published that your party will restart peace talks with the Philippine government. What is the content, the process, and your expectations? Please can you tell us your opinion? JMS, the National Democratic Front of the Philippines has resumed formal talks with the government of the Republic of the Philippines since August 22, 2016. The negotiations are supposed to arrive at comprehensive agreements of social and economic reforms and political and constitutional reforms in order to address the roots of the armed conflict and lay the basis for a just and lasting peace. The Duterte government appears to be easier to negotiate with on such reforms because President Duterte has declared himself that he is the RST left president of the Philippines, he is a socialist and he is opposed to U.S. imperialism and the local oligarchy of big compradors, landlords, and corrupt high bureaucrats. He has a record of cooperating with revolutionary forces in Davao City for almost 30 years. He has put in his cabinet patriotic and progressive leaders. But there are also reactionaries in the cabinet. It still remains to be seen whether he will amnesty and release all political prisoners and agree to a comprehensive agreement on social and economic reforms for carrying national industrialization and genuine land reform. Let us see whether he is really determined to GHT imperialism and the local reactionaries. 6. We know that women have a special standing inside your party and the People's Army. Can you explain to us the experience of the Philippine women's struggle, the participation of women in the People's War and their combat experience? JMS, indeed, women have a special standing inside the CPP and the NPA. Women are in the Central Committee of the CPP and various levels of command of the NPA. They have become unit commanders and command both male and female Redgers. There are also detachments, special operations teams and medical teams consisting solely or mainly of women Redgers. Women have always played leading roles in the revolutionary struggles against the Spanish colonialists, U.S. imperialists, the Japanese fascists, the local Marcos-type fascists and against the post-Marcos pseudo-democratic regimes. Gabriela Silang is chosen as the icon of the revolutionary woman from a long list of revolutionary women. The principal legal women's organization Gabriela is named after her. Her example inspires many women to join the armed revolution. The principal women's organization Makibaka is also inspired by Gabriela Silang. 7. Are there any other revolutionary parties, oppressed nations, or oppressed religious groups in the Philippines? What is your relationship to them? JMS, there are several organizations of oppressed peoples and oppressed religious groups, which are allies of the CPP and are within the fold of the NDFP. These include organizations of the Cordillera peoples, Bangsamoro, the Lumathil tribes and the Itas. They also include the Christians for National Liberation and various ecumenical alliances with the Muslims, the Moro National Liberation Front and the Moro Islamic Liberation Front are outside of the NDFP but are allies of the NDFP. 8. How is your relationship with revolutionary forces in Turkey, Kurdistan, and the Middle East? JMS, we are always desirous of developing comradely and friendly relations with the revolutionary forces in Turkey, Kurdistan, and the Middle East. We are always supportive of their struggles for national and social liberation against U.S. imperialism, the NATO and the Israeli Zionism and against all the local tyrants who are usually puppets of the imperialists. 9. What is your opinion about the Rojava Revolution, the war, and the developments in the Middle East? JMS, we are strongly supportive of the Rojava Revolution. We hope that this will further strengthen the Kurdish people against their oppressors. We are inspired by the heroic armed struggle of the Kurdish women against the Daesh or Islamic State. We are content that the Kurdish people will prevail over their imperialist and local adversaries and rise from the harshness and complexity of the struggles on power and socialist transition. Interview by Revolutionary Inhate, October 3, 2017. Is it true that automatically you can jump from capitalism to socialism? No. The ruling bourgeoisie will try to kill you oppress you. So when Marx says in the Communist Manifesto, you must win the battle for democracy, it means you must assert your democratic rights, the rights to assemble and speak out and all the other rights. And then, when your mass movement becomes big, they will try to suppress you and come up with fascism. So before you can have socialism, the monopoly capitalist class will unleash fascism. Under various pretexts they use chauvinism against immigrants, xenophobia, Islamophobia and many other tricks just to hide the roots of the crisis. It's not just a transfer of the power of the bourgeoisie. In a certain sense, their arms may be transferred to you. But the class, and the state as a class instrument, cannot be passed in whole. You have to smash the bureaucratic and military machinery. Meaning to say, you have to form an entirely new organization of your own administration and your own military force. Don't throw out the question of power so easily, giving a chance to the old revolutionaries to make use of their old unions. Some other factor, you have to take away the voting rights of the counter-revolutionaries and the unrepentant bourgeoisie. You can only grant voting rights to the exceptional because there are also people who come from the exploiting class but they are no longer defending that class. Act of the institutional development of the Communist Party of the Philippines. Until the present. January 11, 2018. 1. How do you deem the Communist Party of the Philippines? JMS, the CPP is the Revolutionary Party of the Filipino working class. Membership is on an individual basis. It is assumed that industrial workers easily understand the Marxist-Leninist theory and practice of the party. But individuals from other social classes can apply for membership if they accept the constitution and program of the CPP and are willing to remold themselves as proletarian revolutionaries or communists. 2. Are there any benefits or services provided by the CPP to its members? What are they? JMS, the main incentive for CPP members is to serve the people and perform the leading role of the CPP in the People's Democratic Revolution at this stage of the Philippine Revolution. To be a CPP member, one runs the risk of being imprisoned, tortured, and martyred and must be aware of this risk before any consideration of real benefits or services, aside from the education, comradeship and collective work that satisfy the CPP member. More than any material compensation. CPP members who have property and incomes are required to pay membership dues according to their means. CPP members who work full-time for the CPP receive salaries or allowances, healthcare, and other forms of assistance from the CPP if they do not have any other source of income. To the extent of its unions, the CPP can also enable its appropriate and competent members to get employment in private and public enterprises and OCs. 3. Elaborate on the organizational structure of the CPP. JMS, please consult the CPP Constitution. The Central Committee is the highest leading organ of the CPP. It has related central organs like the Political Bureau, Executive Committee, General Secretariat, Military Committee, Zion, National United Front Commission and Central Publishing House. Below the CC are the territorial leading Committees of the following: regional, provincial, district, guerrilla front, section and local branches. 4. Since the CPP has existed for quite a long time, has it grown, gotten smaller or stayed the same in the last few years? What are the significant factors or reasons responsible for this change? JMS, from its modest start of around 200 members in 1968, the CPP has grown large to its current level of nearly 100,000. It has not decreased but increased in the last few years. It has grown large nationwide because of the chronic crisis of the semi-colonial and semi-feudal ruling system. The workers, peasants, and urban petty bourgeoisie are opposed to the escalation of oppression and exploitation. The CPP and the legal mass organizations can therefore easily arouse, organize, and mobilize them for mass struggles against the reactionary government. The most advanced activists eventually join the CPP and the NPA to carry out the revolutionary armed struggle. 5. Who are the people most likely to come into or leave the organization? JMS, those who are most inclined to join the CPP are the workers, peasants, and the urban petty bourgeois. Those who are inclined to leave the CPP are the few who fail to grasp the theory and practice of the CPP, who cannot endure the sacristies involved in the struggle, and those who lack discipline and violate the rules. 6. With regard to the social capital of the CPP, what major factors cause its change or development over the years? JMS, the CPP leadership and membership make advances in applying the Marxist-Leninist theory on the concrete conditions of the Philippines, in arousing, organizing and mobilizing the masses for struggle, and in recruiting CPP members from the mass activists and reddites of the NPA. The CPP keeps on forming the mass organizations of workers, peasants, women, youth, children, cultural activists, units of the NPA, alliates of the NDFP and the local organs of political power. 7. In concise terms, how was the social capital of the CPP during the pre-martial law, and post-martial law period? JMS, before martial law of 1972, there were already legal mass organizations struggling for national and social liberation. They were forced underground by martial law and developed their strength even faster. They have developed into the component organizations of the NDFP and have grown nationwide and stronger up to now. Even after the Marcos fascist regime was replaced by anti-national and pseudo-democratic regimes. 8. Do the leaders or members give high regard to the social capital of the CPP? Is it measured through any particular approach? How? JMS, of course, the CPP leaders and members give high regard to the social capital. The revolutionary masses and their mass formations are the source of strength of the CPP. The CPP cannot advance in the revolution without the growing strength and support of the masses. Revolution is a mass undertaking. 9. What are the usual problems encountered with regard to the social capital of the organization? Are there any efforts made to address and overcome the problem? Cite an instance. JMS, the law of uneven development applies on everything. It applies even on a CPP that is wholly advancing. There are strong parts and weak parts of the CPP in terms of expansion and consolidation. The rate of expansion may be faster or slower in relation to favorable conditions. The rate of consolidation may also be faster or slower. By consolidation, I mean provision of education, solid organizing and proper tasking. Errors and weaknesses are corrected through evaluation of work, criticism and self-criticism, and clarification of tasks. 10. With regard to the development of the party as an institution, what are the roles of the government, of the other organization, other civil society actors, the Philippine environment in general? JMS, the CPP, NPA, and the revolutionary mass organizations build the people's democratic government in the form of local organs of democratic power in the countryside at the moment. This government has working committees in charge of public education, mass organizing, land reform, production, NANS, health, self-defense, cultural activities and arbitration of disputes. The CPP, NPA, mass organizations and broad masses support the people's government and its working committees. They are underground in relation to the urban-based reactionary government of the big compradors, landlords, and corrupt bureaucrats. 11. What events or external factors were highly significant to the institutional development of the Communist Party of the Philippines? JMS, the institutional development of the CPP has been pushed by the ever-worsening crisis of the ruling SYS tem of exploiting classes in the Philippines. This means the escalation of oppression and exploitation which drive the people to revolt. When the reactionaries like Marcos or Duterte go for fascist dictatorship, the CPP and other revolutionary forces gain more strength. They become the rallying points of the people. 12. Do you think that the people within the CPP generally trust one another, especially now that the said organization is at risk? Do you think over the last few years this level of trust has gotten better, worse, or stayed about the same? JMS, of course, the people within the CPP trust one another, especially because of the risks that they face. Their revolutionary comradeship is steeled by guarding their enemy and securing themselves from his attacks. The level of strength of the CPP has risen as proven by the growing strength in terms of membership and capabilities. 13. How do you measure or evaluate the progress made by the CPP toward achieving its goals as an institution? JMS, I think that the CPP has been tremendously successful in building itself, the revolutionary mass movement, the organs of political power and the united front on a nationwide scale, and so deeply among the millions of people, especially the toiling masses. In one more decade or so, it is possible for the CPP to lead to victory, the People's Democratic Revolution. The situation of U.S. imperialism and the reactionaries keep on deteriorating. 14. What are your recommendations in strengthening the social capital of the CPP, particularly in the Duterte administration? JMS, please consult the latest issuances of the CPP in www.filipinaevolution.info. The CPP has called on its membership and the people to overthrow the US-directed Duterte fascist regime. I think that this line will further strengthen the social capital of the CPP. The Filipino people detest fascist dictatorship, the extrajudicial killings, the rising tax burden, the corruption involved in pork barrel, excessive foreign borrowing, the sellout of the West Philippine Sea, and the continuing underdevelopment, rising unemployment, and mass poverty in the Philippines. Follow-up questions. 1. Can you please elaborate on the degree of participation of most of the members of the CPP? JMS, CPP cadres and members have various kinds of qualifications and various degrees of ability. Accordingly, they do revolutionary work in the CPP itself, NPA, the organs of political power, underground mass organizations, legal mass organizations, professional organizations, institutions, alliances, and so on. 2. Do you have any knowledge about the present number of the members? JMS, according to the latest CPP publications, the CPP membership is supposed to be in the tens of thousands or close to 100,000. 3. Do you think that everyone in this organization has an equal access to the services or benefits that the CPP is providing to its members? JMS, I presume that CPP members who work full-time for the CPP are accorded necessary services and benefits. Those who live in the territory of the People's Democratic Government have equal access to services and benefits available to the people. Those employed by private enterprises, institutions, and reactionary government gain access to services and benefits like other employees. 4. How are new leaders selected? JMS, CPP leaders are recruited into the CPP from the ranks of the most resolute and militant mass activists. Then they rise from the party branch to higher levels of responsibility functionally and territorially through the process of election by their own comrades. 5. How are the decisions made within this party? JMS, decisions on major issues after deliberation at the appropriate committee level are made by majority vote. Promotions of cadres are done through nominations and voting. The CPP follows the organizational principle called democratic centralism. Please consult the CPP Constitution to get the full definition of this term. 6. How stable is the leadership? Is it harmonious or connective? JMS, the leadership is stable and harmonious because the CPP and members all adhere to the theory and practice of Marxism, Leninism, Maoism, the general line of People's Democratic Revolution and democratic centralism. The leadership is centralized but is based on democracy and majority vote or consensus from the lowest level to the highest, the Central Committee. The mode of leadership is collective but the cadres assume personal responsibility. There is both a combination of freedom and discipline. During study, policy making, or work meetings, any member can express his or her opinion on issues, debate, and make criticisms and self-criticism. But after a decision is made, the CPP members have to follow the decision even as anyone has the right to reserve his opinion until fully convinced. 7. When did the peak of increase in the members happened? What do you think is the reason behind this? JMS, CPP membership has increased from 1968 to the present, from one reactionary administration to an other. There may only be a slower rate of increase from one year to another in particular regions and particular periods. From the RST decade to the current FTH decade, the CPP membership has increased nationwide in absolute numbers. 8. Do you think more and more workers are becoming aware of the oppression that is happening in the Philippines? Why? JMS, of course, more and more workers are becoming aware of their exploitation and oppression in the Philippines. The social and economic crisis keeps on worsening from year to year. Because of underdevelopment, the lack of national industrialization and land reform, the rise of actual unemployment and spread of mass poverty. The workers are forced to accept low wages, agree to short-term contractualization and be deprived of job tenure and social benefits. Consequently, trade union and other democratic rights are actively suppressed under the neoliberal economic policy. 20% of the total workforce are compelled to seek jobs abroad. The most unfortunate become odd jobbers and informal settlers in urban slums. 9. You said that those who are inclined to leave the CPP include those who lack discipline and violate the rules. Can you please explain the rules you mentioned about or probably cite some examples? JMS, I have already explained to you in answer to follow-up question number 6 above how democratic centralism works, with regard to the relationship of centralized leadership and democratic base as well as the relationship of freedom and discipline. Every CPP member freely enters the CPP by accepting the CPP Constitution and program for a people's democratic revolution. If someone does not accept these anymore, he or she can also leave the CPP freely. No serious party or any other institution will allow a member to oppose or violate any of its basic principles and still remain a member in good standing. If you wish to study how serious errors and shortcomings have arisen and have been corrected in the CPP, I suggest that you study the facts and documents of the second great rectification movement of the CPP. This rectification movement strengthened the CPP in an all-round way from 1992 onward. 10. With regard to the social capital of the CPP and the major factors that caused its change or development over the years, do the internal and external environments play a role in the development that occurred among the CPP members? JMS, of course, internal and external factors and environments play a role in the positive development of the CPP as well as in the occurrence of such major errors as those corrected by the SGRM. The strengthening of the CPP is well grounded on the membership of the toiling masses of workers and peasants. The CPP membership of those who come from the urban petty bourgeoisie is positive. But some of them fail to remold themselves completely as proletarian revolutionaries, retrogress and degenerate, overestimate or underestimate grossly the validity or strength of the bourgeoisie and spread bourgeois subjectivist ideas and lines of opportunism. 11. Do you think that the social capital of the post-martial law CPP is a lot more intact than during the martial law period? What made you say so? JMS, the social capital of the CPP developed positively under the guidance of the First Great Rectification movement, CPP constitution and program and through revolutionary struggle during the Marcos Martial period. But from 1981 to 1991, errors of subjectivism and opportunism occurred to reduce the extent of victories in the revolutionary struggle and threatened to undermine it further. If the errors were not corrected, the CPP continued to advance from 1992 onward under the guidance of the SGRM and rose to a higher level of development up to the present. 12. Are revolutions the only means of gauging the strength of the party? If not, what are the other means which indicate the strengthening of the party? JMS, in an oppressive state, the armed revolution is an important gauge of the strength of the CPP and is the highest form of struggle to achieve national and social liberation. But it is not the sole gauge of the strength of the CPP. The legal mass movement is a major complement of the armed struggle. It helps to strengthen the latter. If it does not become strong or fails to defeat eventually any fascist attempt to suppress it, the armed revolution can be weakened or can even become a lost proposition, as in the aftermath of the 1965-66 massacres in Dunzia. 13. What are the strong parts of the CPP's development and what are the weak parts respectively? JMS, the strong points of the CPP in its development are in its ideological, political, and organizational building. By ideological building, I mean integrating MLM theory with Philippine conditions and revolutionary practice and ensuring ideological and political education of members through the basic, intermediate and advanced study courses. By political building, I mean pursuing the people's democratic revolution, arousing, organizing and mobilizing the masses accordingly and building the people's army, carrying out agrarian revolution and building the bases and organs of political power. By organizational building, I mean following the principle of democratic centralism and organizing the CPP nationwide and among the toiling masses of workers and peasants. Errors and shortcomings in IPO building can weaken a communist party. 14. How are evaluations done with regard to the correction of errors and weaknesses? Who does the evaluation? JMS, the Central Committee of the CPP undertakes the evaluation and rectification of major IPO errors and weaknesses that adversely affect the entire party. Lower organs of leadership of the CPP do likewise within their respective scope of responsibility. Anytime and anywhere party units can engage in criticism and self-criticism sessions to deal with errors and shortcomings in a timely way within their scope of responsibility. 15. What are examples of specific events that could be considered as rallying points or events which triggered revolutions? JMS, the Gomberza martyrdom ignited a national sentiment of resistance against Spanish colonialism. The arrest of Rizal led to the formation of the Katipunan as Oshud of La Liga Filipina. The Katipunan uprising of 1896 led to the sustained Philippine Revolution until the defeat of colonial Spain. The Katipunan-led revolution of 1896, the communist-led resistance against Japanese fascism and then against The US-directed puppet regimes after 1946 have been inspirational to the CPP in waging armed revolution from 1969 onward. Immediately prior to the start of People's War in 1969, the mass movement of the 1960s, the First Quarter Storm of 1970, the Diliman Commune of 1971, the Marcos Proclamation of martial law in 1972 and the entire run of fascist dictatorship and the subsequent pseudo-democratic regimes have been rallying points or triggers of armed revolution. Now, THIRD is in the process of imposing a fascist dictatorship on the people and is inciting them to struggle more resolutely and militantly for national and social liberation. A complete view of enabling environment for the conduct of GRP and DFP peace negotiations. March 28, 2018. The end of hostilities and disposition of forces are the fourth and last item in the substantive agenda of the GRP and DFP peace negotiations in accordance with the Hague Joint Declaration and must be preceded by the comprehensive agreements on respect for human rights and international humanitarian law, on social and economic reforms and on political and constitutional reforms. But since October 4, 2017, the NDFP has positively responded to the expressed desire of GRP to draft a cease-re agreement more active and more sustained than the previous unilateral ceasefires. Thus, the GRP and NDFP back-channel teams have already drafted an agreement on coordinated unilateral ceasefire to be monitored by a joint ceasefire committee of the GRP and NDFP at the national level. This agreement on coordinated unilateral ceasefire is in the same package of draft agreements, including the draft amnesty to release all NDFP-listed political prisoners in compliance with Carreril and the drafts of such major parts of CASER as agrarian reform and rural development and national industrialization and economic development. I am sure that the enabling environment for the successful conduct of the peace negotiations would ensue from the nullization and signing of the draft agreements in the aforesaid package. When the GRP and NDFP negotiating panels meet again, it should be easy for them to nullize the draft agreements and sign them. Building the mass movement in Western Europe. March 31, 2018. 1. From the viewpoint of overseas Filipinos, it means building the mass movement mainly among themselves in whichever country they are in Western Europe. The host people are mainly responsible for building their own mass movement. So are the other foreigners in their respective communities. 2. To be best motivated and most inspired in common, overseas Filipinos must take the general line of upholding, defending, and promoting their national and democratic rights and interests and serving the people in their motherland. 3. They can constitute themselves as a broad union of compatriots or as class and sectoral organizations. They can follow the patterns of organizing patriotic and progressive Filipinos in the Philippines and have relations with their counterpart organizations in the Philippines. 4. They can take up urgent general and particular issues, undertake activities and campaigns pertaining to such issues and thus mobilize themselves for the purpose of strengthening themselves as an organized force and realizing their objectives. 5. Overseas Filipinos should not isolate themselves from the host people and other foreigners but join the organizations open to them in the neighborhood, city district, or entire city as well as the organizations open to them in workplaces and according to professions, occupations, or vocations. 6. Filipino organizations must develop relations of solidarity and cooperation with organizations that are exclusively either for the citizens of the host country or for the citizens of other countries. 7. The party must exercise leadership over building the mass movement and direct the accomplishment of such tasks as arousing, organizing, and mobilizing the masses. Aspects of building the mass movement. A. Arouse the masses. 1. You must rst of all know and understand the concrete conditions of the Filipinos and their relations with the host people and other foreigners. It is important to read and study informative materials from the internet, library or bookstore. But it is even more important that you engage in social investigation, meeting with Filipinos in order to learn their situation, work, capabilities, problems, needs and demands. 2. Overseas Filipinos are hungry for the latest information and trends in the Philippines. Thus, you can link their situation abroad and the situation of the people in the Philippines. You can thus start laying the basis for organizing them according to current circumstances. 3. On urgent issues that need to be acted upon collectively or en masse, statements must be formulated and issued for raising the consciousness and militancy of the Filipinos and gaining the solidarity and support of the host people and other guest people. 4. Information meetings can be undertaken on the necessary and possible scale. They can be combined or coordinated with socializing and cultural activities in order to enliven the information meetings. 5. Publications on current events and issues can be issued and posted on the internet. There can be a website for the purpose. 6. You can undertake a brief basic course of political education along the national and democratic line for the benefit of the Filipinos and their non-Filipino friends. This basic course can be the beginning of ideological and political education of mass activists towards becoming lifelong proletarian revolutionaries. 7. The most effective way to obtain the interest and activism of young Filipinos born abroad as well as the solidarity and support of non-Filipino mass activists for the Filipino people's revolutionary struggle is to encourage and help them realize a visit to the Philippines and experience comradeship with Filipinos who are engaged in mass struggles in the Philippines. B. Organize the masses. 1. Recruit as soon as possible those Filipinos who attend the social investigation meetings, information meetings and the mass rallies and demonstrations. They can be given basic information and application forms of membership on any type of organization appropriate to the occasion and the period of organizing. 2. A broad union of compatriots may be constituted by organizations and individuals. Class organizations are those for workers and the urban petty bourgeoisie. Filipino peasants are practically non-existent in Europe. Sectoral organizations are those of the youth, women, and professionals. The class and sectoral organizations can be turned after similar organizations in the Philippines and be alliated to them. 3. For a while, the seminal organizations may have a wide territorial scope, like an entire city or municipality. As soon as the organization has gained a relatively large membership, it can be divided into chapters based in city districts and subchapters in neighborhoods. The cellular development can generate more capable activists in terms of number and ability. 4. There must be discipline in attending meetings and other events, performing assigned tasks, paying membership dues and selling tickets to social and cultural events of the organization. When a member is absent, an other member should be assigned to inquire and show interest in her or him. 5. Members should have tasks related to arousing, organizing, and mobilizing the masses. According to their capacity and willingness, they should be assigned to educate and recruit their Filipino friends, neighbors, and relatives to join the organization and to get the commitments of prospective members and solidarity friends to attend public activities of the organization. 6. The performance of the members in carrying out tasks must be checked from time to time and evaluated at the end of a designated period. This is the way to ensure the activation of all or most members of the organization. 7. It is assumed that the principle of democratic centralism is followed in every organization. The leaders are elected by the majority at every level of the organization. The leading organs make decisions within their jurisdiction. The higher organ is followed by lower organs. Lower organs can make reports and recommendations to the higher organs. Thus, the leadership is centralized but is based on democracy. C. Mobilizing the masses. 1. There can be activities and campaigns to inform and educate the members and consolidate their organization. But in a larger sense of mass mobilization, the National Democratic Organization can be the core for mobilizing a larger number of the masses than their members to include the general public or unorganized mass. ES and members of other Filipino and non-Filipino organizations in alliance or in solidarity with our core organization. 2 Issues in the Philippines, in the host country and in the world at large that eke the rights and interests of the overseas Filipinos in general or whatever class or sector can be the basis of mass mobilization in various forms, information and educational campaigns, mass rallies and marches and petitions with the use of the press and social media. 3 There may be socials and cultural performances to promote social and cultural cohesion of the Filipino community, raise resources, and strengthen relations of solidarity with the host people and other guest people. 4 The Filipino organizations with a national and democratic character must engage in two-way solidarity relations. They must win the support and cooperation of the organizations, institutions, and personages of the host people and other guest people. But they must also extend support and cooperation within their capabilities to the non-Filipino peoples and their organizations. 5 In developing solidarity with the host people and other foreigners in any country in Western Europe, priority must be given to the anti-imperialist, democratic, and progressive political parties, movements and community organizations, trade unions, religious parishes, academics, mass media, human rights activists, development work, ERS and others who can appreciate and support the national and democratic viewpoint of the Filipino people. They should be linked to their counterparts in the Philippines. 6 The best way to engage the host people and other foreigners in solidarity and cooperation with our ND organizations is to continuously inform them about the conditions of the overseas Filipinos and the Filipino people in the motherland and to encourage them to send fact-tending missions and other forms of delegations to the Philippines for hosting by the patriotic and progressive organizations as well as by respected institutions. 7 We must recognize that Filipino organizations in the Philippines and abroad have some significant capability to mobilize the masses on an international scale, not only because overseas Filipinos in so many countries can act concertedly, but also because the Filipino organizations in the Philippines and abroad are members of international organizations like the ILPS and networks of non-governmental organizations of various types and concerns. Great achievements of the Communist Party of the Philippines in 50 years of waging revolution. August 23, 2018. Author's note: as founding chairman of the Communist Party of the Philippines, I have been asked by academic, journalist and activist friends and many other people to evaluate the CPP in the last 50 years and describe its current situation and prospects. All of them are anticipating the fast approaching golden anniversary of the CPP. I write this article on the basis of my previous experience and on the basis of publicly available documents. The Communist Party of the Philippines was founded on December 26, 1968 as the Revolutionary Party of the Filipino proletariat and people under the guidance of Marxism-Leninism-Maoism in order to continue the Unist revolution started by the Katipunan in 1896 and to GHT for national liberation and democracy against U.S. imperialism and the local reactionary classes of big compradors, landlords, and bureaucrat capitalists. Since then, the CPP has scored great ideological, political, and organizational achievements. These are inspired by all previous revolutionary struggles of the Filipino people and surpass the achievements of the Katipunan against Spanish colonialism and the Communist Party of the Philippine Islands and the merger party of the Communist and Socialist parties in the periods of the U.S. colonial regime, the Japanese Fascistiku Pation and the neo-colonial regime of local reactionary classes servile to U.S. imperialism. In applying the revolutionary theory of the proletariat to the concrete conditions and practice of the Philippine Revolution, the CPP has generated so many volumes of documents and bylined works that constitute a major contribution to the treasury of said theory and have correctly and successfully spread and raised revolutionary consciousness of all aspects of Philippine society and in all fields of revolutionary work, economic, political, military, and cultural. The CPP has systematically strengthened itself ideologically, politically, and organizationally. It arose with only a few scores of cadres and members from the revolutionary mass movement of the 1960s. It has become nation-wide and has become even more deeply rooted among the toiling masses of workers and peasants. It continues to draw strength from the revolutionary mass movement. It has grown into tens of thousands of cadres and bears who have been tested and tempered in revolutionary armed struggle and other forms of struggle. The CPP leads the New People's Army, which it founded on March 29, 1969 in the 2nd District of Tarlac. Now, this army operates in more than 110 guerrilla fronts covering substantial parts of 73 out of the 81 Philippine provinces in 17 regions outside of the National Capital Region. It is assisted by the People's Militia and self-defense units of mass organizations. It follows the strategic line of protracted people's war, carries out agrarian revolution and guarantees the building and functioning of the people's democratic government. The CPP leads the National United Front, whose most consolidated embodiment is the National Democratic Front of the Philippines, founded on April 24, 1974. The National United Front relies mainly on the revolutionary basic alliance of the working class and the peasantry, wins over the middle strata of the bourgeoisie and takes advantage of the connects among the reactionaries in order to isolate and defeat the enemy, which is the worst reactionary clique. The United Front is active in reaching and rallying the people in their millions. It has demonstrated that it can overthrow the fascist dictatorship of Marcos in 1986 and the corrupt regime of Estrada in 2001. It is necessary to defeat one reactionary clique after another and thus increase the strength of the revolutionary movement for overthrowing the entire semi-colonial and semi-feudal ruling system, accomplishing the people's democratic revolution and laying the basis for the socialist revolution. Ideological achievements of the CPP. The CPP has a comprehensive and profound understanding of Marxism, Leninism, Maoism. It has published the classical works of Marx, Engels, Lenin, Stalin, and Mao Zedong, as well as its basic documents and the works of its leading cadres on the basic principles of Marxist-Leninist Maoist theory in various fields. By adopting this revolutionary theory of the proletariat as theoretical guide, the CPP has integrated it with the history and concrete circumstances of the Filipino people and proletariat. The CPP has traced the major strands of Philippine history, communalism and patriarchal slavery in the pre-colonial period, feudalism under Spanish colonialism, semi-feudalism under U.S. colonialism, and the semi-colonial and semi-feudal society since after the 1946 U.S. grant of nominal independence to the Philippines. Based on the analysis of Philippine history and concrete circumstances, the CPP has deemed the character of Philippine society, general political line of struggle, motive forces, adversaries, stages, and future of the Philippine Revolution. The CPP has put forward the general line of people's democratic revolution, with a socialist perspective, against the semi-colonial and semi-feudal conditions. This is a revolution led by the proletariat and no longer by the bourgeoisie, in keeping with the global era of modern imperialism and the proletarian revolution. Under the leadership of the proletariat, with the CPP as vanguard party, the Filipino people can proceed from the basic compulsion of the new democratic revolution to the start of socialist revolution. The CPP has applied Marxism-Leninism to deem the new democratic and socialist stages of the Philippine Revolution. It has also applied Maoism to combat modern revisionism and guarantee a future of consolidating socialism and preventing the restoration of capitalism. For some years, from 1963 onward, the founders of the CPP were enlightened by the Marxist-Leninist line against modern revisionism centered in the Communist Party of the Soviet Union and the revisionist character of the MPCSP. In breaking out of the MPCSP, they launched the first Great Rectification movement in 1966. This criticized and rectified the subjectivist and the left and right opportunist errors from 1942 to 1966, the year when a scion of the Lava family imposed his revisionist line and grabbed leadership in the MPCSP. The proletarian leaders who developed from the workers' and youth mass organizations pursued the rectification movement and cleared the way for the foundation of the Communist Party of the Philippines from 1966 to 1968. The CPP has established, clarified, and developed the principles and policies for winning the new democratic revolution with a socialist perspective by wielding the three major weapons of the Filipino people, the Revolutionary Party of the Proletariat, the People's War and the United Front policy. It has practiced criticism and self-criticism of errors and shortcomings in the course of assessing and evaluating current work. It has therefore always improved the mode and style of work and thus have achieved better results. The CPP has waged rectification movements to overcome major errors in ideology, politics, and organization. It successfully waged the Second Great Rectification movement from 1992 to 1998 as an education movement in Marxism-Leninism-Maoism to criticize and repudiate major subjectivist and left and right opportunist errors in the period of 1981 to 1992. It debunked the subjectivist notion that the Marcos fascist dictatorship had made the Philippine economy industrial capitalist. This subjectivist error gave rise to right and left opportunist errors. The right opportunists advocated a united front without the leadership of the revolutionary proletariat and kowtowing to the anti-Marcos reactionaries. The left opportunists rejected Mao's strategic line of protracted people's war and promoted adventurism and the premature regularization of the NPA at the expense of mass work. Currently, the CPP is subjecting to criticism and rectification among others the phenomenon of conservatism, which overly stresses mass work, unwittingly favors the style of roving rebel bands and neglects the need to intensify guerrilla tactical offensives in order to annihilate the enemy forces and seize the weapons from them and to bring about the full development of the strategic defensive and reach the strategic stalemate in the People's War. The CPP has educated tens of thousands of party cadres and members in the theory and practice of MLM by providing them with 3 levels of party study courses: basic, intermediate, and advanced. These cadres are the ever-growing hardcore of the revolutionary mass movement, institutions of various kinds and specialized fields of work. Party education is meant to enlighten and inspire the party cadres and members among the toiling masses of workers and peasants as well as among the middle social strata of the bourgeoisie. The basic party course provides party cadres and members with a knowledge of Philippine history, the basic problems of the Filipino people and the people's democratic revolution. The intermediate party course on building the party, the People's Army and the United Front with a comparative knowledge of successful revolutions led by the proletariat, and the advanced party course with a comprehensive knowledge of materialist philosophy, political economy, scientific socialism, the strategy and tactics of proletarian revolution and the international communist movement. The CPP has contributed greatly to the world treasury of Marxism-Leninism-Maoism by issuing ideological and political documents and bylined works written by CPP leading organs and cadres for declaring the position of the party on theoretical and practical issues, for building and developing the party, the People's Army and the United Front, for criticizing and rectifying errors and shortcomings and for analyzing and opposing imperialism and reaction in the Philippines and abroad. Many of such works have attained the level of texts for theoretical or doctrinal study. On a national and global scale, the CPP has been outstanding in being steadfast against modern revisionism, reformism and opportunism, and in upholding the socialist and communist future of mankind. It has contributed to the analysis of modern revisionism up to the full restoration of capitalism in former socialist countries and the collapse of the Soviet Union in the years of 1989 to 1991. The written stand of the CPP for socialism against modern revisionism is an avidly studied and cherished text in the international communist movement. The CPP has analyzed and opposed the ideological offensives against Marxism, Leninism, Maoism, and the monstrosities of the US-instigated neoliberal economic policy and the neoconservative policy of full-spectrum intervention and aggression. These have accelerated the strategic decline of the US since the superpower appeared to have won the Cold War in 1991 upon the collapse of the Soviet Union. The US has undermined its position as sole superpower and is sliding from the peak of its global power. It is still a major capitalist power and is desperately and vainly trying to maintain overall hegemony in a multipolar world. The CPP has deemed the current world situation as one still in the era of modern imperialism and proletarian revolution and in a period of intense inter-imperialist contradictions, social disorder, and wars of aggression in transition to a world of resurgent proletarian revolution and national liberation movements since the full restoration of capitalism in the Soviet Union, China, and Eastern Europe. The documents and articles of the CPP Central Leadership on Philippine and international issues are highly respected domestically and internationally because they are the products of the growing revolutionary movement in the Philippines, which has overcome the most brutal onslaughts by US imperialism and local reaction, and which has successfully waged ideological struggle against imperialism, revisionism, and reaction. Such struggle has been in pursuit of revolutionary change in the Philippines and in the spirit of proletarian internationalism and anti-imperialist solidarity among peoples. Political achievements of the CPP. The CPP has correctly described Philippine society as semi-colonial and semi-feudal and formulated the program for a people's democratic revolution with a socialist perspective in the era of modern imperialism and proletarian revolution. The leading class of the revolution is the working class. It relies mainly on its basic alliance with the peasantry, wins over the urban petty bourgeoisie and further wins over the middle bourgeoisie in order to isolate and defeat the ruling classes of big comprador bourgeoisie, landlord class, and bureaucrat capitalists subservient to US imperialism. The CPP has built itself as a strong revolutionary party of the proletariat by successfully implementing the general line of People's Democratic Revolution through protracted People's War. It has become nationwide and is deeply rooted among the toiling masses of workers and peasants. And it has built the People's Army and the National United Front in order to wield them as weapons of the revolution and the people. Thus, it has aroused, organized and mobilized the people in their millions to form a strong revolutionary mass movement of workers, peasants, national minorities, youth, women, professionals, cultural workers, and other sectors in all regions of the country. The CPP has built and led the new People's Army. This is the strongest People's Army built since the defeat of the Philippine Revolutionary Army by US imperialism in 1902 and since the backbone of the Hukbong Mapagpalaya ng Bayan was broken in 1952. The current armed strength of the NPA in terms of high-powered rise is bigger than the 5,600 recorded in the 1985 plenum of the CPP Central Committee. This is contrary to the claim of the enemy that the NPA had 25,000 in the mid-1980s and that it has only 2,000 to 4,000 now. and yet the tyrant Tudert and his military minions claim to have caused the surrender and death of more than 7,000 Red commanders and Gders, victimizing the civilian population and privately collecting reward money for the purpose. The NPA is the main weapon of the people for defeating the enemy and winning the revolution. Without it, the people have nothing. It carries out three integral tasks: revolutionary armed struggle, agrarian revolution, and mass base building. It carries out a war-avoid movement and avails of the tactics of concentration, dispersal and shifting as circumstances require. It follows the strategy of protracted people's war, with three probable strategic stages: defensive, stalemate and counteroffensive. The NPA applies the principle of centralized ideological and political leadership and decentralized operations, which is very appropriate to the archipelagic character of the Philippines, even as the party's central leadership is SU's operational guidelines for the national, regional, and lower levels to implement. Currently, the NPA is victoriously carrying out extensive and intensive guerrilla warfare on the basis of an ever-widening and deepening mass base in order to advance from the strategic defensive to the strategic stalemate. The NPA has an active national operational command, with several departments and with lower levels of command down to the basic level. It has thousands of Red Gders who are disciplined and have high morale. They have undergone political military training at various levels, armed with high-powered rise, tempered in the armed struggle, and have various capabilities in the service of the people. They are a force for guiding, politico-military training, propaganda and agitation, mass organizing, production, medical care, cultural work, environmental protection, and disaster relief. But they relinquish non-military functions to the local organs of political power and mass organizations in order to be able to wage tactical offensives and open new guerrilla zones. The NPA is assisted by tens of thousands of men and women in the People's Militia and hundreds of thousands in self-defense units of the mass organizations. It operates in more than 110 guerrillas fronts which occupy substantial parts of 17 regions and 73 out of the 81 Philippine provinces. It is increasingly capable of annihilating units of the military, police and paramilitary forces of the ruling system in order to increase the strength of its units and to weaken and dismantle the enemy forces. U.S. imperialism and its puppets have unleashed all kinds of military onslaughts, excluding an outright U.S. war of aggression but including the 14-year fascist dictatorship of the US Marcos ruling clique and the US instigated strategic operational plans from the Marcos fascist regime through the pseudo-democratic regimes of Aquino, Ramos, Estrada, Macapagal-Arroyo and Aquino II regime to the current Duterte regime, all propped up and armed by U.S. imperialism. The Marcos fascist regime could not destroy the NPA when this was still small and weak, but unwittingly succeeded in generating the conditions for people's war even more fertile. Marcos the despot became known as best recruiter and supply officer because through his oppressive and exploitative policies and acts he unwittingly incited the people to join the NPA, and because he sent his armed minions to attack the NPA, they ended up being ambushed and yielding their arms and supplies to the NPA. Thus, the NPA grew in strength and succeeded in contributing significantly to the weakening and fall of the fascist regime. It continues to contribute significantly to the weakening of the entire ruling system. The highest praise that has been accorded to the NPA comes unwittingly from the rulers of the reactionary SYS-TEM, who have always considered the NPA as the number one security threat to their counter-revolutionary state. But in an other categorical way, the neo-colonial Republic of the Philippines has recognized the NDFP as the representative of the CPP, NPA, and other revolutionary forces and people, and has found it necessary to engage the NDFP in peace negotiations. In developing the alliance of the working class with the peasantry in the anti-feudal Untied Front, the CPP has correctly taken the line of relying mainly on the poor peasants, winning over the middle peasants, and neutralizing the rich peasants in order to isolate and destroy the power of the landlord class. The CPP and NPA have taken the key role in carrying out agrarian revolution as the main content of the democratic revolution. Depending on the circumstances, they have carried out the minimum and maximum land reform programs. The minimum program involves rent reduction, elimination of usury, setting of fair farm gate prices and promotion of agricultural production and sideline occupation through independent households and rudimentary cooperation. The maximum program involves the confiscation of land from the landlords and land grabbers and free land distribution and agricultural cooperation in stages. While encouraging and giving due course to the peasant movement for land reform, the CPP leads the NPA to guarantee that the landlord class and the reactionary state cannot frustrate the land reform, to defeat the despotic landlords and distribute the land to the tenants, and to dismantle the land holdings grabbed by the corporate and bureaucratic plantation owners and eke the restitution of the land to the indigenous peoples and poor settlers. The NPA has also the duty to enforce the laws of the people's government, especially on enterprises that lessen the area available for land reform and that damage agriculture and the environment. Because of the People's Army and advance of the People's War, the CPP has been able to build the local organs of political power nationwide, from the Baranawi level upwards. At the Baranawi level, the Baranawi organizing committees are appointed and then eventually the Baranawi revolutionary committees are elected. The local organs of political power constitute the people's democratic government of workers and peasants in opposition to the reactionary government of big compradors, landlords, and bureaucrat capitalists. They are composed of the representatives of the party cadres, the masses, and technically capable persons. They oversee and supervise mass organizing, public education, production, finance, self-defense, health and sanitation, cultural affairs, environmental protection, disaster relief, and rehabilitation and the settlement of disputes. They are in charge of the people's militia and the people escort at the pertinent level. Two connecting governments exist in the Philippines. The reactionaries are talking nonsense whenever they say that the revolutionaries have not accomplished anything in 50 years by not being able to seize the presidential palace in Manila. They are even more absurd when they try to deny the existence and belligerent status of the PLE's democratic government and dismiss it as a mere non-state actor. In fact, this government, duly constituted by the workers and peasants, is growing and advancing wave upon wave until it shall be able to overthrow every level of the reactionary government. At certain levels and in many areas in the Philippines, the reactionary government cannot function without its enlightened local officials obtaining the permission or cooperation of the revolutionary government. As it now stands, the People's Democratic Government has millions of people under its governance and influence. It is mindful of the class line in the National United Front and in the Anti-Feudal United Front in being able to govern the revolutionary mass organizations and the broad masses of the people. The policy of the United Front guides the People's War as well as the various forms of legal struggle in the urban areas in order to promote the armed revolution and attract the support of the people in their millions. The CPP has built the United Front as a weapon of the people for armed as well as for legal struggle. The United Front is embodied in the National Democratic Front of the Philippines as the largest and most consolidated United Front organization. The NDFP consists of 18 allied organizations bound together by patriotic and progressive principles and policies. And it has the ability to become the base for an even broader united front that takes advantage of the contradictions among the reactionaries in order to isolate and defeat the current enemy, which is the most reactionary clique in the country. Under the direction of the CPP, the broad united front has twice succeeded in overthrowing the reactionary regime. First, it succeeded in undermining and overthrowing the Marcos fascist dictatorship from 1972 to 1986 and in ousting the corrupt Estrada regime in 2001. Even without as yet deploying units of the People Army. In the cities aside from armed city partisans, the broad masses of the people rose up to show their hatred for the ruling clique, and subsequently the reactionary armed forces refused to follow orders to attack the people but decided to withdraw support from the hated ruler. To score its political achievements, the CPP learned well from the periodic and timely summings up of experience and learned from positive as well as negative lessons. It has followed the general line of People's Democratic Revolution and the strategy and tactics of protracted People's War. Accomplishments and exemplary models of achievement have been recognized to inspire further successes in revolutionary work and struggle. Major and minor errors and shortcomings have been criticized and rectified in the normal course of criticism and self-criticism. A rectification movement of longer duration and with the appropriate degree of intensity has been carried out to confront major errors of right and left opportunism that are long persistent and threaten the very life of the entire party or a major part of it. The CPP has learned from the first rectification movement, which criticized and repudiated the right opportunism of Vicente Lava from 1942 to 1946, the left opportunism of José Lava from 1948 to 1950 and the right opportunism of Jesus Lava from 1950 onward. The second great rectification movement criticized, repudiated, and rectified the right opportunist error of taking out the leadership of the Communist Party and the working class from the National United Front supposedly to attract more people and make the United Front the main weapon of the struggle, and several trends of left opportunism, the most damaging of which overstressed the verticalization of the NPA at the expense of horizontal deployment of the NPA for mass work, and which upon failure resulted in blaming those tagged as deep penetration agents as causing the failure and subjecting them to punishment without due process. As a whole, the CPP has learned well from the second great rectification movement by developing the balance between armed struggle and mass work and the center of gravity in a relatively concentrated force and the relatively dispersed force for mass work. The line for the NPA is to wage intensive and extensive guerrilla warfare on the basis of an ever-widening and deepening mass base. But the erroneous currents of conservatism and roving rebel bands, which neglect the waging of guerrilla tactical offensives by overemphasizing mass work by armed propaganda teams, has ignited some regions for extended periods, especially in Luzon and the Visayas. Even mass work is prejudiced and ultimately disappears when squads or armed propaganda units think and act like roving rebel bands, because the party leadership and NPA command do not plan and launch tactical offensives to take initiative in People's War and do not increase the armed strength of the People's Army. Without a center of gravity and being deployed in an overextended way, the squads and armed propaganda teams can easily be put into a purely defensive and losing position by the enemy forces. It is that conservatism and roving rebel band mode are being criticized and rectified. The CPP has excelled in leading the armed revolution that is among the longest running, strongest, and continuously growing armed revolutions for national liberation, democracy, and socialism in the world. This armed revolution has proven correct Mao's theory and practice of People's War, as well as the development of this theory and practice by the CPP leadership in accordance with the specific characteristics of the Philippines in terms of social and physical terrain, with the peasant population as the most numerous class in the mountainous archipelago. What makes the Philippine Revolution most outstanding currently is that it has overcome a long-running fascist dictatorship and a long series of strategic operational campaign plans of us-lining pseudo-democratic regimes to destroy it. The revolutionary forces and people have become strong precisely by getting all the series of strategic operational plans that have been undertaken by the U.S. with the collaboration of the Filipino puppet regimes. They have also combated and prevented all attempts of modern revisionism, reformism, and opportunism to undermine and weaken the armed revolution. The line of development and advance for the People's War is from the strategic defensive to the strategic stalemate and ultimately to the strategic counteroffensive for accomplishing total victory. The ruling system is in chronic crisis, keeps on rotting and making the ground ever more fertile for People's War. Under the leadership of the CPP, the NPA must annihilate more and more of the enemy forces in order to strengthen itself, demoralize the enemy as a whole and raise the morale of the people and cause the disintegration of the reactionary and its armed forces. Because of the success of the People's War in the Philippines, the CPP enjoys high prestige in the world and is proactive in spreading information about the Philippine Revolution in order to inspire other peoples and to seek international solidarity and support. The millions of Filipinos who have sought jobs abroad are a major target of mass work to support the revolutionary movement in the motherland and also serve as a wide base for the CPP's international political work. The CPP is active in strengthening the revolutionary core in the mass formations and movements of overseas Filipinos and also in international organizations of communist and workers' parties and international solidarity organizations among the people. The Philippine Revolution led by the CPP has served as a torchbearer of the world proletarian revolution and the movements for national liberation, democracy, and socialism in various countries in the current period of intense contradictions among the imperialist powers, wars of aggression and escalating oppression and exploitation in all imperialist-dominated countries. The CPP is playing an outstanding role in leading a revolution in the period of transition to the worldwide resurgence of revolutionary movements of the proletariat and people. Only by fighting and defeating imperialism and all reaction can the people of the world advance towards socialism and the communist future. Organizational achievements of the CPP. The CPP has succeeded in leading the Philippine Revolution because it has built itself as a solid organization. At every stage in this development, it has followed the principle of democratic centralism under the guidance of Marxism-Leninism, Maoism and the general line of people's democratic revolution through protracted people's war. This is centralized leadership on the basis of democracy. The entire party follows its central committee and lower organs follow the higher leading organ. But at every level of decision-making democratic processes are followed, with the leading organ taking into account the reports and recommendations of lower organs and with the majority prevailing over the minority by voting. Those in the minority have the right to reserve their opinion but must follow the majority vote as a matter of discipline. Such a decision may be vindicated, moted, or entirely changed on the basis of further revolutionary practice. The CPP could be established in 1968 because it was preceded by the development of a resolute and militant mass movement, which started among the workers and youth in the period of 1959 to 1962. Even if the proletarian revolutionary cadres had to join RST the MPCSP from 1962 to 1966. When the proletarian revolutionary cadres from the youth movement and the labor and peasant movement joined up in 1962 onward, they were able to form in quick succession the Proletarian Revolutionary Organization. Within Lapiang Manggagawa, Malayang Samahan Ngmga Magsasaka, and the Kabataan Makabayan. As a comprehensive mass organization of the youth devoted to the new democratic revolution and to the leadership of the working class, the Kabataan Makabayan was able to expand its organization nationwide from 1964 onward and was also able to stimulate the formation of other types of organizations of various classes and SEC tours. The KM had for members the young men and women from the working class, peasantry, students, young professionals and other sectors of society. It facilitated the national spread of the CPP because its core of proletarian Revolutionary cadres educated an ever-increasing number of mass activists both on the National Democratic Revolution and on the theory and practice of Marxism-Leninism-Maoism. The KM availed of its cooperation with Lapiang Manggagawa and its trade unions in order to recruit members from the working class and initiate the building of new revolutionary trade unions in the national capital region and nationwide. Likewise, it availed of the cooperation of Masaka in central Luzon and southern Tagalog regions to recruit KM members from the ranks of the young peasants, but it proceeded to form peasant associations in other regions. By the time that its founding Congress was held, with scores of party cadres and members represented by 12 delegates, the CPP could rely on a nationwide mass base and start to strike deeper roots among the toiling masses of workers and peasants. At the same time, it had gained national prominence as having a significant mass following among the educated youth, including students, young teachers, and other professionals. In the entire second half of the 1960s, the KM spearheaded the mass movement on national issues as well as on international issues, especially the U.S. war of aggression against Vietnam. After the CPP was founded in 1968, it could exercise active leadership in the mass movement immediately. Thus it directed the upsurge of the open mass movement in 1969, the first quarter storm of 1970 and the further protest mass movement up to September 21, 1972, when Marcos proclaimed martial law and imposed fascist dictatorship on the people. Since its founding, the CPP has exerted efforts to recruit its members from the various types of mass organizations and create party groups within them at every level. It also formed party organizations within factories, institutions and in urban and rural communities. When the CPP founded the NPA, it constituted this under the absolute leadership of the CPP through the Central Committee, Political Bureau, and Military Commission. At the same time, it built the party organization within the NPA at every level. The CPP is now in a position to increase its membership from tens of thousands to hundreds of thousands in keeping with its increasing responsibilities. It has successfully built itself in all 18 regions of the Philippines and has also created regional operational commands of the NPA in 17 regions. It has encouraged the National Democratic Front of the Philippines and all its 18 allied organizations to build themselves as underground revolutionary mass organizations. These are different from the legal mass organizations of Bayan and other legal national democratic alliances. At various stages in the organizational development of the CPP, various regional party organizations have gained national prominence because of the conspicuous strength of the revolutionary masses and the victorious NPA tactical offensives under CPP leadership. Central Luzon, particularly Tarlac, stood out in 1969 onward, ca. Gayan Valley, particularly Isabela from 1971 onward, Southern Luzon, Southern Tagalog and Bicol provinces from